Sound check 1, GIC, October 22nd, sound check 1.
Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the General Issues Committee meeting for October 22nd, 2025. We have quorum present for today's meeting, and I'd like to call it to order. A reminder that all electronic devices to be switched to a non-audible function during committee meetings. And joining me in chambers today is Councillor McMeekin, Councillor Cooper, Councillor Pauls, Councillor Alex Wilson, Councillor Kassar, Councillor Francis, the Mayor, Councillor Taddison, Councillor Beattie, Councillor Kretsch, Councillor Clark, and Councillor Maureen Wilson. Virtually, we have Councillor Jackson and Councillor Huang. Over to you, Clerk. Are there any changes to our agenda?
Yes, Deputy Mayor, there are 4 added delegations, 1 for 7.3 and 3 for item 8.5, 1 piece of correspondence for 8.2. Presentation for item 8.5 has been revised. There are 36 added pieces of written correspondence for 8.5 and 1 added item of consideration for 8.7, and 9.2 has been revised.
Thank you so much. May I please have a mover and seconder to approve the amended agenda? Councillor Beattie, seconded by Councillor Pauls. And that is a vote by show of hand. All in favor? And that carries. Thank you. On to declarations of interest. Are there any to declare at this time? Mayor?
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Nan. I have a disqualifying interest in item 8.5, vacant unit tax, to declare.
Thank you for that. Any other declarations of interest? Seeing none, we'll move on to approval of the minutes of our previous meeting, which was held on October 1st, 2025. May I please have a mover and seconder to adopt the previous minutes? Moved by Councillor Maureen Wilson and Councillor Brad Clark. Thank you both. Any discussion on the minutes? Seeing none, it is a vote by show of hands. All in favor? Carries. Thank you. On to delegations. So before we begin our delegations for today, members are reminded that questions of the delegations are for clarification purposes only and not for debate. And to our delegates who are joining us here in the room and or virtually, a reminder that at the 4-minute mark, you're going to hear a little ding, and that is to give you a little audible clue that you have a minute left. In total, you have 5 minutes for your delegation. And encourage you not to move from the microphone. Give me a chance to see if any of my colleagues have questions for you. If they don't, we'll dismiss you from the microphone at that point. Thank you. So first up, we have delegation 6.1A, Kelly Ocherek, in relation to item 8.5, the vacant unit tax 2024 interim report and 2025 bylaw. Welcome, Kelly.
Good morning. Can you hear me? You may come to recognize I usually need a couple extra more minutes if I can ask for permission through the chair for a couple extra minutes. 2.5 minutes, yes.
Yeah, Councillor Francis and Councillor Pauls are moving to extend the delegation timeline to 7 minutes. Is that okay?
I will do my best to read fast.
Thank you. That requires a vote, so electronic vote for changes to the agenda. Thank you. That carries. Thank you. Please proceed, Kelly.
Thank you. I've made it this far in my life without ever making a slideshow. I probably should have left it at that, but I'm going to give it a whirl. So my name is Kelly Ocherek. I'm a Ward 2 resident, and I'm here to ask you to reconsider the vacant unit fine. I do call it a fine, not a tax. For transparency, I do not own a rental property. I do not have a vacant unit. I do acknowledge the city's challenges with housing and the impetus of the tax so that, as Ward 15 councillor said, those who are homeless could avail themselves to an opportunity. I feel this vacant unit fine oversteps, exerting authority over homeowners' right to do what they wish with their own assets. During the September 17th council meeting, it was stated, we as a municipality need to consistently show up in order to qualify for federal and provincial funding. Knowing that the housing and homelessness budget in Hamilton is roughly $200 million, and taxpayers are on the hook for 67% of that, to me that says we are already doing more than our fair share. I think residents would not take issue with this if we still did not have 2,000 people unhoused. If 200 million isn't enough, I'm not sure it will be. I do wonder if the city is aiming its resources in the right direction. This brings me to my suggestions of why citizens, or other reasons why citizens hang on to vacant units. There is serious work to be done to improve protections of landlords to encourage people to rent. This includes shoring up the LTB process for eviction of bad faith tenants. I believe absolutely tenants' rights need to be protected, especially vulnerable ones. Conversely, so do the rights of landlords. What, if anything, is this municipality doing to effect change provincially at the LTB? Change is also needed to municipal bylaws that hold property owners responsible for abject tenant neglect. I hear often from landlords about the difficulties they have renting their properties in this current social climate, where there is little accountability for those who abuse the system, don't pay rent, and destroy property that is not theirs. This leaves small landlords in precarious financial situations to assume tens of thousands in unpaid rent and damages. Perhaps more would be inclined to rent their property if the city offered increased protection from property standards violation and associated fines from tenant behavior. I would like to review some scenarios where tenants have taken advantage of the LTB. I've gathered this information from personal conversations, news articles, and Open Room, a crowdsourced platform of court orders which landlords develop to protect themselves. This is just a small sampling of people I've talked to. Sorry, how do I move this down? It's not working. Yeah, and so, okay, do my best. You are familiar with Aisha Ashgar. She became incidentally homeless after purchasing a home that was supposed to be vacant. Instead, she found herself in an 8-month LTB battle to evict those who damaged her home to the tune of $40,000, owing another 10 in unpaid rent. The wiring was tampered with. On inspection, instead of finding one person named on the lease, she found 10 people and 6 aggressive dogs using the home as a flop house to sell drugs. One of those 10 had racked up $20,000 in unpaid rent in a previous rental. Another evicted elsewhere for damage to property. As people continued to walk in unannounced seeking drugs, she had to put a sign on the front of her home stating, "Your dealers don't live here." I think this is all backwards.
The order of the slides.
Well, I think my order is right.
Okay, but you're okay.
No, this is the end. How do I get it up here?
Okay, you tell me where to stop and I'll just stay here.
Oh, that's good. Thank you. Keep going. Back up, 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 up. Your dealers don't live here. You can leave that. Yeah, I have. Due to the overoccupation, and despite her having absolutely no control over who was staying there, bylaw threatened her with a fine for an illegal dwelling. She was told she would have to pay the fine for cleanup of dumpsters, that's right, full of debris accumulating inside and out. For the record, those folks continue to hassle this accidental landlord, making their way from Barton Tiffany with occasional bike rides past her home at various hours of the day. Hafiz Hussain, who you are also familiar with, father had a rental property in Hamilton, and the tenants owed for more than 4 months of rent. Once they left, $9,000 of electrical work was needed. Open Room revealed this tenant had been evicted 4 times previous, owing $55,000. The more recent tenancies were secured with the help of the city-backed nonprofit, the Good Shepherd. And again, she did not pay rent, owing another $15,000. I believe mandating direct-to-landlord rent would also help protect landlords. Verica Gergich endured a 12-month battle to evict people who owed $24,000 in back rent and committed $100,000 in damages to her home. An inspection found a plumbing pipe had been intentionally removed, the faucet left on, causing damage by water overflowing and mixing with layers of dog excrement and leaking through the ceiling, insulation, vents, and lights. This tenant was found to be evicted on 2 previous occasions, owing more than $15,000. There are obviously complex issues regarding housing affordability and how that interplays with OW fraud, which is coming more and more to light. And I know senior staff are more than well aware of, and the Auditor General is investigating. We also know not every person needing housing acts in this manner. Yet, in the context of the vacant unit fine, it's important to bring to light. Scores of small landlords throughout Ontario have fallen victim to those who have learned how to be professional, non-paying tenants and work the LTB to their advantage. There are not enough safeguards to protect them. In Aisha's case, her tenants were serial scammers since 2017, abusing the system to obtain first and last month's rent through various city-funded initiatives to gain access to rentals they cannot possibly afford. How is this fair? I'm sure this is not an isolated incident. To conclude, people own property for many reasons. Investing for their future is one of them. They should be entitled to use and protect their assets as they see fit and rent to no one if they so choose and not be fined as a result. How many vacant properties does a city own that could be made into housing but hasn't been? Last I checked, a few hundred city housing units are vacant. Are you taxing yourself? I am sure, or I'm unsure if this is still true. You can, but our mayor has rightfully been declaring a conflict of interest for a vacant unit since being elected. The candor is appreciated. I'm glad, as one of the highest paid mayors, she can afford to keep her vacant unit and pay the fine. That does not mean other landlords can.
Just checking in about whether that is pertinent to the vacant unit tax. Yes, that is information that's publicly available,
I
but just
believe
be
it's
careful
pertinent.
of any disparaging comments, please, and thank you.
She declared it, so it's pertinent. Today, I ask our leader when she will move to rent her vacant unit to one of our 2,000 homeless, and which of these individuals above would she or any others who voted for this vacant unit tax be willing to rent to? And lastly, given the ever-growing list of Hamilton's financial scandals costing taxpayers millions, I suggest you, the city, get your own house in order before looking to tax Hamiltonians any further.
Thank you. That brings you to your time. Any speakers on the speakers list for any questions specifically to Kelly?
Thank you.
Seeing none, thank you. And we'll move on to our next delegate, which is Christina Collier from the Acorn Hamilton Mountain. Christina, are you in the room? Or virtual? Elsie McCray, have we have any confirmation?
Through the Deputy Mayor, they are not on virtually.
Okay, so we'll hold to the end of the delegations list in case there's any travel issues for Christina. Next up, we have Gabriel DeFrancisco. Again, Elsie McCray, if you could confirm. Gabriel.
Yep, so, sorry, to the Deputy Mayor, she's just walking down.
Gabrielle. My apologies.
Yeah, yeah. Thank you. I'm just going to get outside.
And to the delegates who are joining us virtually, you can lower the podium if you need to with the automated button to get the microphone right at your mouth.
Do I need to? Yeah, I think so. But I don't really know. I won't know till I get started. If you could help me with that.
Oops. So don't lean on
I
it.
like that.
How's that?
I like that. Oh, I'm just going to put the letter up for myself.
The letter is up here.
Oh, you got the letter
It's
for
on
me?
the screen here.
I can't read that. I have to make it bigger. Can you? Okay, let's see if I can.
There, it's a bit bigger.
Oh, good, 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 good. Let me see. Photos. Okay,
So to scroll through it, you can just scroll through it the way you would normally.
I got it here too. So,
Okay, but you'll need to operate it on the screen too.
oh, I have to operate it on the screen. Okay.
Go ahead.
Thank you.
Good morning.
Okay.
Good morning. Are you ready?
I'm finally ready, yes, thank you.
Great, thank you.
Good morning. My name is Gabrielle DiFrancesco, and I want to thank you for giving me the opportunity to share my concerns about how the VUT is being applied to houses that do not sell, despite being listed and actively promoted. I believe we need to ask, is this the intention of the VUT? Are the current market conditions controlled by current homeowners? In the letter that we see on the large screen, this letter was written by Justin Brown, a broker with Caldwell Banker. In the first paragraph, he states, while the intent of the VUT program is to encourage occupancy and increase housing availability, is understood and supported in principle, its uniform application during a period of market volatility is creating unintended financial hardship for legitimate sellers who are actively trying to sell their homes. Applying the VUT under these conditions penalizes sellers for market factors outside their control and places additional financial strain on households already absorbing carrying costs, insurance, utilities, and property taxes. My experience supports this. Under the current VUT rules and regulations, failure to sell and close by the end of 2025 will result in application of the VUT. Again, Justin points out, many of these owners are not investors, and I certainly am not an investor, deliberately holding properties vacant. Rather, they are regular sellers, facing extended time in market, declining prices, and a challenging economic environment, end of quote. My experience again supports this. I bought my small century cottage during a time of personal transition to be my home, not an investment. After retiring, I moved to Southampton, Ontario in 2014 and rented out my house as I thought that Hamilton might one day call me home, that I might miss Hamilton so much that I would have to come back. However, when my last tenant bought a house, I realized I no longer had the capacity to be a landlord. It's demanding work, and I'm not getting any younger. And that I was settled in Southampton, so it was time to sell. I have spent well over a year repairing, painting, upgrading, landscaping, and staging my century cottage. It is now ready to be a great home for an individual or a family. Hamilton's waterfront is so beautiful. It's a gathering place inviting everyone to picnic, enjoy coffee with a stunning view, stroll, ride the trolley, attend festivals, and spend time outdoors. Yet all these outstanding opportunities are not enough to ensure a timely sale of my house. Please see the first page of Justin's letters, points 1, 2, and 3, that provide current data showing how the market has changed and how the sale of homes are being negatively impacted. My lifetime memories and experiences are rooted in Hamilton. After immigrating as a child from Ireland, I attended McMaster University and Teachers College, became a teacher and a vice principal with HWDSB. Helping children was my passion. This community is important to me. When I sought clarification of this rule, I was told that I should rent while I was trying to sell. But this is not feasible at all. What am I going to say, renter? You might be here a day, you might be here a month, you might be here a year. I am asking that we work together to revise the policy of taxing a property that is genuinely up for sale. I'm asking for fairness, understanding, transparency, and a compassionate response to these challenging and difficult times. I am asking that the VUT rules be amended and communicated clearly and in a timely way so that those selling houses be given immediate relief from additional taxation in 2025 and beyond. Thank you for your time and for seeking community input in order to increase our understanding of the impact of the VUT on all of us. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your delegation. Committee members, any questions for our delegate? Seeing none, thank you again for taking the time to join us today and share your thoughts and experiences. Next up, we have Kevin Raposo.
I appreciate it.
Good morning.
Good morning, Madam Mayor and councilors. I have nothing really written down, prepared. Everybody told me, no, write it down. You're going to get too fired up. But let's see how this goes. The ethical obligation of government is to serve the public's best interest, not to exploit them for financial gain. I've purchased more than one. I've lost lots of money trying to build myself up in Hamilton because, like those pictures showed, I'm a nice person and I feel bad for people, so I don't want to always kick people out, and I believe they're going to pay. People don't pay. It's hard to get them out, and you don't want to kick people out. Now we've got so many people out here that want to come and live in front of your house here, and we have to hire security to get them out. You guys all want to fix everything. This beautiful woman comes here and tells us she doesn't even own the property, but she knows the struggles people face because she talks to people. I wonder, councillors, do you still talk to your constituents? I'm not sure who came up with this idea of a new tax. No problem. But it's a terrible idea. You increase property taxes for those who purchase property. A vacant unit tax. Oh, so wait. So when I bought this house, did you tell me I had to put someone in there, otherwise you're going to charge me? You want to grandfather things in. It's abuse of power. It's frustrating. The people that don't have houses want drugs, not houses. If you want me to help more and more where our tax dollars go, because again, my friend showed us, you obviously don't always know where our dollars are going to go. Your ideas are not always going to come to fruition. They're not always going to be a good plan. And that's okay, right? Because you're councillor. You're not going to lose your job. You're still going to get paid. It's not even your money, so it doesn't matter. But the nickels and dimes from my mom to my cousins to when I used to work with bricklayers that say the government, we're trying hard. Why we constantly want to squeeze as much as we can from the middle person to give to the people who don't even pay? They don't even pay, they don't even care. They don't care about us, and then you make us feel like you don't care about us. Introducing a new tax. When I bought a house, there's a contract I got to sign, and I signed this contract, I'm going to follow all these rules. Now, you guys want to introduce like, well, hey, we're going to introduce this rule. But I didn't sign this rule. I wouldn't buy a house here if you tell me I have to listen to you people, who some of you never struggle in life. Some of you never try hard. Some of you don't even pay attention to what's going on. Is he sleeping? Okay, just checking.
Delegate, just be careful. You're in the chambers. You're being listened to respectfully. We
appreciate that.
expect
Thank
you
you
to engage
I'm just
respectfully.
curious because I'm trying to talk. I appreciate
Thank you.
Thank you. So extra 30 seconds. Again, I appreciate that you are here and you're trying your best to make Hamilton better. At least I hope so. That's why I stay here. I love Hamilton. The Ticats, I wish we changed our stadium over there. The vacant unit tax is just an abuse of power, I feel, 100%. You're forcing me to do something, but you're not going to help me if they don't pay. So I put a tenant in there, and they don't pay. The board, oh, they have to pay. They don't pay. People don't pay. So for you to force us to put people in there, even though we're paying the property tax, right? That's what I signed my agreement. I pay property tax. And you will increase this tax every year. Never will it go down. I hope you're all trying your best to understand what the common person is doing. The amount of power that you have in just simply saying yay, nay, It's easy for you to do it and then go home. There's a lot of people struggling out here. Vacant unit tax, you taxed me on the house I live in. Where's my registered letter? I don't open my property tax mail because my bank pays for my property tax. So in a contract that I signed, where's the contract at my door saying, hey, we're doing this, sign this. You received it. You have to do this, the contract. Because when I signed the contract to buy houses in Hamilton, never did it say, hey, we're gonna tell you what to do. You're gonna tell the big organizations how to run their businesses, that they have to, why don't you tell them they have to fix the roads at night so it's easier? It's okay, I get it, to do your part, but to constantly think that you can take more tax, introduce a tax, that's not the problem. The people that are out there that are homeless, a lot of them, they want to be there because of the drugs or because they hated their home at home. They weren't hugged enough. And as we sit there and rolls our eyes and Deputy Mayor wants to look and no one cares, I'm caring. This lady cares. One lady cares that doesn't even have a property. Because you're hurting the people who are trying to make Hamilton better, that have property for rent, that want to put people in there, that want to make it nice for them. So please, guys, let's wake up. Get rid of this. Let's get rid of this breaking unit tax.
Thank you,
You're going to
Kevin.
increase property
Your time is
taxes
up.
anyway. God bless.
Any
Good
questions
luck.
for our delegate?
Yes, ma'am.
We'll just give it a minute. Just give it 30 seconds, give our delegate a chance to take a deep breath. Okay? Please proceed.
Thank you, Kevin, for coming. And I see your passion.
Yes.
I want to ask you, you said you had some property. What do you think? Is this VTUT tax stop all entrepreneurs?
Of course it would. This is the business. We're running, it's not really a business to make a huge amount of money, but it's something a lot of people do for their kids, right? They hold on to it. So sometimes if it's vacant, it's because they realize it's better for me to pay myself and maybe family coming in to stay there than to put someone in there that they then takes all of your rights away. They basically own your business with no repercussions. So it's scary to think that, 12 people can all of a sudden decide, like, no, you know what, we need more tax dollars. Oh, how about this? And we all trying to get people off the streets. I mean, most people want to help people. If you have of course we want to rent out our house. It's usually vacant because we got to fix it from other people making a mess, or we have to rethink the situation we're in life because inflation, taxes, immigration, everything changes. So overnight, a VUT tax comes in, and it's not even like they're just slow. It's again, this is contractual. 100. When I buy a house for 500, it's contractual, big thick thing. A lawyer's got to sign, and then council says, "Oh, we're going to introduce this new tax that can really screw you over just in a couple letters." Or I don't watch CHCH. I'm sorry. It's just hard to think that you guys are on our side when your answer is a new tax.
Kevin, I want to tell you something. A lot of people are frustrated, and I want to feel your pain because I want to tell everybody. I have 4 boys, and I encourage them to
Councillor,
get
this
ahead
is time for
of the paper.
questions of the
And the
delegation's
question is
presentation.
about
Thank you.
entrepreneurship. Our city needs people with entrepreneurship skills as well, and if we squash that, I think we have a problem.
Is there a question?
And the question is, the VUT tax, I believe, stops entrepreneurship. Thank you, and thank you for coming.
Councillor Pauls, you have a question?
That's
You're
the
just making
question.
general statements? Got
Yeah,
it.
Thanks.
Nobody else is on the speakers list. Next up, we have, thank you for coming, Kevin.
Thanks, guys. Good luck.
Onwards to Brian Chelsea. Thank you, Brian. And then just for a decorum perspective, if we could keep the chatter around the horseshoe civil and professional, and everybody just take a deep breath. Don't take anything personal around the table. We got this. Thank you. Over to you, Brian. When you're ready, please let us know, and we'll begin your clock then.
I'd like to begin by asking, as previous speakers have, for a time extension, please, from 5 minutes to 7.5 minutes, please.
Thank you, Brian. So Councillor Jackson is prepared to move the motion, seconded by, in my peripheral vision, Councillor Pauls, to 7.5 minutes. Got it. That will be an electronic vote. Thank you. That carries unanimously. Brian, please proceed.
Good morning, members of council. My name is Brian Chesla. I live with my wife Karen and our son Michael at 60 Concerto Court, Ancaster, Ontario. As we all know, there are many arguments against the vacant unit tax, one of which is that it disproportionately affects certain property owners because it does not account for unique circumstances. To illustrate that point, I would like to present our unique circumstance. On Monday, June 23, 2025, I submitted the following letter of appeal. Dear members of the vacant unit tax team, I am writing respectfully to request an exemption from the vacant unit tax that has been levied against the residents of 188 Tollgate Drive, Ancaster, Ontario, L9G5C8. Thank you. Please indulge me as I explain why. Following the death of our father, Joseph Chesla, in December 2019, my sister Joanne Jaskolka and I decided that a period of reflection would be appropriate prior to executing our parents' estate. Our mother, Ann Chesla, died in June 2014. Even after considering different options, we were still not sure what direction to take with respect to the future of our parents' home. However, we did decide to disperse their belongings. All of their clothing and household items were donated to the St. Vincent de Paul Society in Brantford, Ontario. Furniture, including living room, dining room, kitchen, and bedroom sets, were totally donated to the St. Vincent de Paul Society in Hamilton, Ontario. The washer and dryer were left in place and have been used regularly, as are the fridge and freezer. Once the home was fairly empty, regardless of what final actions would be taken, we implemented a minor renovation, flooring, painting, tiling, etc. Moreover, since all of the labor was provided by ourselves, we did not set a definitive deadline for completion. Unfortunately, over time, the work began to sputter and eventually stalled due to time constraints imposed by the necessity of managing a number of very serious family health issues, e.g., COVID-19 ICU hospitalization, West Nile ICU hospitalization, the only one at that time in Hamilton, throat cancer diagnosis, lung cancer diagnosis, caring for mental health issues, and administering to the daily needs of my aging mother-in-law, and deaths within the family. I'm not whining. Everybody's got problems. Once those problems abated, we resumed renovating, albeit very slowly, and again without a projected completion date. As the time passed, the City of Hamilton vacant unit tax emerged, and even though there was work still to be done, please refer to the enclosed pictures. We put together a package. We ultimately decided not to rent/lease the property or put it up for sale. Presently, at that time, the home was not habitable. Instead, my sister and I agreed that I will assume ownership of my parents' home in its present state. Accordingly, we have consulted an attorney and a chartered accountant to assist us in settling our parents' estate. The process has been and is ongoing. Thus, having provided you with an overview of our situation, I believe it is fair to say that our property has never really been unoccupied or vacant. With almost daily visits for various reasons, we have embedded ourselves with our neighbors. In fact, a number have complimented us on how well we have maintained the landscape. Lastly, in these times of political and economic uncertainty, I feel it would be especially troubling and burdensome to impose a $6,410 tax on a 75-year-old senior citizen who has kept his head down, worked hard, and always respected others throughout his life. Thank you for your consideration in this matter. I look forward, hopefully, to what will be a positive response to my respectful request. Sincerely, Brian Chesla. To date, no response. Now that all of you, the lawmakers, are aware of our unique circumstance, I would respectfully ask that you exempt my family and I from the vacant unit tax and give strong consideration to striking down a bylaw that does not protect economic interests or property rights. Perhaps the following definition of an Englishman's home is his castle from the Cambridge Advanced Learners Dictionary and Thesaurus would be a great reminder and considerable benefit to all of us. It states that English people believe they should control what happens in their own homes and that no one else tell them what to do there. Thank you for your time and attention, Council. Special thank you to Councillor Esther Pauls and her assistant, Kim Taylor-Galway, for their support and direction. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate Chesla.
Yes.
We do have some speakers who have indicated by hand, but I don't see them populated in the speakers list yet. So first up, we have Councillor Clark.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. If I may, I'd like to ask the delegate, he indicated that he had filed an appeal. At least that's what I understood. Can
Yes.
I get clarification?
That is true.
And when did you file the appeal?
It was dated, as I said, Monday, June 23rd, 2025.
Thank you. And have you heard back from city staff on the appeal?
No.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Clark. Next up, is it Councillor Cooper or McMeekin? Sorry, on the list it says McMeekin. Yeah.
Good morning.
Thanks for coming and sharing. I am interested in the specifics of your situation, particularly around the death. And I note with some interest a couple things. One, no response, which really concerns me.
I'm sorry? The no response?
First is no response.
Yep.
That really bothers me. It should bother everybody around this horseshoe. Secondly, there is a provision in the motion that we'll be dealing with later that actually identifies unusual circumstances like death as a rationale for a different and unique consideration of the fee, the tax that's applied. You're probably not. We're not aware of that.
I am not.
Yeah. Would be easier for you to be aware of it if somebody would respond to you, right?
Let me just clarify things so that everything is on board.
Yeah, please.
Councillor Clark asked about the appeal. What we did, my wife and I came to City Hall, and we met with two, vacant unit tax analysts. They were very accommodating, but stressed that our particular situation, our unique circumstance, didn't fit any of the criteria that were listed for the vacant unit tax, for the exemption. What we did was, as I said, held on and held on and held on. And until this point, as I mentioned earlier, there's been nothing coming from City Hall.
Okay. Brian, thank you for that. I have some reason to believe that perhaps given that interaction, although I don't know for sure, there appear to be some additional accommodations for unusual and unique circumstances. I just mentioned that this is new to you. It's also new to us. It's not new to municipalities across Canada. The vacant unit tax is a widely used vehicle to try to achieve certain objectives, and we need to be ever cognizant of whether or not we're doing that. So just a caution, and I hope we get a chance to explore this in a little bit more depth around because you said, if I'm quoting you correctly, and I think I am, we should be careful to make sure when there are unique circumstances that we have a different approach, and I agree with you on that.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you. Next up, we have Councillor Kassar.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. And thank you, Brian, for sharing your story. I had a similar point to make as Councillor McMeekin. So I'll just say that when we get to the report on this agenda, I'll ask staff questions regarding what you've brought up. And because in the report is mentioning the opportunity to evaluate the first year program and what could be done better. And I think you've provided a really good example. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. And next up, we have Councillor Pauls.
Thank you, Brian. It was a pleasure to meet you yesterday. Even though I'm not your counselor, you came in and you looked frustrated, and I asked you how I could help you. And it's a privilege for me to tell you that you could have come and spoke, and I'm so glad you took that challenge, even though you've never done it before. So thank you, Brian, for coming. My question is, how did the city know your house was empty?
Well, as I mentioned in my remarks, I'm 75 years old, and I was brought up in a home that taught my sister and I to be straight up. I went to schools that taught the same thing. My life experience has been the same, be straight with people. So when the forms came through the mail to my father's mailbox, we opened it and filled it out as an honest person would do. And that's how it started. So we declared that home vacant, truthfully. We could have lied, we could have created some falsehood, but we went at it straightforwardly and honestly. And that's what brings me here today.
I love that. I also wanted to ask you, you mentioned to me that the neighbors don't even know it's empty, because I have a picture of this house. It's beautiful.
Oh, thank
Just
you.
beautiful. And you also mentioned that you did not get rid of your stove, fridge, washer, dryer, because you go there every day.
Correct.
Because you are fixing this house. And I saw pictures of all the pictures, and it's taking you time because of circumstance of your health, your situation with the estate. So I know a little bit more because I was privileged to take time with you to learn about your circumstance. And what I want to do is care for citizens, the residents of Hamilton. And thank you for coming in. I know, like I said, you're not my resident. You live in Ancaster, but it was a privilege to get to know you. Thank you.
Likewise, our privilege that you looked after us so well.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate Chesla. There's no further speakers on the speakers list. Oh, my apologies. Second time, Councillor McMeekin.
Yeah, I didn't intend to speak twice, but I just want to point out, Brian, that repairs of a home is also another one of those unique circumstances that is incorporated into the background of the work. So if a house is designated as being under repair, it is for that period. It is in fact exempt.
I remember that being one of the criteria at the time, and unfortunately, we didn't meet that criteria in terms of the time period.
Oh, okay.
So this has gone on for some period of time, and it's something we want to do ourselves, and we don't feel that we should be constrained by other criteria. As I said at the end, the very, very end, and I'll say it again. English people believe that they should control what happens in their own homes and that no one else should tell them what to do there. That's as simple as it is for us.
Thank you. No further speakers.
Thank you very much.
Next up, we have, if I could ask Christina Collier, are you back or in the chambers? Delegate Christina Collier. And for the third time, Delegate Christina Collier. Not joining us virtually either, Elsie McRae? Nope. Okay, thank you. It's my understanding that Councillor Francis would like to move a motion during this time to add another delegate to the delegates list and didn't do so during the agenda review portion when I had called for any further amendments on the agenda. So I am going to entertain the motion at this time, as I understand the delegate is in the room. So at this time, Councillor Francis, your motion, please.
Yes, and before we get to that, I just also want to recognize former MPP and Stoney Creek Councillor Paul Miller for joining us in the gallery here today. And Paul's a very active member of the Stoney Creek community, so thanks for coming, Paul. The delegate had a hard time registering and showed up about 5 minutes prior or after we had already approved the agenda. So I would like to move to add one of the delegates that's here in the gallery. And that's seconded by Councillor Pauls.
Councillor Francis, if you could please put the name in the public record by spelling out the name, first name and last name, please.
I would appreciate them coming up and doing that. I don't have the exact wording in front of me, please.
Okay, so Elsie Clerk, sorry, McClare. Oh my God, McCrae. Just getting a little fumbled procedurally. Now, for the public record, we need the name for the motion.
So through the Deputy Mayor, I believe I have it from Deputy Clerk Pilon. I apologize, I may pronounce it incorrectly. Khalid Malik, is that correct?
Khalid Malik. And I see that the delegate is writing their name down with another member of our legislative clerks team, so we'll just wait for that, Councillor Francis. Once we're able to put the name in the public record, your motion will be on the floor. Okay, so it's been moved and seconded. That's an electronic vote, please. That carries. Thank you. Good morning, Delegate Malik. We're good. Just 1 second. We're going to turn on your microphone. So if you could just hang 1 second. I don't see the red light. Is that? There we go. Okay, please proceed. You have 5 minutes.
Thank you very much. Good morning to everyone. My name is Khalid Malik, and I am a struggling homeowner resident of Hamilton. The home vacant property tax, I've got affected by it because I was not able to send a documented request. So that has actually caused me to double almost my taxation. I paid the 6,000 something, and now when we came yesterday to clear everything, we found out now we also have a vacant tax levied against the property. That was a big jolt to already a financially struggling resident. And I would like the audience and the council and, our councillors to waive that for my property, because it's completely out of my range right now to pay that amount. I have a mortgage renewal for my property coming up on the 30th, and in this short period, I have no capability of producing or, bringing another $6,000 to clear that and then get my mortgage renewal. So I'm already since 2 years struggling with the situation, and we have been able to make the property tax within our stipulated time limits. But I think since last 2 years, we had twice flooding in our home because of the water heater, and one claim was denied, and that also affected the whole situation where we had to remove the whole floor and everything from our pocket. So that has actually brought us into a very kind of a crunch that is really hurting us right now. So if I am asked to pay another vacant tax while I am living there, that is beyond my capacity right now. So in order to get me relief, I need that waived for me. And if there is a way to get our attention to this tax, as other people have come here and they have talked about from a different perspective. From an investor, I'm not an investor. I am just a simple resident. And I feel that I love to live in the city. I don't want to go out of the city. And I kind of would be forced to, sell the house and, leave the city and all that. And my kids, they are school-going kids, which they love their neighborhood, they love their friends, they don't want to become students who will leave the community. They are all born here, and they are, very much enjoying where they are. So I would request the decision makers to give consideration to my request, and that would be all. Thank you very much.
Thank you for coming. Just please hold there.
Yes.
There are some council members who have questions for you to further clarify your delegation. First up is Councillor Maureen Wilson.
Good morning.
Good morning. How are you?
Good. Thank you. Thank you for being here. I know it can be a bit nerve-wracking. So I just wanted to make sure I clearly understood some of the details when you were chatting with us and sharing your story. Just some clarity on the specifics, if I could, which I'm a little unclear of.
Right.
You own a property,
Yes.
and you have another property?
No, it's the tax is on the same property that I'm living in. So I paid the property tax, which is the regular one, and then now I have to pay another $6,000 as a vacant property.
So you're living with
Yes.
your family
Yes.
in a residential property?
Right.
And you paid a vacant unit tax on that?
No, I didn't pay. Yesterday, when we came to clear the tax account,
Yep.
that's where we found out that there is another $6,000 on top of the regular tax, property tax.
Okay. Okay, thank you for bringing that clarity, because I just wasn't sure. I thought you did a great job, and I really appreciate you being here. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next up, we have Councillor Francis and then myself.
Thank you, Councillor Nan, or Chair Nan, Deputy Mayor Nan. I appreciate you coming here and sharing your experience with us. So just to be crystal clear, you do not have a vacant unit. You're living in the house that you were charged this
Yes,
vacant unit?
yes,
tax?
I am living in there since 2017.
Okay, and
without a break, like we have been there.
thank you so much. What do you think contributed to you missing this deadline? What do you think the factors were in that?
Basically, I think at the end, I think the mail strike also was a factor, because I didn't receive anything. Even if I had missed the previous one, I didn't receive this October 7 mailing or anything like that. That would have given me a red flag that okay, you have to do that. So, and I think maybe because I usually pay the tax at the end, although there is some penalties involved, but then I don't want to disturb my whole other financial obligations. So I usually do it in September, October. So that's why when I came to do that, we found out that there's a vacant property tax on top of the regular tax. Okay. So we were able to clear the regular one, but we don't have the capacity or ability at the moment, considering that my mortgage renewal is based on that there's no outstanding property tax on the house.
Okay, thank you. And so it appears there's a breakdown in communication receiving your mail from Canada Post. That seems to be a pretty big factor in this. Maybe it came, maybe it got mixed in with junk mail, maybe it got thrown out. I guess these could be half factors that could have happened. Okay.
Yes.
And I'll just, I'll be frank with you. These are countless examples like this coming into my office that I experience. Whether people misplace their mail, they don't receive their mail, even with multiple notifications. I have literally hundreds of people coming to me with this exact same problem who are now stiffed with this bill and who are untaxed fairly. And today we have an opportunity to finally scrap this program that's costing taxpayers millions of dollars. So that's my point I wanted to make. Thank you for coming today.
Thank you.
Okay, Councillor McMeekin and then myself.
So I appreciate your explanation of your circumstances.
Right.
It appears based on what you're telling me, and I have no reason to question that you shouldn't be paying a vacant unit tax.
Right.
You missed the deadline.
Yes.
There are others. I think somewhere I saw a figure 67. I don't know whether that's accurate or not, but that was a figure. my understanding, I'm gonna make a motion later if there's been some chatter around the horseshoe about extending the deadline to November 30th.
Okay.
So the good people like you who get caught won't have to pay a tax that they don't deserve to pay.
Thank you.
Okay, thanks. That would help, right?
Yes, greatly. It will help me greatly.
If I could just pass the chair over to the mayor. As deputy mayor, I can ask questions in the chair position, so through you.
Please go ahead.
Councillor McMeekin may have missed the notice of amendment that I've already circulated to all of council to extend the deadline to November 30th for notices of complaint and or appeal. So that would give residents like you the opportunity to correct the record, and also other residents who might have declared honestly with integrity ahead of time through their forms who need to correct the record, that would give the administration the time to do so. So that would help clarify your situation and make sure that as a, property owner who lives in the property that you currently own, you wouldn't need to pay the VUT. So would the November 30th deadline work for you to be able to clear that up?
Is that going to be a waiver or is it going to be a...
Yeah, the process will be clarified, but I'm just wondering, would November 30th give you enough time to work with the city to make sure that your declaration form is submitted?
Yeah, my specific problem is that on the 30th of this month, I have a mortgage renewal and the bank will not, do the rollover on the mortgage if the property tax is not clear.
Got it.
That's my challenge right now.
Thank you. Through you, I'll take back the chair. My question has been answered. Appreciate it. There's no further questions at this. Oh, sorry. There is another question. Councillor Pauls.
Thank you. I just wanted to ask you, do you know that this declaration that you're going to declare has to do it every year?
No, I think previously we were receiving that you don't have to sign anything, but I think maybe this year it changed. So I guess
from now on,
yes.
If it goes through, which we're going to talk about it, every year, every resident, 178,000 home, every year you would have to fill it out.
Okay.
I don't know if you knew that.
I guess maybe I read it. I'm not sure.
Yeah, there's a lot of uncertainties
Yes.
and a lot of questions, and we're going to get into deeper dive when we talk about it. So thank you for coming.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. And that exhausts the speakers list. Delegate Malik, please, my apologies, sorry. There's a third-time speaker, Councillor McMeekin.
Just for clarity, I didn't miss your email. I get 87 emails a day. And I was reading them at 4:30 this morning.
Perfect.
And I wasn't trying to claim credit for, I just wasn't sure who was moving the motion. So that's why I mentioned that there were some musings around the, I think your motion, assuming you're going to move it as you've indicated, is great.
Thank you.
Thanks. So that counselor there is going to move the motion, and if she allows me, I'm going to second it.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you, Delegate Malik. And that exhausts our speakers list, and there are no further approved delegates. Oh, my apologies, Councillor Maureen Wilson.
Not at all. Thank you very much.
Yes, no problem.
Through the chair, I think as part of our discussion of this later on and part of our evaluation, it may seem like a weird question, and if you're able to answer and wish to answer, but where do you, we talked about the disruption with Canada Post and junk mail. Where do you normally, get your information about your property or what's going on with your city or things like that? We're just trying to understand that.
Yeah, whatever comes through the mail, usually that's the source of information.
Whatever comes through the mail?
Yes.
Okay, that's helpful. Thank you.
Okay, thanks.
Anybody else have any questions for Delegate Malik? Seeing no indication virtually or around the House.
I have one question. If
your delegation is complete, sir, because there was no further questions for you. Thank you so much for coming this afternoon or this morning. Okay, so that exhausts our delegations on this item. So at this point, if I could please get a mover and seconder to receive delegations on item 8.5 for our agenda today. Moved by Councillor Beattie, second by Councillor Clark. All those in favor, it's a show of hand. It's a receipt. Thank you. All in favor? Thank you. That carries. Next up, we have delegation item 6.2, PJ Mercanti from the HUPEG Carmen's Group respecting report PED 25216, Entertainment District Annual Update in Ward 2, which is item 7.3 on our agenda. And as the delegation is getting prepared, Delegate Mercanti, you know the rules well. I understand that you're seeking to extend. Yeah. Okay. Okay. So I'll be seeking a mover in the mayor and seconded by Councillor Francis that we're going to extend the delegation to 7 minutes. That's an electronic vote as it's changed to the agenda. I'm assuming Elsie McCray that carried? I can. Yes, it carried. Thank you. So we're just working on getting the slide deck onto the delegation laptop. So please hold. Thank you for your patience, everyone. The slide deck is now available. And when you're ready, Delegate Mercanti, please proceed.
You. Good day, Mayor Horvath, Deputy Mayor Nan, and members of council. On behalf of the partnership of the Hamilton Urban Precinct Entertainment Group, we are pleased to update the community on the progress we and our partners are making. HUPEG aspires to support Hamilton's dream of being the ambitious city by delivering a best-in-class entertainment district that welcomes the world, builds community, and elevates Hamilton's position on the global map. Over 5 years ago, when we secured the rights to downtown's 3 entertainment venues, there were many doubters who did not believe we and the city could execute on our bold aspirations. The reality that is before us today is one of bold ambitions being realized in the ambitious city. In less than 1 month, TD Coliseum will open with the biggest names in music and an opening slate that is beyond impressive. This is an inflection point in our city's history when a new chapter begins. HUPEG lives by the mantra, if you want to go fast, go alone, but if you want to go far, go together. To achieve a vision that is beyond what others believe is possible, you must align with world-class partners and be prepared to overcome adversity. HUPEG is proud to have successfully onboarded both Oakview Group and Live Nation as our lead partners in elevating the arena investment from $50 million to nearly $300 million. Like Gord Downey from the Tragically Hip said, it was a long time coming, but it was well worth the wait. HUPEG's mandate to build community has allowed our path to intersect with numerous stakeholders who share the belief that a rising tide lifts all ships. We are proud of our working relationship with city staff and are grateful to City Manager Clucky, to Josh, Norm, Ray, and Dave, and more recently Arvin, for all of their hard work. HUPEG is also proud to be aligned with Hamilton's anchor institutions and leaders like Shelley Falconer from the Art Gallery of Hamilton, who has a great vision for Hamilton's leading cultural organization, or Manny Figueredo from the YMCA Hamilton around his visions for the downtown Y being a center of community. We are proud to be supporters of Kim Varian and the Hamilton Philharmonic Orchestra, whose talented musicians will be performing with Andrea Bocelli in December, or Kelly Strawn at Theatre Aquarius, who is innovating Hamilton's beloved performing arts venue by creating new Canadian musicals, including one featuring the music from the Tragically Hip next spring. We are proud to be working closely with Community Living Hamilton and the Salvation Army as strategic allies, as well as McMaster University, Mohawk College, Hamilton Health Sciences, and St. Joseph's Healthcare, who are integrating their strategic priorities into the Entertainment District Master Plan. Another HUPEG focus is the renovation of the Hamilton Convention Center. A complete floor-to-ceiling retrofit is happening as we speak, with 10,000 square feet of new event space being added throughout the facility. A $1 million investment in new HVAC equipment in partnership with Hamilton Community Enterprises and Nerva Energy will see the carbon footprint of the venue reduced by 50%. As part of the Convention Center Sustainability Plan, a rooftop garden and beehive are being added where honey being made on site will be used for various menu items and desserts, including in the venue's new cafe and wine bar, which will be accessible from Summers Lane and open to the public. HUPEG is by Hamilton, for Hamilton, and our partners are deeply invested in the well-being of this community. My Uncle Sam Mercanti and cousin Samantha from Mercanti Management and CarStar, as well as Paul Vaccarello from Tripemco Insurance, are all in on Hamilton and have been there from the beginning, supporting HUPEG's vision. Paul Paletta from Alinea Group, who is an alternate governor with the Ottawa Senators, and Cheto Sobot from Sobatech, an engineer that worked on the original Copps Coliseum construction project, have stepped up in a big way for us. Our 2025 HUPEG team additions include Hamilton Champions First Ontario Credit Union, represented by their CEO, Lloyd Smith, and VP Joanne Battaglia, and Ken Zakelli from Astra Capital. They have rounded out our partnership with strategic thoughtfulness centered on community impact. Our original teammates have collectively invested tens upon tens of thousands of hours in this pursuit. Jasper Kajavsky, our original founder and the creator of the name HUPEG, my brother Joe Mercanti, our workhorse consultant Justin Joseph, who's leading the Convention Center renovation and strategic advisor Dennis Concordia have all poured so much of their heart and soul into this project. And lastly, Lou Fraporti, thank you for leading the charge with our Hamilton Commons initiative and for all of your efforts around the Entertainment District BIA and supporting safety and security with Hamilton Police Services. The value proposition of HUPEG's master agreement will save taxpayers $155 million over the next 30 years, including $60 million in capital that would have been required in the last 5 years, and $15 million in operating costs that HUPEG has paid instead of taxpayers since then. As the largest equity partners in the Hamilton Arena Company behind Live Nation and Oakview Group, we are investing in Hamilton's future. Our vision of a robust downtown entertainment district is coming to life, with bridges being built to allow stakeholders from across the city to be engaged with their downtown community. We are getting closer to fulfilling our aspiration of being the ambitious city. Therefore, we ask for Council's continued leadership in supporting safety and security measures in the core. As we don't have the jurisdiction to lead those initiatives, we can only help and are happy to. Ensuring Hamiltonians and visitors alike have a welcoming experience when visiting the downtown with clean sidewalks and inspired public realm is so important for the image of Hamilton and to attract future investments and more jobs and a greater tax base into the city. We aspire to go far, therefore we are eager to continue to go on this journey together with you all. Thank you, and you stay classy, Hamilton.
Thank you for your delegation and the update. The speakers list is open, and first up we have Councillor Crash.
Sure.
Thanks very much. Glad to hear that it's coming to a completion. I'll see folks there for the Nine Inch Nails concert in February, so it'll be fun, I'm sure. Question for you about, you spoke about safety concerns downtown and looking for the city to step up and do something to help. You mentioned clean sidewalks. Could you give us another sense of the kinds of things you're looking for the city to invest in and what kind of conversations you've had about the cost of those investments?
Through the chair, so we've had discussions with staff and we being HUPEG, Oakview Group, and our various partners around what opening day looks like in the next month, and a lot of those discussions have spun off into other concepts around all things safety and security, making sure the walk from parking lots to the arena are comfortable, making sure that the sidewalks are appropriately swept and cleaned and power washed, which I know are common functions that are performed in downtown. So we've engaged through the city manager's office and various different departments within the city to have those discussions. As part of the entertainment BIA that we are hoping to bring online, we've been working with Christina Geisler, who's been great. We do hope that once that BIA is established, that having a more comprehensive vision of public realm is born out of that. We don't have the jurisdiction of sidewalks, of planters, of lighting, but we're hopeful that through the BIA we will be able to have those conversations with staff, and we are eager to continue those conversations.
Thanks very much for that. Another question for me is about the entertainment BIA, and so some of the feedback I've received about that from residents is kind of understanding what does that look like or what does it mean, right? So when you're establishing an entertainment district, obviously a lot of these businesses don't exist yet, right? And so what will you be looking at in terms of the group you're trying to capture in terms of the entertainment BIA? Obviously Jackson Square, lots of other things are close by. Could you expand on sort of what that looks like? I think at the outset, people are just confused by the sentiment.
So through the chair, there's at present there's a downtown BIA. There's various BIAs in the city, and some that would abut what we're hoping to establish. And there's a new Hess Village BIA, which we're excited about and happy to work with them for. But with respect to the proposed entertainment district BIA footprint, we are proposing a Main Street to the south, Cannon or York to the north, and then James to the east and Bay to the west. So we would be looking at working with the various property owners in that footprint and we as operators of the convention center and, obviously through our partnership with the arena and the concert hall, we would look to having those facilities engaged with the BIA as well. And so we would function in the same way as the other BIAs do and have our own strategic priorities and mandates and work in connection with the city and with the business. But the spirit is for a much more concentrated BIA to be established where we would operate no different than any other BIA.
Thanks. My last question from you is, are you aware of the work of the downtown subcommittee? Because I know you spoke about a number of initiatives downtown about trying to get things happening. Are you aware of the work that's happening there? Do you have plans to come delegate or speak to the downtown subcommittee?
Through the chair, we are our various stakeholders within HUPEG and the arena are aware of some of the functions and activities, and we certainly look forward to being more engaged with the downtown subcommittee and being an active player where we can and add value where we can.
Thanks. Those are my questions.
Thank you, Councillor Cretch. Next up, we have Councillor Francis.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Nan. Sorry. Could you walk me through how Oakview Group and Live Nation got involved with this arena through you?
Sure, through the chair. So we signed the master agreements. We pursued we went through the public tender back before the pandemic and signed the master agreement. And at that moment in time, we had previous relationships with Oakview Group and Live Nation and invited them into the project. The relationship goes back over a decade. I would say back in 2011, 2012, when the city was initially looking at privatizing the entertainment venues, I had become acquainted with a gentleman named Peter Luco, who at that time was the president of Global Spectrum, a facility management company, and Global Spectrum had the operating rights at the Labatt Centre in London, Ontario. And so I established a relationship with him. Global Spectrum at the time of the public tender in 2012 for the operating contracts for the entertainment venues bid on the arena and the concert hall alongside Live Nation, and Carmen's Group bid on the convention center. So we've had an alliance, a partnership, dating back to 2012. And Riley O'Connor, who's the current chairperson of Live Nation Canada, was a part of those conversations, and we had developed a great relationship with Riley then. Fast forward to 2018, when Carmen's Group was looking at perhaps making a bid to operate the arena and the theater at that time. We had linked up with Peter Luco again, who had left Global Spectrum and started working with Oakview Group. So we had rekindled the connection with Oakview Group in 2018. And then when we had bid on the entertainment venue redevelopment project. We secured the rights. We signed the master agreement. Jasper Kajavsky, who's here today, he commissioned the original arena renovation study with BBB Architects. BBB are well-known architects that do arena retrofits. They did Madison Square Garden. They did the Baltimore Arena that Oakview Group also worked on. And so Gary Green and Jasper had then reconnected us with Tim Lywicki and with Peter Luco at Oakview Group. And so we had restarted the efforts at that point. Oakview Group, early pandemic, was busy renovating and doing the arenas in Seattle and in New York where the Islanders play. And so once those projects were off, we invited them into the project, and they've been great partners since then. We've got a great working relationship with Tom Pistori, their Canadian CEO, and with Wayne Zoronic, the president of Live Nation Canada, and have had a great working relationship with them since then. But it goes back over a decade, and having them partners is a tremendous coup for Hamilton.
Thank you very much. And it's helpful history for those of us who were not around for those conversations back then. So I appreciate the thorough answer there. And one last question. This is a fun question, and I am a dreamer. But hypothetically, if Terry Pagula wanted to move his struggling Buffalo Sabres, who's selling $9 tickets some nights, and would double his franchise value simply by moving to Southern Ontario, is our TD Coliseum in Hamilton NHL ready? I gotta ask.
Through the chair, that's above my pay grade. So I certainly do not have the power or influence to be able to provide any context. But I do know that the arena is going to be ready to have hockey. So obviously an important part of the arena renovation is to still have sports tenants. So that we're delighted that the Toronto Rock is back, and the arena will be prepared for ice hockey of any form, I believe. But we will have hockey back in the arena. That is the aspiration, and that's already on record. Oakview Group have spoken to their aspiration of having hockey back. But the question on the Sabres is above my pay grade. But I couldn't argue if that ever happened.
Thanks for that. And just finish by saying I'm excited to get back in there. It looks fantastic. I think residents are going to be thrilled and proud when they see it. Thank you.
Amen. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Francis, Dreamers and Doers. On to Councillor Maureen Wilson, followed by Councillor Clark.
Thank you. In our house, it's he who shall not be named, Gary Bettman. Thank you very much. I appreciate you being here. I think because you are here and you are here annually, correct? I wanted to take the opportunity, because you raised it, the interface between this facility and the neighborhood and the public space. Full transparency and where the nature of my questions are, I absolutely believe that there is wealth being created by construction, but I'm interested in ongoing wealth creation that could come from this facility, and I think as a Hamiltonian, it would be obvious to me that you are too. So through the chair, in your description of an entertainment BIA, and in your description of wanting to make sure the public realm is safe and clean between the parking lot and the venue, I'm hoping that you could expand on that vision and that importance of the public realm to the downtown as a whole. Would you argue that this could have the opportunity to uplift small business, franchise, otherwise, entertainment, retail, food and beverage beyond this venue, and therefore it would be appropriate for the discussions to maybe cast themselves beyond that in terms of future wealth creation that comes from a public and a private investment. Through the chair.
Through the chair, absolutely, and we're excited for the economic impact that this will create for the immediate community, but the broader community. And you'd referenced the restaurants and the small businesses, but there will be, when big names are coming into Hamilton, there will be all the restaurants we hope are massively filled. We believe that visitors coming here for hopefully many nights are visiting the shops, and so there will be a tremendous economic lift when there's one event, let alone the 100 events that are being proposed at the arena next year. And not to be forgotten are the positive impacts of the concert hall. The slate that's being the music and entertainment slate there is tremendous. The convention center, our bookings for 2026 and beyond are up and are tremendous, and so there are going to be many new visitors in the city. We have not yet conducted an economic impact study, but it is something that is on our radar, because we do believe that this investment from Oakview Group and Live Nation and Hugh Peg and Partners will yield tremendous wealth creation for all of the businesses in the immediate vicinity, and the downtown is at service to the entire community. So, obviously, every major metropolis has a downtown precinct, and so it is important that Hamilton's is appropriately invested in, and because the downtown becomes the face of the city. It becomes a major, when others think about your city, they're thinking about the downtown, and therefore the image of downtown will help to attract new investment. Obviously when economic development and the team does a great job in trying to bring new businesses here, a lot of the times they will stay in hotels downtown and they'll be entertaining folks downtown. So a vibrant downtown is a magnet for future investment into Hamilton, future job creation, future property taxes. And so we believe that there is a tremendous opportunity there for the city. And having things like good street wayfinding, providing directional capabilities is an example of one piece of public realm investment that I think will go a long way.
Thank you. I think what I've heard you say is absolutely it's important for that sidewalk between the parking lot and this venue to be clean and for the area to be safe. I think I've also heard you say that the real opportunity for Hamiltonians is in ensuring that all the sidewalks leading to this venue, that's where the overall economic uplift comes and the possibility resides in. So I'm actually very heartened to hear you talk about a BIA, because I think that collusion of interest and opportunity can come in partnership with all the BIAs. And as Councillor Kretsch mentioned, the downtown committee that is focusing on the opportunity to create wealth, sustained, ongoing, forever wealth in our downtown. Thank you for being here.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Wilson. Next up, we have Councillor Clark, followed by Councillor Pauls, then Councillor Cooper.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Just a few questions of the delegate. I'm wondering if the delegate knows how many construction jobs were created by this project and how many jobs will be created with the opening of the venue.
So through the chair, we're aware that Elliston, who was the general contractor, and all, many of their employees were staying, downtown, but they had 300 to 400 individuals on site daily. That plus I think it's safe to say that there's a multiplier, that a lot of the suppliers providing various pieces of equipment to the venue, and there was a lot of local procurement, regional procurement, but a lot of local procurement. So those businesses also would have been able to provide products and services to the arena, so there'd be additional job creation there. So I don't have a specific number as of this moment, but I would venture to say that it would be probably close to 1,000. And I do know that the Hamilton Arena Company, TD Coliseum, had a job fair that was very well attended and are targeting 600 jobs at the arena at present, and that I do not believe includes the potential lift in job creation at the concert hall, and does not include job creation at the convention center or the additional jobs that will be created when all of the hotels are fully occupied and all of the restaurants are fully booked. And so there is going to be a tremendous job creation boon for the downtown and for the broader community. And even when the big concerts come to Hamilton, or to downtown, it's not just downtown businesses that are positively impacted. I can certainly state that our hotel on the East Mountain is fully booked, and so other hotels across the city will be fully booked, and other restaurants from across the city will be fully, or more actively programmed when big events do come. So the impact is broad, and for that reason, we are looking forward to doing a proper economic impact study, because I think it will be very insightful, and the number will be something Hamiltonians will love to see.
Thank you. One other question. There seems to be a big elephant in the room, and we're averting our eyes from the elephant. You mentioned clean and safe sidewalks. We know that we have 2,000 homeless in this community. We have about 250 to 300 chronically homeless individuals. Many of them live on the streets in downtown Hamilton. They frequent downtown Hamilton because that's where all the services are. That's where they get their social services. And we've heard from many business leaders who are concerned about their presence in downtown. How do we address the inherent conflicts that will occur on opening night when we have that many homeless living in the downtown area?
So through the chair, what I think an opportunity that exists is one of applying best practices that other municipalities and cities have deployed for the purpose of reinvigorating their downtown core. 2 months ago, I was part of a delegation of community folks and business folks that went to Detroit. And Detroit deployed a series of best practices and it was a collective partnership between government, private sector, community organizations, social services, that they created a master plan on how to make sure that their downtown became vibrant. After the auto crash in the 2007, 2008, 2009 window, downtown Detroit experienced vacancies and people leaving there in droves. They then created a formal partnership. I think it's actually called the Downtown Detroit Partnership, and they now have a system to ensure that those requiring mental health supports, addiction supports, that there are resources available for them, and there's a system by which they bring those individuals to the supports, and I think Detroit offers a wonderful case study. It's a few hours away, has experienced obviously its share of hardships and issues economically and socially, and I think there's a lot of tools and tricks that they deployed that could be brought to Hamilton.
Thank you. I'd be intrigued to see that study if you could share it with us. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Clark. Next up, we have Councillor Pauls.
Thank you. And through the chair, thank you, PJ, for being here and your team. I always love the entrepreneurship vision that your team has, because it not only makes the city only look good, but financially benefits the city. Can you repeat again your statement that says how much money the city is saving and how much money we are receiving from this great vision that you had and your team had to make our city not only look good, but financially stable?
Sure. Through the chair, we know that staff did an analysis of the savings that would accrue to City Hall and the taxpayers, and that number was $155 million. HUPEG had an initial commitment of investing in the arena alone $50 million. We obviously wanted to elevate the impact of this and bring world-class partners to the table. So instead of that $50 million investment happening, it's now near $300 million. And Oakview Group and Live Nation are world-class partners that have skill sets and relationships that were beyond what HUPEG alone was able to deliver. So the $155 million in savings is locked. The investment in community assets, public assets, has now gone up sixfold, so a 6-time greater investment. And what these numbers don't capture are the economic impacts that will accrue over the 30-year time period, which will be in the billions. So I think this investment, or this partnership, this public-private partnership, will yield, in the lifetime of the deal, billions in economic impact for the community. And more than that, it will positively change the image of Hamilton. It will help us get one step closer to being the ambitious city. It'll help us get one step closer to being on the world map. And, we're delighted that, with some of the shows that Live Nation is announcing, it's putting a magnet, or putting a big, Hamilton is now on the world stage in a big way, as we're part of a lot of these world tours for these big artists. So I think there's going to be a tremendous lift for economic development in Hamilton. We certainly hope that that the ECDEV team can utilize these assets to bring further investment into Hamilton, and that will just spur even greater job creation. We had a great conversation, Norm Schliehan and I, about the new. There's a company from Italy investing here in Hamilton in the Red Hill Business Park, and they're making a big investment in the community. We'd love to bring them to Andrea Bocelli, a nice Italian show for the Italian investors. And so I think there's going to be a lot of that available to ECDEV and to the city to leverage these wonderful community assets for building even more community that will create more jobs and more investment and a bigger tax base.
Thank you for that. I remember in 2018 when I got elected, and the first meeting we talked about the downtown, how the city really was losing money and how we could do it. So we need entrepreneurship. We need businessmen that have vision, that could bring money to our city to help lift our city up. That's why I love it, and I really thank you and every single person that's involved in this. I really appreciate it, and thank you for coming today.
No, thank you, Councillor.
Thank you, Councillor Pauls. Next up, we have Councillor Cooper. And just a note to the clerks, I do see that Councillor Jackson has tried to indicate a few times via WebEx.
Thank you, Chair. And through you, I echo Councillor Paul's thoughts. Truly visionary leadership. We're unlocking the potential, unleashing the potential of Hamilton. And I really believe this is a model that we can use for other things. I mean, this was essentially a white elephant that we had, and you're turning it into a crown jewel. So I applaud you and your partners. It's extremely exciting what's happening here. You're hearing some new terminology around the table around taxpayer savings. Never heard that before here, so I applaud you on that. I'm talking about elephants in the room. I mean, out on the campaign trail, people told me repeatedly, with violent crime that's going on downtown Hamilton, they don't want to go downtown Hamilton. This is a real issue. Like, we have to address this in order for you to be successful and for Hamilton to be successful. I'd like to hear from you in terms of how we're going to deal with that. There is a perception, there is a reality, but there's also the fact that, I'd also like to understand how we can help you.
Through the chair, a great question, and certainly something that's top of mind for our partners and a lot of business owners in downtown. And I believe that there's a lot of great things already happening through Chief Bergen and Hamilton Police Services, and I do know Core Patrol is being increased, which is certainly a positive step. And I do know that there have been meetings, safety and security meetings between the arena projects, the city, various city department stakeholders, including bylaw and fire and et cetera. And I believe that there's an opportunity for a framework to be established between multiple stakeholder groups, including police, the venues, the city, fire bylaw, to look at a comprehensive safety plan. And one interesting thing, there was a walkabout of downtown a month or two ago with various stakeholders, and we went by, walked a few blocks, and police services made an interesting comment that I was intrigued by, and they'd shared that when there are a lot of people downtown, the criminal element goes away, or it doesn't. So as we are successful in bringing big crowds downtown, and it's not unlike what happens with Supercrawl, Grey Cup festivals, but the criminal element kind of goes away because it doesn't want to be around a lot of people. So I think one of the natural byproducts of downtown being more activated is the unsavory elements might go somewhere else and not be as prevalent downtown. But that's not to say that we don't have a more comprehensive plan with police, with private security. I know that that the arena, our convention center, we deploy private security, so we have security on site. So there could be a framework and partnerships established between police services, city security teams and resources with private security to have a comprehensive framework to make sure that all visitors coming downtown feel safe. But I think that there's just a lot more, and the conversations are beginning. Lou Fraporti from our team has created some important connections with us. But I think more conversations and more partnerships and a more robust framework will just help us to address it, not just for opening night, but long term, and making sure that we have a plan for next year, 5 years from now, and a partnership that helps us work together towards the outcomes.
through you, Chair. Just as you start to evolve that framework, maybe you could bring it back to us so we could understand our role in the framework and so we could all partner together on this as well.
Through the chair, absolutely. And when we went to Detroit, we were intrigued. We were talking to a lot of the business owners, the bars, the restaurants, so we met with maybe a dozen and just trying to get the boots on the ground insights and things that they did. So there's a lot of best practices that were used there that could be deployed here, and happy to provide more insights with staff and through the city manager's office in due course.
Thank you, Councillor Cooper. Next up, we have Mayor Horwath, followed by Councillor Jackson.
Thanks very much, Deputy Mayor Nan. Appreciate it. Welcome. TJ, thank you for being here to give us the update. It's a very exciting update. I would venture to say it's the most exciting update that we've had in a very long time, and it's because of all the hard work that's gone on. I know this is about asking questions, and so I'm not going to be too long in that. But my question is more about the envelope itself as a downtown entity has been a bit of a bunker. And so can you share with the public and with people in this room whether you see that bunker changing in terms of its relationship with the streets around that part of our city?
Through the chair, we aspire and hope to build bridges with every other part of the city into downtown, and the various arteries into downtown via the streets, the sidewalks, and other networks. We want to make it flow with the rest of Hamilton and flow into other wards and to make it, one cohesive kind of experience coming to downtown. And so we certainly intend to remove the bunker mentality and to create connections both proverbially and literally with with the entertainment district and other parts of the city, and as mentioned, there are best practices that other cities have deployed that have had bigger issues than Hamilton. So I feel confident that with the right intention, we could put together a strategy that really helps us to make our downtown truly special. I was in a Hugh Peg Partners meeting yesterday, and my uncle Sam made a comment that one of the reasons why he's excited to be a part of this is he sees this as an opportunity to bring Hamilton back to the vibe and energy it had in the 50s and 60s and 70s when downtown was hopping, it was exciting, and people from Toronto came into downtown Hamilton, and we have that opportunity now with the magnet of that TD Coliseum Arena investment. We are going to be bringing people from the 416 into the 905, and that makes me excited. And so we're hoping to kind of create a new glory days for downtown Hamilton. Obviously we had a great heyday in the 50s, 60s, 70s, but now it's an opportunity to write a new chapter of a new set of glory days that our kids' generation can talk about.
Thanks, I appreciate that. Just on the issue of opening things up to the rest of the kind of community, if you will, do you see the success of that kind of opening up in the new designs in terms of the York Boulevard facade, for example, the restaurant that is coming from Matty Matheson, the Iron Cow Public House? Are those pieces important in your opinion when it comes to that space being more open, if you will, and more integrated with the streetscape of our downtown?
Through the chair, absolutely, and I'm happy that you mentioned York Boulevard specifically, because York will be the new gateway into Hamilton. When cars are coming from Burlington, Oakville, Mississauga, the first exit that you could take to get into downtown is the York Boulevard exit, and what a wonderful drive that is. You got Cootes Paradise to the right, you got the Hamilton Harbor to the left, and so that drive in is so strategically, critically important to the visual of Hamilton, and the first impression people have of Hamilton. And so there's, but the work done on the York Boulevard, the paving and the new road there is wonderful and great timing, you know, given the opening next month. But I think it shouldn't stop there, that there's an opportunity to have it continue through York Boulevard. And yeah, with Matty Matheson's restaurant, I've got a meeting tomorrow with his business partner at the French. We're meeting with Greg Dennett from the Chamber of Commerce. But we've got a world-class celebrity chef opening up a new signature restaurant right here in downtown Hamilton. It's going to be a wonderful opportunity to further put Hamilton on the map and showcase Hamilton's hospitality scene, culinary scene, art scene, and therefore York Boulevard as a corridor is so strategically important. And I know the farmers market has aspirations of expanding and doing some innovative things, but I think there's a wonderful opportunity to look at corridors like York and a few others into downtown, you know, us being super intentional about making them vibrant and attractive.
Appreciate that. Can I just end with one last kind of comment? And that's just how grateful I am in terms of the work that we had to do to get this over the finish line a couple years ago, and everything that's happened since then. It's been wonderful to see, and very proud of what you and the partners have brought in terms of the vision for our downtown and the investment, which is quite spectacular. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. Next up, we have Councillor Jackson.
Thanks, Deputy Mayor Nan. Thanks for helping me get connected on the speakers list as well. Good morning. PJ Mercanti, there's no better spokesperson for the HUPEG group than yourself. Always enjoy listening to your dissertation and the information and overall wonderful positive news you bring to council and our chambers. And Deputy Mayor Nan, just bear with me. I'm going to do a quick recap to get to a question to the delegate. 40 years ago in 1985, no, Deputy Mayor Nan, I was not on that council then. I hadn't arrived yet. But 40 years ago in 1985, the council of the day built Copps Coliseum for $50 million and came in under budget. Since then, we've brought the Canadian Figure Skating Championships, the Junos, Neil Diamond, AHL Hockey, twice attempts at Pavarotti, New Kids on the Block, all great acts, now to modern times, and the $300 million investment, PJ, from HUPEG, OVG, Live Nation. I'm just sensing, building on the past successes, PJ, I'm just sensing a new renaissance, taking this new edifice to another level with even greater expectations. And I'm just sensing an eye-popping going on in a broader sense, not only across the country and across the North America, but also worldwide. Do you just want to further comment on what I'm sensing about Hamilton now being put on another level and a greater number across your network that are realizing we want to bring things to Hamilton? Through you, Deputy Mayor Nan, please.
Through the chair, you're absolutely right, Councillor, that this is a new renaissance opportunity for Hamilton, and bringing in big names is a way of putting your city on the map. And I do know that for a few of the artists that have been announced, their world tours, the Hamilton venue has been some of the best-selling shows that they've had on their world tour. So as entertainers come to Hamilton, have a great experience here, they will spread the news about Hamilton being a destination that they want to add on to their world tours. So this is just the first chapter and what will hopefully be a series of wonderful chapters for Hamilton. And I do give credit to the visionary leadership of our partners at Live Nation and Oakview Group, who understood the importance of making sure that the artist experience was done right, where they're not getting ready in a hockey locker room per se. We still will have hockey locker rooms for hockey tenants and hockey teams, but the fact that the likes of Andrea Bocelli and Paul McCartney and now Rod Stewart will be able to have a proper back of house experience with great load in, great load out, they're going to be enjoying the experience much more, and selling Hamilton and being future ambassadors of Hamilton. That's certainly the hope and aspiration. But tourism has done a great job with the city's support, bringing the Junos back here in 2026. So there will be more big name shows, but there also will be wonderful sport tourism events and music tourism events like Canadian country musics, like, I know that, there's big other hockey tournaments that do happen, be it Memorial Cups and World Juniors. And so we certainly look forward to working in alignment with all the right partners to, bid on those at the right time. And, that will be done. Oakview Group's team at the arena who are managing it will lead the charge with that in conjunction with the right folks at tourism. But we're excited for all of the great programming that can happen there, happen at the concert hall, happen at the convention center. And, Vince Botts, our GM at the convention center, has even shared that the great buzz with the arena is having a trickle effect on his ability to book new conventions into Hamilton. And these are provincial conventions and national conventions that hadn't looked at Hamilton in the past 20 years. And so the fact that they're now looking at hosting big conventions in Hamilton is a huge coup, but it all began with that arena investment happening.
Thank you for all that sensational news, PJ. And Deputy Mayor Nan, just to conclude, we're going to be able to compete with the big players again and not be possibly an afterthought in the future, PJ. And once again, to your family, the Mercantis, the Palettas, the Fraportis, other local players, you folks have put all your money where your mouth has been, never giving up on our city. And my Ward 6 residents can't thank you enough. Thank you, Deputy Mayor Nan.
Thank you, Councillor Jackson. That exhausts our speakers list. Thank you so much, PJ, for coming in and providing the community update on the facility and what's to come.
Awesome.
There's no further questions, so at this point, may I please get a mover and seconder to receive the delegation? Moved by Mayor Horwath, seconded by Councillor Beatty. And it is receiving the delegations, and therefore it is a vote by show of hands, please. Any opposed? Seeing none, that carries unanimously. Thank you. On to item 7 on our agenda, which is items for information. If there's no objections, colleagues, just to kind of move us along in the proceedings, if I could get a mover and seconder to move 7.1, 7.2, and 7.3 as a batch. Thank you, Councillor Clark, seconded by Councillor Crutch. Any discussion on any of those items? I see Councillor Huang's hand is up. Councillor Huang on item 7.1. Okay, please proceed.
Yes, thank you so much. I truly appreciate this strategy. I find that it knits together a lot of the other strategies that we always talk about, everything from active transportation to climate change to the Economic Development Action Plan. My question, though, is that as much as this knits together the today, all of the strategies that we talk about today and in this term, there is supposed to be a new Economic Development Action Plan coming forward. So how would this connected community strategy kind of match or align with the new EDAP that might be coming forward for 2026 to 2031?
Thank you. Turning to General Manager Prasad.
Yes, thank you and good morning. It's Arvind Prasad, General Manager, Planning and Economic Development. The Economic Development Strategy is coming forward, and it will take into account existing strategies that the city has developed over time, and that will be considered and form part of the basis of preparing this new strategy.
Okay, thank you for that, GM. The follow-on question is, how do we rank this in terms of the hierarchy of all these strategies? So for me, I think that I'm just trying to understand which ones sort of take precedent. And I know that they all kind of work together because they are all referencing each other. And then that's how we're talking about the orders in terms of how we do city building. But how do we talk about this for in the public? I don't want it to be yet another strategy that kind of sits on a shelf. So how do we consistently refer back to this? How do we talk about this particular strategy, and where does it sit in that hierarchy? I know that was 3 different questions, but my hope is that you can kind of clear up the hierarchical structure of all of these strategies.
Councillor Pang, the front bench is just conferring on the totality of your questions.
Yes, I think from our perspective, this is one of many strategies, and that's absolutely correct. But when you look at any strategy like this, it's kind of like when you read an official plan, Councillor. They say you're not supposed to read one line of the official plan, but read it as a whole. Well, it's very similar with the strategies we have here at the city. You kind of have to look at them as a whole. This is a connected community strategy, so it does actually do a really good job in terms of weaving some of those pieces together. And I think that'll help us in being able to take a holistic approach to city building when we look at these strategies.
Okay. So I guess my last question then is, how often are we going to, say, update this? Because we're constantly coming up with strategies. We have consistently continued to add strategies to our sort of Rolodex or our shelf, right? So how will we keep this particular document relevant as we are consistently adding and removing and rejigging strategies?
Yes, thank you. And in terms of the specifics of this document, I'm going to ask Cyrus Tehrani, Chief Information Officer, to provide some insight on that.
Thank you. Through the chair to Councillor Wang. We were very conscious as part of this strategy to ensure that we're capturing a lot of the work that is already happening across other programs and weave them into one sort of collective document with key focus areas that have also been prioritized as areas of importance by council and the city, and through the public engagement that has been done to support the various underlying strategies that made this up. And we also tried to focus on ensuring that from an objectives perspective, they align with the various work plans and the other strategies to make sure that it remains relevant. And as with all other strategies, we look to come back and update it as the needs of the community change as well.
So just a follow on then, needs of the community can be anything from tomorrow to 10 years from now. So I think that that's still a vague answer. So I wonder, what is the expected cadence for an update of this kind of a strategy?
Through the chair to you, Councillor Wang, I would like to see this sort of being aligned with how we bring forward either an updated economic development action plan, if there are changes that are required, part of that. We foresee the sort of a 3-year runway on this, potentially, or 4 years, and at that point in time we need to ensure that it continues to have relevance and be updated accordingly or modified to better meet the needs of both the community and direction from council where we are at that point in time.
Thank you for that. Last comment is that this is such a really good document that really, like I said, knits together a lot of the different strategies. So as we are going into an election cycle next year, and we may or may not have new faces around this council table, I think that this is a really good strategy for us to bring forward at orientation. So perhaps I'll just put that as a bug in the clerk's ears, because I think that this is a real opportunity for us to get a holistic view of all of the different strategies moving forward. Thank you, Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Huang. On 7.1, we have Councillor Beattie.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor, and through you. Thank you for the report. Great strategy. Happy to read through it. But I'm sitting here and I'm thinking about comments made by Delegate Mercanti a few moments ago about if you want to go fast, go alone. If you want to go far, go with others. And what I don't immediately see embedded in this in any way is any description of how we might, as a community, interface with other external communities. And it probably is a little beyond the scope, but I'm just trying to get a sense of, I look to Burlington at the western edge of our city. I look to the West Niagara region, to the eastern edge of our city that abuts the community that I serve. And council members have heard me talk a lot about creating physical links, physical connections between my community, the West Niagara community, through transit. I've been having multiple meetings with members of council in the regions that are close to the community that I serve. I'm just trying to understand, in terms of connection, it's on the theme. Is there anything that you may have in terms of thoughts on how to take this and use it as a springboard to build better connections with our adjacent communities, going a little beyond some of the scope and the framework of this report?
Thank you, Councillor, through the chair. I think it's a good point. I think in terms of the original intent that was outlined in EDAP, the focus was on communities sort of within and the multiple communities that reside within our 1,100 square kilometer boundaries. But I take your point, and I would think that through the activities that happen through, again, participation in whether it be big city mayors or information sharing groups across various whether we have it through, shared committees that act, whether it be through Roma, through AMO, and some of those other connections, there may be opportunities to expand this. Again, I will frankly admit that originally when we had looked at it from an evolution of sort of what we wanted to do with it, it was more focused on bringing those connections within our boundaries. But I take your point as it relates to, how can we leverage our neighboring communities and any synergies there to continue to expand and make Hamilton an attractive place both for investment and a place to live. So I do appreciate those comments, and I think that maybe as part of my comments to Councillor Wang, there are again opportunities to look at how the scope could be considered or expanded for future revisions to ensure things like that are also taken into account.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Great answer, and I appreciate that. And I guess I'm offering the challenge from the bureaucratic, the administrative lens to those on the bench to try to seek out a little more intentionality in terms of cooperation between different municipalities, particularly those that are abutting and adjoining to our municipality. There are some such as myself that are doing it at a political level, but having a little bit of a more intentional focus from that administrative lens, I think, has tremendous benefit because, as we've just heard, Hamilton is going to continue to elevate, and some of our neighbors may want to integrate into part of that success that we're expected to receive over the coming years. So I look forward to perhaps a little refinement on that angle in the future.
Thank you, Councillor Beattie. There's nobody else on item 7.1, so we'll move to 7.3. First up is Councillor Crutch, followed by Councillor Clark.
Thanks very much for recognizing me. I want to speak to the presentation that was given and broadly the concerns that were raised about the downtown and with respect to this report. I really encourage the folks involved in the arena project to come to the downtown subcommittee, and I want to say that publicly. That is a place now where we're trying to coalesce around shared goals for making our downtown better, for all these kinds of bits of partnership we talk about. That partnership is often internal. So sometimes Public Works is involved in one piece, planning another, different divisions and departments are doing something, and we have all the GMs and directors and folks involved in those conversations, and that's the place to do it. I say this because the word partnerships gets thrown around a lot, and this is a city. It's a public place. My role is a public role. All of our roles are public. This isn't a private enterprise where we can have a coffee and sort it out. Like, this is something that has to happen in public and has to happen through professional, organized meetings. So I'm calling on everyone to do that, to come to a place where we can have public conversations about this, figure out what people's jurisdictions are, and let people get the work done. Right now, we haven't done that. And so I think it's really an essential part of when this comes online, we start to see the impact. We actually have some conversations where the public can delegate, people can be involved, downtown businesses can come forward and express their opinions, and people who live here can contribute. And I want to say that again, I don't really hear a focus about that in these conversations as yet. We're getting there. People are going to enjoy these concerts. People are going to enjoy the things that are happening there. I know that. But for a lot of folks who live downtown with a household income of $67,000, according to the 2021 census, much of what's happening here is going to be out of the reach for most people downtown. So how do we invite them in? How do we make sure they're part of this experience? And how do we make sure it lifts everybody up? So I think that still remains an important part of the conversation. I know it's evolving. When it comes online, we'll see what happens. But we have to have those conversations in public. We have to have them in a professional setting. And I'm inviting again, publicly this time, everyone to come to that discussion, join us at the Downtown Subcommittee, and let's make some progress together. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Next up, we have Councillor Clark on this item, and then followed by Councillor Huang.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. So I have one question, then I'll make a statement if I may. This is the same question I ask every year when this item comes before this robust body. Is HUPEG and their partners fully compliant with the master agreement and all ancillary agreements and all clauses?
Through the chair to the councillor. Yes, they are, councillor.
Do they have an agreement with the art gallery as was promised?
Although through the councillor to the through the chair to the councillor, although the art gallery is not part of the master, there's an obligation for them to work with the art gallery, and that is still currently in progress.
And the wording is always interesting because it was a part of the process. It may not have been a part of the master agreement, but it was part of the discussions that came about after the master agreement. And it was an item that we expect compliance with. We expect that they're going to come to an agreement. So what's the time schedule on that?
Just a moment as we get staff to the microphone. And if I could, previously that was Director of Economic Development, Director Slehan, and now we have Chief Real Estate Officer Kessler.
Through the chair, Ray Kessler, Chief Corporate Real Estate Officer. Currently, HUPEG is working with the art gallery. We are in dialogue with the art gallery. They're working collaboratively. We don't really have much of a role to play in that. It's more of an oversight role. They do have an obligation of working, and to our understanding from both art gallery and HUPEG perspectives, they are happy with the current state in terms of that obligation under the master agreement. I don't have a particular time frame because they haven't given us one either.
Okay, thank you. I will continue to ask those questions. It's important that we hold feet to the fire on these large, comprehensive and complex agreements. Just a quick statement. I heard Mr. McCanty, as a representative of the Hamilton Urban Precinct Entertainment Group, indicate that they want safe and clean sidewalks. I'm conscious, as is this council, about 250, 300 people who are chronically homeless, needing supportive housing, living in downtown, living on the streets. It would behoove HUPEG and OVG and all of their partners to consider supporting a supportive housing project to help get those individuals off the street and into supportive housing. They cannot survive just going into not-for-profit housing. They need supports beyond that. It is supportive housing that is required. We keep asking the provincial government for help. We're not getting it. The taxpayers of Hamilton are going it alone. And now I'm hearing pressure, subtle pressure, put on council to provide safe and clean streets. I would suggest diplomatically to the partners that they step up to the table and assist us in that regard. It could be done very easily as a donation to the group so that they get tax credit accordingly. But we have been going it alone for the most part, Deputy Mayor, and we need the support of large corporations to help us getting the funding for supportive housing, since senior levels of government are failing us.
Thank you, Councillor Clark. And that exhausts our speakers list. Councillor Huang's question was asked by you. And so it has been moved and seconded to receive these information items. That is a show of hand vote. If I could please get your vote now. Any opposed? Seeing none, that carries. Okay, we're moving on. It is 11:40. I am aiming to get through a couple of our items for consideration before we get to a lunch break. So first up, we have 8.1 PED 25232, which is revitalizing Hamilton Tax Increment Grant Program application, 173 Jackson Street East and 46 Ferguson Avenue South, Hamilton in Ward 2. May I please get a mover and seconder to get the report on the floor? Moved by Councillor Crutch, seconded by Councillor Tattison. Thank you. Did staff want an overview or anything? Nobody needs that. Did everybody? Okay. Councillor Cooper is requesting if you could just provide a high level on this report. Please do keep it brief, and we'll move into questions from there.
Good morning. Phil Caldwell, Manager of Commercial Districts and Small Business and Economic Development. This report is recommending approval of a tax increment grant for a new development being planned in downtown Hamilton. The program has no funding implications to the city. It is simply a grant provided that essentially rebates the taxes this development will ultimately pay back to them in the form of an incentive for developing here in the first place. The program has been around for decades and is part of the efforts to revitalize our downtown and other commercial districts. This particular development is a high-rise development, 29 stories, over 400 units, and complies with all the program terms that council's approved and that we administer the programs against.
Thank you. So if the speakers list is now open, Councillor Cooper.
Thank you. Just to understand the program a little more, we're really looking at this saying, without this program, probably this development won't go forward. Is that a fair assessment?
It's part of our effort through the chair. It's part of our efforts to attract development into the downtown and to recognize the risk and cost to do so compared to some other areas of the city like greenfield areas. So there's more cost to developing in the downtown versus some of those suburban areas. There's higher risk as well because of the nature of the high density development. So the program helps to offset those costs through an incentive, yes.
And this particular development would be a rental?
Yes, through the chair, this project is a rental development.
Through the chair, so when I look at the four-year program, what triggers year one to take place? Like, when do we know year one? There's like, how would you define that that event kicking off?
Sure, through the chair. The first grant, the first year's tax grant is paid when three conditions are met. One is that the development itself has been completed. The second is that the project has been reassessed by MPAC, which is important for us to understand what the uplift to the city has been that we're going to rebate on. And thirdly, that one full calendar year of taxes at the newly assessed rate have been paid to the city and that we can then use to rebate back to the developer. So once those three conditions have been met, the grant is paid.
So when you start looking at also, like, so we're doing a grant program really around property taxes, but we're also dealing with vacant unit taxes here because it is a rental and there could be some vacant units. Has there been any conversation around that about the ability to fill this up? We, in some of these cases, we're getting new developments in place, but in fact, they're not full. Okay, and so how does that play out? Has there been a conversation around the impact, and is the impact, like I guess what I'm trying to understand is, are we washing these incentives through another program called the vacant unit tax and just coming back to the city and just kind of a circular approach?
Through the chair, certainly not in an intentional way if that is happening. This program has been around for decades to incentivize the development. Obviously, the vacant unit tax is a fairly new exercise by the city. If some of the units within that building, once completed, become vacant and not leased, then that is for the property owner to make the city aware of through whatever process the city is advocating or requiring for that kind of taxation afterwards.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Cooper. Any further questions on this item? Councillor Clark.
Thank you. Do we consider programs from senior levels of government that are applicable to these properties prior to us approving this type of grant?
Through the chair, we do require applicants to disclose to us if they are receiving funding from any other levels of government. Generally, that will only apply in a couple of cases. One, through the ERASE programs where there might be some assistance for remediation. We then deduct that assistance from other levels of government off of anything the city might be providing through that kind of program. For this program, generally the only kind of government assistance that will be provided is through CMHC's low-interest construction loans, for example, to assist some rental developments to get going. That would not have an impact on the taxes that are ultimately paid and that we're rebating on.
I was under the impression that there was rebates for purpose-built rental properties from senior levels of government.
Through the chair, the only program we're consistently aware of from our applicants is that the CMHC program for low-interest construction loans.
Yeah, I have to look to the front bench. I thought there was a discount of GST for all purpose-built rental housing. Which would be 13% of construction costs.
Through you, Madam Mayor, or Deputy Mayor, Mike Zegeric, General Manager, Finance Corporate Services. I believe Councillor Clark's referring to the affordable housing program. So the HST rebate would apply for affordable housing, however defined by the federal government.
So it's not for purpose-built rental housing, because that's what they described in their literature. Yeah. Yes, they dealt with not-for-profit, but they also had GST rebates for purpose-built rental housing, and it was for the materials that were purchased to build the apartment.
It is, yeah. Do you want to? Through you, Madam Deputy Mayor, I'm going to ask GM Prasad maybe to provide clarity.
Yes, thank you. This is through you, Madam Chair. This is a moving target with all the incentives coming forward and so forth. But the last I think we remember is there was a GST, HST rebate for affordable housing. As long as there's a minimum of 4 residential units, I believe there was some other criteria that we can look up, but there is some criteria around it. But I believe that that was the case. Sorry, and one more item. There it appears there is a maximum of about $40,000 per unit is a rebate.
Yeah, I'll have to dig into my notes, but I'm aware of developers who have applied for rebate of GST for purpose-built rental housing, and it was not for affordable housing.
So through you, Madam Chair, I'm sorry if I was unclear about that. That is absolutely correct. You're 100% correct. There is a rebate, GST rebate for purpose-built rental, but all I'm saying is there's some criteria around it, including the dollar amount and number of units.
Yeah, it's 13% rebate for all construction materials that are used when the people are buying wood, steel, et cetera, et cetera. So my question is, do we take those rebate programs into account, or does the developer just get to roll the dice and take every rebate they can? And in this case, the city of Hamilton is rebating them income tax, and yet we have not contemplated or considered any rebates that they might be receiving from senior levels of government. So does the program not require the city to look at the overall development and what rebates were applied and successfully received, or we just add on automatically?
Through the chair, we offer different incentive programs for different purposes. We have programs that are intended to reimburse for the purposes of actual construction costs that have been outlaid, such as our facade grant programs. In those instances where there is an additional program available that is going to compensate a developer for those costs, those specific construction invoiced costs, we would deduct those in all our programs from consideration so that they're not achieving more of a grant than what they outlaid. For this grant program is not a rebate of construction costs. It is a program incentivizing someone to develop within a certain area of the city to a broader benefit of the downtown. So in that sense, the program does not contemplate a deduct any incentive from another level of government that is for a specific cost, because that's not what this program is rebating.
Well, I think at some point, Deputy Mayor, we might want to reconsider how we actually work this program, because I'm very cognizant of the fact that we are constantly investing in not-for-profit housing and not getting the same partnership from senior levels of government. And so here, developers are getting many rebates, not just from the City of Hamilton, but also from senior levels of government. And we're not contemplating that when we're looking at this type of an agreement. And I think that's a mistake. Thank you.
Thank you. No further speakers on this item. So it's been moved and seconded and before committee for electronic vote. And that carries. Thank you. 8.2, Business Improvement Areas 2026 Budgets and Schedule of Payments. Elsie McCray, I understand that there's an administrative item on this.
So sorry, through the Deputy Mayor, it's on item 8.4.
Oh, my apologies. Okay, so proceeding with the PED International Village Improvement Area, Business Improvement Area 2026 Budget, PED 25014, Hess Village, and correspondence accordingly. May I please get a mover and seconder to put the item on the floor? Councillor Crutch, Councillor Pauls, thank you both. Any discussion on the item? Councillor Clark, thank you.
So if there is a BIA budget increase and the BIA votes to increase their budget, doesn't the BIA themselves, are they not required to consult with the members of the BIA, the businesses that are participating in that BIA, so that they're aware of any increases to the funding program? Because it is a levy against them for the most part.
Good morning. I'm back. Through the chair, yes. So the board is the representative and decision maker on behalf of the businesses. They elect to make whatever increase they deem necessary in order to support and reinvest into those areas. And we present as approved by the board and their membership.
And so the obligation is not on the municipality to consult those businesses within that BIA. The obligation and responsibility is on the BIA executive to stay in contact with their members and ensure that they're aware of what their budget needs are before they submit the budget to the city and we levy. Is that a fair representation as to what actually transpires?
Through the chair, that's absolutely correct.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Clark. Nobody else? Oh, Councillor Crutch.
Just to put a finer point on it, since I sit on the board of all these BIAs, the board elects members from the BIA's businesses to sit on the board, and the board brings forward these statements, these changes, everything through duly announced to all the members' board meetings. They're approved there before they come here.
Thank you. No further speakers on this item. It's been moved and seconded before committee for approval. Electronic vote, please. Thank you. That carries. On to 8.3, facilities naming subcommittee minutes, FSCN 25-003 of the meeting held on October 9th, 2025. Moved by Councillor Cassar, seconded by Councillor Alex Wilson. Any discussion on the items? Councillor Beattie.
Thank you, Chair. Through you, very quickly, item main point 3, which is the naming of the building within the Alexander Park at 201 Whitney Avenue. Just a quick question. The renaming, and very supportive, we'll vote in favor, no problem. Just trying to understand, in a previous life when I was a district school board trustee, the terminology of community hub had a particular connotation. It suggested a certain thing, and I'm just wondering what in this context the community hub means. Is it something more aligned to a community hub that I would have experienced potentially when trying to build out community hubs at various schools around the area or various multi-disciplined facilities, or is there a different meaning in this context, just by way of explanation? Thank you.
Oh, sorry. I was looking at the bench. Sorry, Councillor Maureen Wilson, please.
No, thank you, Chair. I think I should take this one in fairness to staff. I'll try my best to respond without getting too historic and wonky. The Ainsleywood neighborhood, over the last number of years, because of the funding formula enjoyed by the universities, has really seen a change in that neighborhood. And with the loss of permanent residents, as you know, not to cast shade, but they also lost an elementary school. They do not have any recreational assets with the exception of those that are outside, and they do have a deficiency of green space. I don't have any control over the university's housing plans, nor do I have any control over what is done and with and who is housed in private property. But what I have intentionally sought to do is to invest discretionary monies in public assets to be enjoyed by that neighborhood. So it includes new playground. There will be a skate park forthcoming that will serve the West End, including Dundas. This hub is a place where the neighborhood can gather to have neighborhood conversations, neighborhood decisions. It's also going to be a recreational asset in the sense that folks who they want to come and plan for a euchre night, do yoga. It's going to be available to the community. The Ainsleywood Community Association, which is like a neighborhood association, they intentionally wanted the word community hub because they're very committed to try and create a sense of neighborhood and community, and that was the word that they put forward. I don't know if that answers your question.
Thank you, through the chair. 100% yes, does. Apologies, I missed this in the first reading going through the different report and just saw it here. Very much if I had caught it earlier, would have asked you offline, not trying to put you on the spot, but it sounds like it's 100% what I would have expected, and great to hear the efforts being put forward in that community. And yes, fully understanding the reality in the Ainslie community. Thank you.
Thank you. No further speakers on this item. It's been moved and seconded before committee for electronic vote, please. Thank you. That carries on to 8.4. On this one, Elsie McRae, administrative item.
Yes, so through the Deputy Mayor, on page 3 of 4 of the minutes of the Business Improvement Area Subcommittee from October 14th, there is a typographical error. There is a 1 missing in front of one of the numbers, so it should read 10,000 instead of 0,834. Just noting it'll be fixed after the meeting.
Thank you so much. Could I get a mover and seconder to put the item on the floor? Councillor Pauls, thank you. And Councillor Kazar, thank you. It's been moved and seconded. Any discussion on the item? Seeing none, it's before committee for electronic vote. And that carries. Okay, so council members, we're right at noon. Do you want to break for lunch now and come back in 30 minutes? Thank you. Could I get a mover and seconder for that? Thank you. Councillor Francis and then Councillor Kassar. Any discussion on adjourning or recessing for lunch? Comment on recessing for lunch.
I know there's a couple here anyways that are here about the vacant tax. They've been here all day. I don't know if they know how long we're going to be, if they can stay. I think we need to either move on. I know it's going to take a lot of talking to, I don't know how much longer, but I think because they're here, I think we should move on, but it's your vote.
Thank you. Any other speakers on this? Seeing none, it's before committee to vote for recess for lunch, which would be exactly 30 minutes. So that our delegates are aware, there is a cafe downstairs as well for lunch. And that carries. We'll be breaking for lunch and back exactly at 12:30 on this item. Thank you.
Okay, welcome back, everyone. We are going to get right to the agenda here. My understanding is there's a staff presentation for this item, 8.5, but they are looking for a couple more minutes. So normally it's a 10-minute presentation. They're looking for an extra 5, so moved by Councillor Maureen Wilson and seconded by Councillor Narendra Nan. Can we have a vote on that, please? Electronic, I believe, because it's a... That carries 15-0. Thanks very much. I believe we're going to start off on this item 8.5 with the introductory remarks by our City Manager, Marnie Cluckley, and then a staff presentation by Clayton Pereira, our Director of Revenue Services for this matter. So when you're all ready to go, please proceed, City Manager Cluckley.
Through you, Madam Mayor, City Manager Marnie Cluckley. So today, Council is receiving an update on the vacant unit tax program, which is an initiative to encourage property owners to return vacant homes to the market and strengthen Hamilton's housing supply. Council first directed staff to explore the VUT tax back in 2019, and following provincial authorization in 2022, Hamilton's first VUT bylaw was approved in 2024. So the 2024 occupancy year marked the program's first full cycle of declarations, and this therefore makes the first time Council will be hearing the results. And as such, I'd like to introduce it to give me the opportunity to begin by thanking staff across the departments for their tremendous work in launching and administering the new program. The VUT represents a new team, and their dedication and collaboration, as well as their commitment to continuous improvement, were evident in the first year. From working with Council to extend deadlines, enhance the online portal, to expanding in-person support and improving communication with residents. I also want to recognize and thank the elected officials and their office teams for their outreach and education of the VUT with constituents, and the VUT team couldn't have done it without that support. They were tremendous throughout the process, so thanks to them. The director is going to go into more details during his presentation, but I want to just provide a few key data highlights that came out of the first year. The program achieved a 97.8% declaration compliance rate, which represented 178,000 properties. The overall vacancy rate was 2.5%, which included both declared and deemed vacant units. And the implementation costs came in well below the forecasted costs. So it came in at $0.93 million rather than the original forecast of $2.6 million, which is 65% lower than anticipated. As well, administration costs were also slightly below budgeted costs at $2.16 million rather than the forecasted $2.25 million budget. So the city is on track to recover all startup costs within the first year. The program was approved to be delivered by 16 positions, with 12 currently in place. And financially, then, that means that the VUT program exceeded expectations. It generated $12.5 to $12.7 million in net proceeds anticipated after all of the costs are accounted for. And that revenue will go to the Affordable Housing Funding Program Reserve for future investments in affordable housing initiatives. So importantly, these revenues help to reduce pressure on the levy and the taxpayer. So from the perspective of a first-year rollout and the direction provided previously related to the program exceeded the financial expectations, it achieved strong compliance, it maintained lower costs than projected, and delivered significant revenue for affordable housing. And it positions Hamilton alongside other major Canadian cities that use vacancy taxes as effective housing and revenue tools. And so now, after the presentation, it will be up to Council to decide, of course, whether the program and the bylaw for extending it are to continue. But at this point, I'll turn it over to staff to present the full report and walk us through the details, the program improvements for 2025, and any next steps. Thank you.
Thanks, City Manager. Please go ahead, Director Pereira, when you're ready.
Good afternoon, everyone. Through the chair, my name is Clayton Pereira, Director of Revenue Services, and I'm here to present the interim update on the vacant unit tax program for the 2024 occupancy year. The focus is on program development, implementation outcomes, challenges, and financial impacts. Before I get started, I wanted to take a quick moment to thank and acknowledge the hard work of the VUT team for their efforts this year to support the residents. The agenda is going to walk through the VUT roadmap, interim stats, audit efforts, challenges encountered, improvements underway, and reserve fund allocations, and conclude with the recommendations for council considerations. So first off, it's just essential to give a high-level roadmap. I'm not going to walk through every single bullet over here. So in December 2019, Council directed staff to explore the VUT program. By May of 2022, the province granted Hamilton the authority to implement the vacant unit tax. In April 2024, Council approved the VUT bylaw, enabling formal program launch. Now, some of the milestones in 2025 include the Canada Post labor dispute that affected the original declaration period of Jan 13 to March 31st. With Council approval, staff opened the declaration period on February the 10th to April the 30th and waived the $250 late declaration fee. The declaration period was further extended to May 30th to accommodate delays. And then on June the 9th, the vacant unit tax bills were issued to approximately 6,800 properties. On June the 16th, so just a week later, the notice of complaint period began to appeal. The notice of complaint period began, and those that were charged the vacant unit tax had the ability to appeal the charge with supporting documentations. This period was further extended by Council from 60 to 120 days that ended on October the 7th. And last but not least, the audit period began this month, initiating verification of declarations and compliance. So what have the stats showed us as of October the 7th? So this slide represents the occupancy status distribution of properties subject to the vacant unit tax. So initially, we had close to 98%, 97.6 to be accurate, that declared as occupied or exempt. 0.2%, or 372 properties, were declared vacant. And then finally, 2.2% were deemed vacant through the program criteria. The 2.2% represents about 91% of that vacant unit tax charge. I'm going to unpack what the 2.2 actually means as far as the deemed vacant, and we're talking roughly about 3,900 properties that were impacted under the deemed vacant category. So firstly, I'm going to define what deemed vacant is, just to kind of make sure we're all on the same page. Deemed vacant simply means due to not submitting an occupancy declaration. The efforts that were made to support the deemed vacant as well as all residents were reminder letters throughout the year, advertising such as social media platforms, paid advertising on the Weather Network, the SPEC, radio, and strategically in drop-in clinics, and then further, drop-in clinics at all the wards, and then strategic drop-in clinics at senior centers, as well as during the provincial elections. Now, this is an important stat to keep in mind. For those that appealed, but after the October 7th deadline, are roughly about 94 property owners that have reached out to dispute. One of them being the individual that delegated, Delegate Malik, if each of you can remember. So those 94 property owners had there been an allowance for staff to proceed, that would have reduced the vacant unit tax overall revenues by roughly about $360,000. Obviously, I've heard the motion on the floor for the extension for November 30th. That will allow not only the 94, but any additional property owners to declare as well. So now just looking at the 2.5 on average vacancy geographically. And this is as of October the 7th. So what we're seeing are vacancy rates highest in smaller multi-unit properties and in wards 2 and 3 where tenant-occupied housing is more common. And that's just from the analysis. It's essentially sharing a high-level sort of specific behavior in those two particular wards. Taking this further, to hone in on the declared and deemed vacant properties, on June the 9th, as mentioned, 6,800 or about 6,800 properties were built. Those further broken down into 372 declared and 6,400 deemed vacant. On September the 17th, the notice of complaint period was extended by council to 120 days from the bill date. That came to an end on October the 7th once again. And the specific stats on the next two icons here are basically of the 6,800 properties roughly that were built, a third of them appealed the charges. And the balance, up to October the 7th, have not disputed the charge. So now I'm going to just unpack the 2,200 property owners that appealed, or the third. So based on the stats, what staff have actually looked at is basically all the supporting documentation that has been provided. And roughly 83% of those have actually been approved as occupied. The 2.2%, or roughly about 50, were denied based on the supporting documentation or no supporting documentation. So therefore, they were denied occupancy, i.e. they were deemed vacant. However, these property owners that were denied do have the ability as a second opportunity per the bylaw to dispute the appeal for an additional 60 days with further documentation that staff have reached out to ensure that we are looking at this very carefully. And the last at the bottom are the pending, where we have about 340 properties that are still pending. And what pending means is two things. It's still under review by staff, or we're waiting for documentation from the resident. So again, to summarize all the numbers that I've mentioned so far. So this slide, and in the council report, it's further broken down, compares the actuals that we are forecasting as of December 31st with what was originally in front of council in 2022. And I'll just elaborate a little bit just to highlight some of the nuances back in 2022 versus the actuals now. This slide compares the 22 forecast with the current outlook for 2025 for the vacant unit tax. The initial estimate was based on limited data and projected roughly about 4.3 million over 5 years. The 2025 forecast used actual billing data and accounts for program delays and increased costs. Based on the October 7th deadline, estimated net funds for the Affordable Housing Funding Program range between 12.54 and 12.74 million. And the range has really got to do with 100% success of those that have appealed, meaning they are, we have conservatively taken them that they will be successfully appealed, and therefore the charges will be reversed, including any penalty and interest. Please note, and I do want to stress on this, at this point that these figures are estimates and will only become actuals by Q2 of 2026. The forecast does not include potential audit revenue, which may further impact final totals. Now, this takes me to the audit revenue piece in itself. So this slide outlines the purpose, timing, and expectations of the audit campaign for the vacant unit tax program. The audit campaign is consistent with practices in other municipalities that have implemented the VUT and have identified non-compliance with occupancy declarations in the first year of their programs. The audit began this month, and based on the experience of other municipalities, we anticipate identifying instances of non-compliance. These findings will help validate declarations and strengthen program integrity. Once again, the results and the outcomes of it from the audit will be shared in the 2024 annual report scheduled for release in Q2 of 2026. With all first-year programs, I did want to highlight that there were 4 key themes that have emerged as far as the challenges and some of the improvements that we're looking and building on for potentially year 2. Delayed launch. The first challenge we faced right off the bat was the Canada Post labor disruption, which impacted our ability to launch the program and schedule. Our mitigation, as previously mentioned, was to push the declaration period by 1 month and waive the late fee. We use this as an opportunity to continue to educate all the residents on this new program. Technology barrier. We also encountered accessibility issues with residents completing the declarations online. To address this, we introduced alternative submission methods, including phone, mail, email, and in-person support through our municipal service centers, and as mentioned, the drop-in clinics. Next was call wait times. Long wait times were another concern. In response, we implemented an escalation line for unique situations and inquiries, introduced a callback system, and made internal procedural changes to improve service efficiency. Awareness gaps, and still an ongoing for obviously those that have not really heard much about the vacant unit tax. We found that many residents were unaware of the vacant unit tax program and the annual declaration requirement. To close this gap, we launched a robust communication plan, as previously mentioned. Now, confessing to the challenges and improvements does not mean it just stops there. We have to look at this as a continuous improvement piece. And some of the highlights have come in from the delegates that we certainly want to hear about and take into consideration as part of the year 2 improvements. So our focus is on improving 2 major pieces here, customer experience and then refining the exemptions. I think we have heard that through the delegates, and I'm sure we have heard this from the council offices. And all of this is, as mentioned, from the feedback throughout the declaration period. So one of the few quick wins that we are considering are extending the timelines for appeals and declarations, offering early in-person clinics, adding new exemptions like hazardous properties and model homes. We are also enhancing the online portal, phone systems, and introducing new tools like a complaint form or hotline to better support residents. I'm nearing the end. This slide essentially talks about where the funds for the vacant unit tax will go. The funds will be essentially, after all the costs are considered, will support the housing initiatives. The actual amount will be transferred to the Affordable Housing Funding Program reserve in Q2 of 2026 after the complaint and audit periods are completed. Council will determine how the funds are used, allowing flexibility to align with strategic priorities, particularly the Housing Sustainability Investment Roadmap. And last but not least, the recommendations. There are 4 recommendations here, and then one that has made its way by motion. I'm not going to read these out, but essentially, I just want to flag that the main piece here is obviously to carry on the vacant unit tax program. That's recommendation number 2, and approve the 2025 vacant unit tax bylaw. And subsequently, some of the other pieces that are also necessary to ensure that everything is completed for this year. The presentation is not concluded. I'm happy to take any questions.
Thanks very much, Director Pereira. I think before we actually open the floor to questions, we'll actually put the item on the agenda so that are on the floor. So can I have a mover and seconder to put item 8.5 on the floor, please? Moved by Councillor McMeekin, seconded by Councillor Nan. And now I'll open up the speakers list for any questions. And when you get tired of standing there, Director Pereira, let me know, and we'll give you a chance to have a seat. So I have a speakers list already started. Councillor Nan, please go ahead.
Thank you, through you, Mayor. First of all, thank you to each and every finance staff and vacant units team member who contributed to lifting up the program from council direction and towards a very successful year of implementation. It's been done with integrity. It's been done with public service excellence. It's been done with putting tax fairness at the foreground and at the heart of the program, as well as being consistently responsive from a customer service lens with a goal to encourage homes to be lived in. And I really do applaud all the staff who've helped Hamilton carry out this program for the first time this year. That said, doing anything for the first time is going to have kinks in it. And I wanted to be very deliberate about my words about the fact that staff have been doing a very great job at customer service iterations throughout the rollout of this program this year. That said, we've heard from residents in our own community and in delegations today that some of them did express the need for more time. So if I could, through you, and you mentioned it in the presentation, Director, we heard from 2 delegates today who believed they had legitimate grounds for appeals. You mentioned one of them. Could you comment on those types of cases, and what have we learned as a set of patterns, if you will, that emerged as to why residents were not able to fulfill their commitment for the declaration?
Thanks. Director Pereira, please go ahead.
Through the chair. One of the common themes that we did hear about were not able to declare, mostly because they never received the mail, for whatever the reason may be. And therefore, when they only were triggered by it, by the charge that showed up, on their property tax account. And again, as to how they see that, we're not really sure. That said, it was a trigger that prompted them to then reach out to the tax office and highlight the specific charge that they were shocked by. Through the extension offered by council, firstly to October 7th and the potential motion to extend it to November 30th, we will have this opportunity to capture all of those. That said, we may not capture everyone. So the vacant unit tax bylaw that has been crafted for 2025 also allows those that were unable to meet potentially the November 30th deadline will have that opportunity to appeal year 1. However, there'll be an administrative fee to appeal the vacant unit tax in year one. And this has been a best practice that we have seen in other municipalities, and we think that this would be another good opportunity and a customer service-centric model that we want to have in Hamilton.
Thank you for that. And with the motion that has been indicated to moving towards a November 30th extension for that deadline, you mentioned right now, Director, that would capture those that have already contacted the city. And then we've heard from colleagues around the table that there's potentially hundreds more who would take advantage of that extended deadline. Would staff feel that that's a sufficient amount of time to be able to process all of those additional? Would it be appeal at that point?
Through the chair, yes, I believe that would be the case. I do not want to put myself in their shoes because they do work tirelessly to that end and have already dealt with about 2,200. So dealing with the hundreds is probably sufficient. However, one of our best practices as part of hearing some of the conversations with the delegates today is ongoing communication with each of the appellants to ensure that they are seeing movement on the appeal process.
Thank you. And last question on the presentation,
Sure,
if
please.
I could. You mentioned the audit, Director. Could you help clarify that you said that the audit will help validate complaints and strengthen the program accuracy. Can you say more about this in terms of what will the audit process entail? And what are we hoping to glean from it as a municipality?
To the chair. The audit will firstly look at some of the supporting documentation that we have received as a starting point, where they, at this point, may have been pending because we are looking for additional information. And if that information does not match with what we think it should be in an occupied state, we will then make that decision. And that's basically how we went through the process as far as denying those applications with supporting documentation. So that's step one, because that's the easy one. It's a low-hanging fruit where we look at the supporting documentation. The other, and we have had several where there have been complaints or tips that have come in. And so having the hotline, as mentioned, for year two will further allow for that opportunity to actually assess those properties as to the status of how they declared in the first place versus the complaint and tip. The other would be just working with our departments in here. One that comes to mind is essentially the building department, to look at permits, to look at fire as another source, and most importantly, bylaw. That already have sufficient database that have this information, and we are working with these departments to try and ensure there's information sharing not only one way, but both ways.
Thank you. Is there anything else on the audit? If not, I'll hold my questions. I did have a couple on the report specifically as well.
Okay, thank you. We'll put you back on.
Thank you.
Okay, next we have Councillor Pauls. Please go ahead.
Thank you. I want to, first of all, go to page 26, and it says that the interim VUT statistic on declared and deemed properties, that Ward 2 and Ward 3 were the highest. Couple of questions. How many of these homes are dilapidated and are not fixable? Have you gone there to see the homes?
Through the chair, personally, no, I have not.
Okay. And will we go to those homes, now that we know they're empty, to see if they're dilapidated or they're good enough to be rented for our social housing?
Through the chair, excellent question, Councillor Pauls. And I will say this, that we did have instances of that occurred during the declaration period. And then we made modifications to the bylaw for 2025, where we identified potential exemptions where it was uninhabitable. And obviously, it has to meet certain criteria, including the building departments, that it meets a definition of what is uninhabitable. And naturally, we would work with our counterparts to firstly ensure that that is true and records overall in the city are accurate. But if there's, again, information that does not seem to be in sync of where we think it should be potentially habitable as opposed to uninhabitable, it would be flagged through the audit process.
Councillor Voss?
Okay, so as we know, if they're dilapidated, the city, we can't even take them down because we have to change our bylaw where it says that unless somebody's ready to build and has planning, we cannot even take them down. So that's, to me, we have to change that bylaw first. My second question is, we had a gentleman about a month ago coming saying there's over 200 or 300 empty commercial building and they're still standing and they cause problem. Why aren't they being charged? It's only the house vacant tax and not the commercial tax.
I think that that was the decision of this body to put a vacant unit tax in place on residential properties. Councillor,
Okay.
I don't think that that's something that the staff had any control over.
Okay, well.
But we can, if you wanted to respond,
I
for
wanna
sure,
answer
Director,
that.
please do go ahead.
Through the chair, if I may, the provincial legislation limits it to just the residential class. So,
Well, that's.
so I just want to caveat that it was not a decision by staff or for council to limit it to just the residential class. So an excellent point, but I think that's one of those sort of conversations we need to have with the provincial counterparts.
Thank you for clarifying that. I appreciate
Thank you for clarifying that, but if you think about it, I go downtown, I go down Barton and all that, I see buildings where there's apartments where we could give them to our homeless people or to the people that need housing. So we're penalizing the homeowners who pays their taxes and all that. So that's one point. But I want to ask you another question. We voted to say that the nonprofit do not have to declare vacancy. And I understand, they're nonprofit. But my question is, yet people who save money, purchase a house, maybe have an additional home to let their income improve and be an entrepreneur, we let them pay. Our cities, we have lots that are empty, and yet we don't pay. Now, I know that was a decision that we made, but do you see the irony here? Do you see it at all? But anyways, my next question is, we talk about other cities. I want to ask you a question, other cities. We have 444 cities. I looked, right now, we only have 4 cities that are implemented. Do you think we're like Vancouver?
Councillor Pauls, I don't know that that's...
It is a question. Are we Vancouver?
We're not Vancouver. We're Hamilton.
Thank you. Why aren't we not Vancouver? Because...
Councillor Pauls, I think you're getting a bit over the top in terms of trying to ask questions that the staff actually have the capacity to respond to.
So
can I just ask that you do that, please? Thank you.
You know what? I get a little bit... I shouldn't say excited. A lot of people have emailed me, that's why.
I know.
A lot of people have talked to me, and they're struggling, and that is why I'm like this. So I want to ask you, out of the 444 cities, how many cities have this bylaw that are like us?
Director Cabrera?
Through the chair, actually, I'm going to pass it over to GM Zagaric.
Please go ahead, GM Zagaric.
Through you, Madam Mayor, going back to, I believe it was 2021, when staff were directed to investigate the vacant unit tax, we did look at comparisons to those municipalities that had the power and authority to implement a vacant unit tax. And at the time, we did report to council it was they were estimates that we were making with respect to the number of vacant units. Why I raise it, we weren't making comparisons to those municipalities like Vancouver and Toronto for a number of reasons. Those municipalities may attract investor activities at a greater level than the City of Hamilton does, including from foreign investors. And we recognize that it wasn't necessarily fair to compare the vacancy experience and vacant unit taxes in those municipalities. And so when we estimated what the numbers might be for the City of Hamilton, we took that into consideration, not to suggest that they were transferable in terms of their experiences to Hamilton, recognizing those are global, recognized municipalities and attract different levels of interest and investment globally than the City of Hamilton might.
So Councillor Pauls, do you want to go back on the list?
Yes, I have actually for finance. There's
a whole bunch of other questions. Okay, so I did interrupt you, so I gave you a little bit more time, and we'll go back to you. We'll get you back on for a second time. Thanks, appreciate that. Councillor Clark, please go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor Horvath. I've heard it described as deemed or declared or / deemed vacant units. Can I ask from finance staff, do we have an actual number of declared vacant units?
Director Pereira?
Through the chair, Councillor Clark, the declared vacant units are 372, and the deemed vacant as of October the 7th are 3,897 properties.
So the projections on the actual revenue from it, it's not based on the declared units, it's based on the estimated units that remain where they have not disputed the VUT charge and we're assuming they're vacant. Is that correct?
Through the chair, that is correct, as the October 7th deadline has passed. So there's no other way to assume otherwise. And further to that, the audit will likely result in further non-compliance.
Well, we don't know that.
No, we don't.
Just to be clear.
Yeah.
With respect to the number of units that are not disputing it, so when there's document that says 4,534, I think you use the number of 3,000 something. Can I ask how many property taxpayers are paying their taxes monthly or through the 10 payment program? Do we have an idea as to how many are paying all at once and how many are paying monthly?
Director Pereira? James Garrick?
Through the chair, I can see Councillor Clark's asking how many property owners are on pre-authorized payment plans, and they could be on a 10-month or a 12-month pre-authorized payment plan. I think in total maybe 50,000, but I can check that number and come back to committee as you're continuing to deliberate.
Thank you.
Thank you. So those who have not disputed the VUT charge, we are assuming that they opened the envelope that included the VUT charge. But we have no way of verifying that they actually know about it. And the challenge that I'm facing in my ward is many people are telling me they don't open their tax bill because they don't want to know what the tax bill is, and it just comes out monthly or every 10 equalized payments. So how do we gain their attention if they're not opening their tax bills? If they're not going to the mailbox? I have many residents in my ward that they're all doing it online now and they're not going to their mailbox at all because they don't want the junk mail. So I'm struggling with this because right now it looks like 4,534. You have indicated over 3,000. It's quite possible that they know nothing about the vacant unit tax. Is that not a fair statement?
Director Pereira?
Through the chair, that statement is certainly close to being accurate. And
I do my best.
As we heard from one of the delegates as an example, where in their case, they do not receive any sort of mail whatsoever. In fact, they probably do not even receive the final tax bill, but their regular sort of process to pay the property taxes is every October. And at that point, they were surprised to find out about the vacant unit tax. So the opportunity that presents itself to make them aware is through various different means. One of them is through the behavior of a resident coming in to pay the property taxes if they're not on PAP or the mortgage. But even through the PAP and the mortgage, there would have been opportunities that would have flagged that PAP, hey, there's a new additional charge. Would you like that included as part of your pre-authorized? As part of the mortgage, they would have been flagged by the mortgage company. There's a charge that's going to be deducted from their checkings account or their savings account. So there are options if they were unbeknownst with some of the advertising that was already out there. So we are able to capture that through this process as part of the education efforts.
Thank you. Mayor, I have additional questions, so if you can put me on for a second time, please.
Thanks, Councillor Clark. Absolutely.
Dagnabbit.
Councillor Cooper, please.
Thank you, Chair. Through you, what do you understand as being the objective of this program?
Through the chair, good question. So the objective of this program, just like many of the other municipalities that do have this vacant unit tax program in place, is essentially to meet some of the housing challenges and some of the affordability that comes with each municipality and their struggles. In Hamilton's case, it's the homelessness. And that is one of the initiatives that we have taken from some of the municipalities and the pages that they have done with the vacant unit tax monies.
Thank you. Chair, through you. So realizing our objective is to deal with homelessness, how many people were homeless when we started this program in Hamilton?
I don't know that Director Pereira has a response to that, but perhaps GM Mader will help with that.
Through the chair, General Manager Grace Mader, Healthy and Safe Communities. Through you to the councillor, there's been an increasing number of homelessness over the last number of years in the community. I think it was earlier this year, our number was up over 2,000 of those. And when we say that number, those includes individuals that are sleeping outside as well as those that are in our shelter system.
So that's an answer of where homelessness is today. But my question was, where was homeless when we started? And I already know the answer. It's 1,200. Okay, 1,200.
There's definitely been an increase. Yeah. GM Mader, you'd agree with that?
Yes, through the chair, absolutely there is an increasing, as there is increasing numbers throughout the province and throughout the country.
So we started at 1,200 when the program started, just because I only got 5 minutes to get to the point. We're now at 2,000, okay? We do have an exemption for nonprofit housing. Why do we have an exemption for nonprofit housing? I'm interested through you, Chair, in terms of why we exempted nonprofit housing. In my mind, I would think that nonprofit housing is kind of tied to homelessness, but we've given them a pass. I don't understand why.
Through the chair, so just for clarification, are you talking about a not-profit housing in the residential class? Because again, the scope of the vacant unit tax program as defined by the province is only for residential properties.
So I'm talking about the exemption that's on your website that says that exemption to the program was nonprofit housing. So however you define that on the website, is my question to you is why would that be exempted?
Through the chair.
Yeah.
Through you, Madam
James
Deputy
Garrick,
Mayor.
sorry.
It was during the rollout of the program we heard from our not-for-profit stakeholders that they in part are challenged with turnover of some of their units, whereby there's a delay in being able to have those units in an occupied state. And so it was the decision of council to extend the exemptions to include the not-for-profits to respond to what we heard from those stakeholders regarding the challenges they were experiencing, and not to add some financial impacts, unintended financial impacts to our not-for-profit housing providers.
Thanks, James Garrick. Go ahead.
Through you, Chair. So if I understand it correctly, the nonprofit organizations servicing homeless communities came forward and said, we think that the timeline you're creating around this program is unrealistic and we can't live with it, so we want an exemption. But we did go ahead and put that same timeline on everyone else, even though the people closest to the homeless community said it was unrealistic. And so I guess I'm asking, why would we do that? If we already knew it was unrealistic, the timeline that we're giving people around vacant unit homes, why would we proceed with a program that we wouldn't work?
Through you, Madam Deputy Mayor, sorry, to be clear, what the housing providers shared was from time to time, units are in a state between occupancy that requires restoration. And those restoration requirements may exceed the 183 days, and consequently, they would be impacted by a vacant unit tax. And so the decision was, and staff recommended, was to extend the exemption to the not-for-housing providers to not be punitive and to allow them the time necessary to turn over their units so that they could be in a state that they could be occupied.
Thanks, James Garrick. Please keep going.
Thank you, GM.
Another minute.
Through you, Chair. How many homes does the city? How many vacant homes does the city of Hamilton currently have?
Are you talking just all residential, or are you talking not-for-profit?
Sorry, owned by the city of Hamilton. How many?
Oh, City Housing Hamilton?
Yes.
I don't know that we have that right now, but I can say that we did have a couple of hundred, and they were rented up, and the vacancy management was increased managed significantly to bring the vacancy rates down in the City Housing Hamilton. I'm going to ask your permission to have the chair of City Housing Hamilton respond, if that's.
Oh, thank you.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you.
Certainly happy to do so. Through leadership of the board and staff at City Housing Hamilton, we eliminated the 487 unit vacancy by investing in the repair at an expedited process. So within 48 months, all those units that had been identified as being vacant were all repaired and occupied by December last year. And the vacancy rate has significantly reduced. I think it was initially at one point reported at 10%, then it went down to 6.7%. Now we're hovering at less than 2%.
What number would that be, through you, Chair?
Our total housing stock in City Housing Hamilton is 7,700. And so less than 2% of those are vacant. And the turnaround, I could refer to staff on this one and get you back the information prior to council. But it's my understanding that there is a new standard of service that's been defined by City Housing Hamilton that when a unit becomes vacant, i.e. somebody leaves their unit or is transferred out of their unit in order for them to be right-sized into the appropriate unit size that they need, there is a defined period in which that unit can remain vacant in order to assess the property, make sure that any repairs that need to be done are done, and then reoccupied by somebody on the access to housing wait list. I can get you that number specifically, but I don't have it on the top of my head, and I can ask City Housing Hamilton staff. Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Cooper, the time has run out, and so we will put you back on the list if you have more questions. Yes, Thank you. Councillor Spatafora, please go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor, and I'm going to try and keep my questions short and quick. Hopefully the response is the same, because it seems we're getting through the 5 minutes quick. So stop me as soon as I'm incorrect or I'm lying about something, please. So we assume 372 declared vacant units, which generated 1.09 million when they all paid in full. Your report says staff administration costs are 2.16 million. So and again, please stop me if I've lied or said something incorrect. That means the program is operating currently at a 1.07 million loss, correct?
Director Pereira?
Through the chair, if you're making reference to just the 372 properties, that statement is correct.
Okay.
However,
I don't want to get into the other stuff. Just please, I'd like to follow the questions here. So out of the 372 that have been actually declared to the city, and if those people have paid in full, the program is currently operating at a loss. So we got that. Now the 3,897 properties that are deemed vacant, we have no idea if they're vacant or not. We don't. They're deemed vacant because we don't have a declaration saying they are or they're not, just like the people that have come here today. So 3,897 properties potentially vacant, but we don't know. If they never respond to the declaration, what is your comfort level? How reasonable is it to assume they're going to pay?
Director Pereira?
So through the chair, this is very much treated just like property taxes. So when a property tax bill goes out and there are that final tax bill is made aware to the resident, there are due dates, and if the due dates are not, if the amounts are not paid by the due dates, there's penalty and interest that accumulates every month. And then if it's still not paid, after 2 years, there's a letter that's registered to the property owner. And if it's still not paid at the 3-year mark, we proceed to a tax sale.
Thank you for that. So out of the 3,897 homes that we have no idea if they're vacant or not, and those individuals don't want to declare that they've lived in that house for a day, 100 days, 10 years, 50 years, we are going to continue to charge them on the property tax bill and then eventually lien their homes. So this is what we're doing to the residents of the city of Hamilton. They own a home, they didn't provide a piece of paper that we asked for, and we're going to lien their homes, which potentially could mean we're going to lien close to 4,000 residents of this city's homes. So I wanted clarity on how we would get to the end, which is the exact same as the property tax.
Can I just let you know that there's somebody that's going to answer your question, which is James Garrett. Please go ahead.
Through you, Madam Deputy Mayor, the vacant unit tax being applied to the tax roll is treated similarly with property taxes, water and wastewater arrears, bylaw infractions, local improvement charges. These are all charges that the city secures against the property. And so to the councillor's question, these are secured charges with a high level of confidence that we will collect, and that they're secured against the property, and as Director Pereira described in terms of the process. We don't want to go to tax sale, and that's why we would encourage property owners, if supported by committee and council, to take the opportunity to complete the declarations if they haven't done so already.
Thanks, James Garrett. Please go ahead, Councillor Spadafora.
Basically what you said, Director, that's treated the same way as every other infraction from the city. So I think you talked about the audit process. Can you just describe for me in detail, you said the residents are going to provide the evidence and the support. Is that correct? So what exactly evidence and support are we talking about? Just to be clear.
Through the chair, so the supporting documentation would vary based on obviously what information was provided in the first place as part of the declaration. So each situation would naturally require supporting documentation that we see fit. But just by way of example, we would be looking at a simple request would be like a driver's license, because the driver's license would naturally have the information to that specific address. Others would be, just having a look at their water bill. And we would be, in some instances, we have seen lease agreements where they have actually tenanted it out, and we have the lease agreement, and we have the information as far as validating that rent was actually paid through the bank statement, as an example.
Perfect. So if you could put me on a second time, we hired 16 employees and the residents are doing the work. But put me on a second time, please, Mayor.
Okay,
Thank you.
absolutely. Thanks, Councillor Spadafora. Councillor Cassar, please.
Thank you, Mayor Horvath. And thank you for the presentation. You were speaking about delegates throughout the presentation and some of the questions. So I wanted to follow up on one of the delegates we had earlier today, Delegate Chesla. Indicated that appeal was filed on June 23rd and hadn't received a response yet. So generally, could you speak to what the turnaround time we've achieved or the team has achieved for appeals and anything specific on this instance you may be able to share? Thank you.
To the Chair, and thank you for that question, Councillor Kassar. I did have a conversation with the vacant unit tax team and as well as Delegate Chalsa during the lunch break. And in this particular instance, first I'll speak about a general process. And that is typically when we do ask for supporting information, we typically have a much sooner time than what we've actually made available through the bylaw, which is a 90-day turnaround. We have in fact met a much shorter timeline with the staff complement to do so. And again, these are for the cases where it is pretty much evident with the supporting documentation that a vacant unit tax analyst would review and get ready for approval for the vacant unit tax leadership team to approve as far as a reversal of the charges and the potential penalty and interest that may have accrued as well. In this particular case for Delegate Chalsa, and I do want to go on record that I did speak to him during the lunch break, and I did apologize for, firstly, for the delay in communication. We did receive the information on June the 23rd, and through that process, we have now gone through a secondary review, which means that it is no more with the vacant unit tax analyst, and in this particular case, it has been escalated with the vacant unit tax leadership team to review and consider the information that has been provided.
Thank you. Councillor Kassar.
Yeah, thank you very much. Through the past few months, Director Pereira and his team have been very responsive to inquiries from my office, similar to as you just expressed there. So thank you for that. Second and final question is just in the presentation you mentioned about reviewing exemptions to see what we have now and what should be in the future. Is there anything you're able to offer on the approach there or what might be on the table? It's an open-ended question. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Kassar.
Through the Chair, Councillor Kassar, excellent questions. And so these were some of the opportunities we saw even during the declaration period. We are not looking at these just as a one-time as we renew the bylaw on an annual basis. As an example, we had several builders that have model homes and brand new homes that were not able to be sold. And in looking at best practices with municipalities that do have the vacant unit tax program, it was fairly evident that this was one of those opportunities where we did not want to essentially have the charge in place for the model home and or these brand new homes that were still on the market because of economic conditions. So the policy decision was made midway through the declaration period to exempt them for that. So that is one exemption that is now entrenched into the VUT bylaw for 2025. Another one that came up was uninhabitable and hazardous homes, where we have had, as mentioned in Councillor Paul's questions, that we had a handful of property owners that have this very situation. And this has been part of the consideration to include them through the vacant unit tax bylaw.
Yeah, thank you very much, Director Pereira. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Kassar. Councillor McMeekin, please.
Yes, thanks. I look forward, Your Worship, to having a debate when we actually get to that point. But a couple questions I have that I think may be pertinent, or a comment and then a question. We're here today because the province, through enabling legislation, have indicated that municipalities can choose to apply. And given that we knew that, we chose to do so. Right? Just to be clear. Right? Okay. My question, you may recall that at one point I was, I think essentially suggesting when we had the last debate, if we're going to tick people off, let's make it worthwhile. you know, and looked at a 3% tax, I backed away from that position. In large part because there seems to be a significant resource, potential resource here in terms of revenue coming in. I like the calibrated idea. If the house remains vacant for a second year, you add another %, but I don't think we should jump immediately to 3. I just want to clear that up, lest somebody recalls I said that and wants to hold me accountable. My question is simple, and it ties to the line of questioning from my good friend, Councillor Spadafora, was talking about what have we actually collected and versus what we've actually encumbered as an operating expense. My question is the $12.5 million revenue projection, how was that calculated?
Through the chair, the details are in the council report. I'm just going to go to that and just kind of give you a sense. Sorry, bear with me for 1 second.
When you find it, can you just say it out loud in case councillors want to look at their reports?
Sure. So this is on page 5 of the council report.
Yeah, it's a pivotal question, Your Worship, I believe, how that we actually came up with that figure. So,
yep.
Sure.
And it's table 1 specifically in the council report. So the 12.74 to 12.54 million is the bottom line number after looking at the operating expenditures and the one-time implementation cost, again forecasted to December 31st, 2025, to consider that still there's operating costs that are incurred up to December 31st and the implementation cost up to that point. So that's basically how the 12.54 and 12.74 has been determined. Again, as mentioned in the presentation, the range is just based on the percentage of appeals that are successful versus denied. And looking at what has been successful is about roughly 83 to 86% versus 100%, meaning all of the appeals are successful in the terms of the property being occupied. So that's why we have the range. And so that is how it works through on the top part of the table, where it talks about the gross amount which was actually charged, and then the successful appeals, which is where I talk about the percentage, which is where we get to the 15.64 million to the 15.84. After that, it's a straight down add based on the forecasted numbers, leading to the number that you alluded to.
So it's a real figure?
It's close to being real at this point, as far as where we think the estimates are going to go.
Yeah, fair enough. Well, we're all struggling here. You know, it's well, you're not. I am a little bit, but not maybe as much as some others. The thought. Go ahead.
Go ahead.
Sorry, if I may interrupt.
Director.
I see Councillor James Garrick.
Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead, James Garrick.
Thank you. Through you, Madam Mayor, and just to provide a little further clarity, in that table, in terms of the revenues, those could be considered actual revenues if council does not adjust the October 7th date for notice of complaint. Why do I say that? These are the figures as of October 7th. Any property deemed will be expected to pay the vacant unit tax. Again, unless the notice of declaration period is extended and unless the 2025 bylaw is approved, because as Director Pereira identified, the 2025 bylaw includes a mechanism for property owners to appeal the 2024 filing. So those two factors can affect that figure. It could reduce the figure because property owners, we heard today, less than 100 have expressed an interest to declare, as well as the opportunity, if the 2025 bylaw is approved, to give property owners one last and further opportunity to appeal in 2026 as it relates to their 2024 status.
Thank you.
So that's helpful. It's a supplemental question. Have all the homes, I think you used the word deemed, being made aware of the fact that they have. That's my question.
Jim
Through you, Madam Mayor, I'll start and I'll invite Director Pereira to expand. Yes, in that they've all received, I believe, as of June 30th, but Director Pereira will correct me, their property tax billings. And so through the property tax billings, the property owner and or mortgage company would be aware that a vacant unit tax has been added on over and above what they would have historically seen in terms of tax billings.
Okay, one final comment.
Can you wrap up and go on again, Councillor McMeekin, or is this a very
No,
easy?
it's the very last. It's just an observation. The 12.5 or 5.2 or 12 point, whatever it is, that is a revenue source that will be dedicated to fill in the blank. It's dedicated to housing, homelessness.
Through the chair, it would be to the housing, and specifically it would be the Affordable Housing Funding Program Reserve. That is the umbrella for everything housing related.
Okay, so we've had some struggles with respect to the cost of responding to some of the challenges. If this program were to be removed, dare I suggest that that's roughly equivalent, almost exactly equivalent to a 1% tax increase.
That's right.
If we add it to the levy.
Thanks, Councillor McMeekin. We now have on the list, and if you want to go back on, you're welcome to do so, Councillor Beattie. And then, since we've gone through the first round of questions, then perhaps Clayton, if you wanted to take a seat, if you're feeling like you want to do that after Councillor Beattie's question. If not, you're welcome to be wherever you're comfortable. Councillor Beattie, please go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. Through you, I want to start by acknowledging, similar to what Councillor Nan said, that staff, they're just following direction. They've implemented what the majority of council had directed them to do. And so I just want to personally offer thanks to Clayton and Mike, Director Zagaric, and Director Pereira. General Manager Zagaric, I demoted you there temporarily, Mike, apologies. Just on a human level, you've been very, very responsive to the inquiries that I've had to make, and there have been numerous interactions and contact points with both of you, and very appreciative of how you've handled it very professionally, very respectfully. So if I end up sounding a little angry at some point, it's not personal, it's the subject matter. I just want to drill down on the uninhabitable piece. It's come up now twice. And in your response, you made mention to the fact that you've been working with, you used the example of the building division, on trying to determine what is an uninhabitable resident. And I guess my struggle is when I go and I put on my planning committee hat, and a number of us sit on that body, we have a number of properties that come before that body that the building division have deemed to be structurally sound, and therefore not in a position to demolish, but they're not inhabitable. And I'm just trying to see if you have a little more of a further definition, or if you're just relying on what often comes before our committee, whereby I would say from an engineering standpoint, it's fine, but when we start to dig a little deeper and look in the basement, look behind the walls, we quickly discover that no human being should live in that house. So do you have any more detail on what your definition might be?
Director Pereira?
Through the chair, firstly, thank you, Councillor Beattie, for your kind words. I think I extend that to the vacant unit tax team. In regards to your question, it is one that we are continuing to work with the building department. So I'm not going to essentially make a decision on this where, if it is deemed habitable, but it is really not habitable for the property owner, I think that's something that we just still have to explore. And again, to be fair, I think this is where we are continuing to educate ourselves on what is really the best practice, and really what is also a Made in Hamilton solution that is coming in front of another committee on this very matter.
Appreciate that, Director, and perhaps my comments are contextual for your ability to move forward on that. I just want to get some confirmation on a couple of percentage points and numbers that are buried in this report and the three different versions of the report that we have. So we have declared or occupied. So declared, meaning occupied or exempt, 97.6%. Declared vacant, 0.2%. And then no declaration, which is deemed vacant, 2.2%. Can I just get you to verify that I've got those numbers correctly?
Through the chair, that is correct.
Okay. So we've broken down the total number of properties, the 178,000 total, into basically two groups of responders and non-responders. The responders have an adoption rate that's very high, and subsequently an occupancy rate, if I could use that term. The occupancy rate in the responders is very high. And then we have a secondary group of non-responders. And from that group, then there's a group that comes back and appeals. And in that appeal rate, and if I want to make sure that I have my terms correctly, 82.8% of appeals are successful, meaning that they were declared to be occupied and not vacant. 2.2% of the appeals were unsuccessful, meaning that they were declared to be vacant. If you could validate that for me.
Through the chair, you have got that correct, and I will add another piece as mentioned in the presentation, that even the 2.2 that were deemed, sorry, I'm not going to use the word deemed, the 2.2 that were denied as part of the notice of complaint process, they do have the ability to appeal it for the second time. So we're not done yet.
Okay, so we could still see those that are somehow by default declared vacant, that number could continue to shrink through future appeals. Is that a fair statement?
Through the chair, that is correct.
Okay. So we have these two groups, one that filed with no issue, one that filed and subsequently appealed, but the composition is very similar. We have a very high percentage that end up being declared as occupied, a very low percentage that end up being declared as vacant. But then we have a third group who have chosen not to, or somehow been unable to declare. We don't know the exact reasoning. It's a very large number, 3,897. That is the deemed vacant. That's where the city has come in and said through a non-response, we believe that the home is vacant, but we have no proof either way. Is that a fair statement?
Through the chair, that is also correct.
Okay. And so I guess I'm trying to understand the bulk of the projections for the revenue, the $12 million, $13 million, is it not based on like 100% of that remaining third group coming back as vacant, as opposed to some delineation or breakdown where some of them are vacant, some are non-vacant? Like that $13 million, and I'm rounding up, is based on the deemed all coming back, 100% of them, more or less, as vacant and penalty applied.
Director Pereira?
Through the chair, so just clarifying, I think you've, for the most part, you've got it right. So as mentioned in the presentation, the 2.2 that were deemed vacant, 91% of that will be charged the vacant unit tax as of October the 7th. So it's 91%. And so that translates into the bottom line number being the 12 million range that is there.
James Garrick also wanted to
Sure.
add his comment.
Through you, Madam Mayor, and sorry not to eat away Councillor Beatty's time, but,
No,
but
I
I think this is just relevant to reinforce the messaging. With respect to the deemed, how it's being represented in the report is accurate. It's accurate in that staff do not know whether committee and council will extend the notice of complaint period. If committee and council does not extend the notice of complaint period, there's no further opportunity for property owners to appeal. As well, if committee and council does not approve the 2025 bylaw, that opportunity to appeal 2024's will not be available to property owners. So again, how it's represented in the report is reflective of what we know as of October 7th.
Okay. I just want to finish up. I'm going to end up on the second time, Mayor, sorry. I'm coming back to these three distinct groups. Those early adopters, those who appealed, and then those who we just haven't heard from yet. And in the first two groups, we have a swing of between 83 and 98% occupancy, meaning in those first two groups, representative of all Hamiltonians across the city, anywhere from 83 to 98% are occupied. But in this third group, the assumption being made is 0% are occupied. And I'm trying to understand why statistically we decided to do that.
Through you, Madam Mayor, let me be clear. What we're representing is not their occupancy status. What we're representing is their taxable, in that they did not meet the timelines to declare, including up to October 7th. And so consequently, they are responsible for paying the vacant unit tax. That's what that table, the $12 million, ultimately the net, represents.
So then to finish up on the line of questioning, Mayor, if the extension is granted and every single one of the 3,897 members of that third group all declare occupancy and are proven to be occupied, the revenue goes from $13 million to zero.
Through the chair, not to zero. The 372, I believe to date, it's about $1 million. So the ones who have declared vacant and are paying the vacant unit tax, the city would receive that. If all of the deemed properties were to be satisfy the requirement of occupancy and meet the potential extension, then yes, then they would not be subject to the vacant unit tax nor the penalty and interest accruing against those properties.
Okay, and then our projections subsequently go out the window. I'll come back on a second.
Thanks, Councillor Beattie. You're on for a second time, did you say? Okay. Okay, so now we're on to second time speakers. I would ask that folks try to kind of tread new ground or dig new ground up on this one, because we've had a lot of questions and a lot of responses already. And I look to the director to determine whether you would like to take a break and have a seat, or you would? Okay, very good then. So thank you very much for standing through that first set of questions. And I think that,
Sorry, through you, Madam Mayor, just before we're done the first round, can I provide some of the information asked in the first round?
Sure.
That, so to Councillor Clark's question regarding pre-authorized payment plans, 64,000 are enrolled in monthly. That could be either 10 months or 12 months, and 6,500 are enrolled in pre-authorized quarterly installments. I'll just caveat, this includes all properties, so I'm not able to break down residential from commercial and industrial. So those are the numbers with respect to pre-authorized payment plan. And just for Councillor Beattie's question regarding uninhabitable and hazardous property, I'll just direct committee members to page 5 of 14 of the bylaw. There is wording in that in the bylaw that goes beyond the building department's definition for uninhabitable, but essentially if a property inspection or assessment is performed by a licensed professional or City of Hamilton official, that would be the necessary information in terms of deeming a property to be uninhabitable. So it gives property owners the opportunity to engage with a professional or city official to deem that property uninhabitable.
Okay. Thanks, James Garrick. So I just want to make sure, Director Prairie, you're okay there? Okay, thank you. Thanks, Councillor Francis. All right, so we're now on to Councillor Nan, and I just want to say this, we're well into this conversation. I suspect that people will now be mixing questions with comments because we have to get through this issue. So what I would like to do is open it up, obviously, for the second round speakers, questions as well as comments so that we can, further our work on this file. So please go ahead, Councillor Nan.
Thank you. I will do my best to combine the two, but right now...
you can still go on for a third time. I'm just asking to tighten things up a bit, please.
Perfect. So through you, Mayor, to answer Councillor Cooper's question, currently City Housing Hamilton has 179 vacant units. Those are vacant as a result of tenancy changes or repairs. The City Housing Hamilton's target for service standard is 90 days from vacancy to next occupancy. Our contractors have 60 days in order to complete their work, in order to enable new tenants to move in with those 90 days. So we are well beyond completing the work within the 183 days and don't have any intention to seek exemption further on the vacant unit tax because we don't need to. Our service standards exceed the vacant unit tax standards. On to questions to staff. They're not on the report specifically, but around it, in that there has been some community dialogue by different sectoral stakeholders that say that the vacant unit tax is a burden from the perspective of preventing new development from taking place in the city, and that the city should not be pursuing the vacant unit tax any further, and instead needs to do more to incentive building more residential homes. So if I could, through you, Mayor, to General Manager Prasad, if we could get a accounting or summary, doesn't have to be very specific, but if you could give a rundown of the types of very diverse incentives the municipality currently has that supports new development, new residential development, and specifically in the spectrum of affordability. Thank you.
Chair Prasad? These are residential incentives
to build.
Yes, through you, Madam Mayor. Yes, absolutely. We can provide you with that list. I just can't do it right now verbally, but definitely can provide you with a nice list that shows you a list of those incentives.
And if I could, through you, Mayor, one of them was on the agenda earlier today with the property on James Street and the property on Ferguson that received an incentive to build hundreds of new residential units in the city of Hamilton, multiple more like that. There was also a sectoral argument made that, and perhaps it was also made in the delegations today, that the city is not providing enough supports to offer low-income renters the ability to rent within the private rental market in our city. Some of the accusations went on even further to imply that the city is knowingly participating in scamming, where the city is giving some people first and last month's rent in order for them to be delinquent tenants. If I could, please, I wanted to give staff an opportunity to respond to that as it was publicly stated. I know that there's a lot of work happening around rent subsidies and helping people stay within the affordable housing market stock that we have. So if I could get comment on that, please.
Jim Mader, please.
Through the chair to the councillor, thanks for the opportunity. Yes, the assertion also was about that that there was no oversight on rent geared to income. There's an annual reporting for individuals, anyone receiving a rent geared to income, they report annually, and it's oversight with our case managers. We are focused very much on those tenant supports, helping people to remain housed, because if we keep them in their houses, that helps us from any issues of homelessness. So that has been a lot of the focus. We can, as GM Prasad has indicated, we can also include some of those numbers too as to the number of people that we are providing RGIs to and the other kinds of subsidies. We could forward that on to council for review as well.
Thank you, I appreciate it. And through you, Mayor, maybe there is enough time for me to just say my final comments now, which is that we recognize housing as a human right. This council has declared that we're facing an affordable housing crisis. And I believe we have an obligation as a city to pull every lever we have to ensure a full spectrum of housing, from market affordable to nonprofit. And the city of Hamilton has been demonstrating leadership in the province and doing everything that we possibly can. This is not just about homelessness. This is about safe, dignified, and affordable housing options for a wide spectrum of Hamiltonians. The point of the program is to reduce the number of vacant homes in our city. Many who own secondary or multiple properties don't live in the city of Hamilton. They are out-of-town investors. It's evidenced by the number of overflowing mailboxes and the number of unkept properties from a yard maintenance perspective. In fact, I've heard from multi-year tenants who proudly paid monthly, year upon year, and were good tenants that otherwise ended up becoming evicted in the city of Hamilton. The rates were increased and those homes have remained vacant in many cases. The truth of the matter is the vacant unit tax program is an effective program to occupy previously vacant homes being rented or being sold and lived in. The City of Ottawa experienced a 50% reduction in the number of vacant units this year, which is year 2 of the program. The revenue for us goes towards building more affordable housing needs from building new and preserving those that exist. Mayor, through you, I'm not interested in coming in on a third time. The program outcomes haven't changed, regardless of the attempts to punch holes in it. No more empty homes. Winding down the VUT program is the ultimate goal.
Thanks, Councillor Nan. Councillor Pauls, please, for a second time.
And Mayor, I don't want to be long because I think we're going around the circle, everybody asking the same sort of question. But I want to ask a question about, I want to go to memory lane. In 2019, I was in council, and I remember the vacant tax was brought up, and we defeated it. I remember that clearly. Then in 2022, it came back again. And I want to make sure I got my facts right. The administration expenditure of $2.2 million, is that including hiring 17 staff or 16 staff? I remember saying that we don't know exactly how to implement this, but might need 17 new FT. That's what I heard. I also heard that every single resident, 180,000 homes, every year have to fill out a form, every year. And the cost, if I'm wrong, you let me know. I remember hearing that it would cost us $2.25 now every year to implement this. So every year, we're going to have this cost of 2.5 every year. I also heard to start it, we don't know how much, but it could be as high as $6 million. I don't know where I got that figure, but I remember those big numbers. So I'm just wondering, is that true? Is that the memory lane that I remember? Or has it changed? So now it only costs us $2.16 million to implement it, and that's it. There was no startup, no whatever.
Thanks, Councillor Pauls. I think you got the gist of the question. Director Pereira, please.
Through the chair, Councillor Pauls, I'm going to refer back to Table 1 because I believe Table 1 captures all the information specific to 2022, which is what has been referred to as a reference point for the actuals, or rather the forecast as of December 31st. So we had estimated a gross revenue, meaning the top line number before appeals, of $4.32 million. We did anticipate an operating expenditures of 16 FTEs at about $2.25 million, and the one-time implementation cost was I guess originally forecasted to be about $2.6 million. In actuality, looking at just the expenditure line items, the one-time capital cost was forecasted to be $0.93 million, and the operating cost for the 16 FTEs is about $2.16 million, of which only 12 FTEs are retained. We strategically chose to delay the hiring for the balance until the audit campaign began.
Thank you for that. So the total cost really cost us $5.9 million. Because you said 2.16 is hiring, 2.93 is the one-time implementation, and so it's you add those up, it's 5.9.
Through the chair, no, that's incorrect. So it's 2.16 million for the operating and 0.93 for the one-time capital cost. So the total cost would be the 2.16 plus the 0.93.
0.0. So what is the total cost? Can you?
So doing the quick math here, it would be just under 4 million.
Under 4?
Under 4.
Okay, so it costs us $4 million.
Yes.
So my question again, every year, do we have to put that out? Not the 4 million, I mean the 2.2.
Sorry, through the chair, I'm going to correct myself. It is, it's actually under 3.16 million. I'm just doing the quick math here. And sorry, James Zagarek is going to speak as well.
And I appreciate Director Perez trying to do a few things, answer questions, and do quick math. So let me all do the quick math. The one-time implementation costs is approximately $900,000. So that's one time. That won't occur each and every year. The cost to operate, staff up the program, do all the advertising, all the outreach, that is approximately $2.2 million, $2.16 million. And so for the first year of the program, approximately $3 million in total. As Director Pereira highlighted through the presentation, you'll see in the recommendation, staff didn't know at the time of discussing the potential vacant unit tax. And so we estimated $2.6 million. Given that our actuals are approximately $900,000, we're recommending that we repay the one-time costs were funded from the investment stabilization reserve. We're recommending paying it back in 1 year rather than 5 years, given the forecasted proceeds.
Thank you. If I could just finish it, if you want, I won't go on the third time. I just have one quick question. Is there any chance we could get sued if people don't pay? Can I ask the solicitor?
Sure, Solicitor Shields, that one's over to you.
Through the chair, Lisa Shields, City Solicitor. The question is if people would sue this, sorry, my voice is a little raspy today. The question is whether or not the city would be sued if people don't pay.
If they don't pay, they live in the house, they were charged, they don't want to declare it, and we deem them vacant, but they live there. Could they go to a lawyer and say, this is totalitarian, this is unbelievable, it's my house, I paid my taxes, what's going on here? Could we get sued?
Through the chair, I would say they could sue for anything, but I'm trying to figure out what the cause of action would be. And I'm not coming up with anything.
So it doesn't seem to be likely.
I think it is likely because...
Okay, can I ask you then to finish what you were, finish on that point?
I'll finish on that point. I had many calls, and one call was this. Councillor Pauls, I told you I live in my house. I called you. I have emailed you. I will not fill it out. That was one call. Another call says...
Councillor Pauls, do you want to go on for another time?
I'm just reading what...
I know, but we're trying to... It's been beyond your time, and I gave Councillor Nan some extra space. I've given you some extra space.
All right, I just want to say, Clayton, you've been great. I've called you every time, and you've helped me out, so thank you for that.
Thanks, Councillor Pauls. There are a couple of speakers for the first time that are wanting to have a word, and first would be Councillor Jackson and then Councillor Francis, so please go ahead, Councillor Jackson.
Mayor Horvath, good afternoon, but please, I'm willing to wait till all the questioners are completed, and I have a speech after that, so I reserve the right. You'd come back to me when all the questioners are done, please. Thank you.
Councillor Jackson, what we're doing is kind of going around for our last time questions and final comments. That's where we're at, because if we just keep going around and around and around, we'll be here all afternoon. So I'm asking folks to use this time for any final clarifying questions and their comments on the report. So please go ahead.
Oh, thanks so much then, Mayor Horvath. So firstly, I just want to say to Director Pereira and his manager, Andrew Wilkes, from my office and my constituents, thank you greatly for being available, extremely helpful, very professional, and always with the demeanor of wanting to help. I say that very, very sincerely. Mayor Horvath, my record has been one opposed consistently to the vacant unit tax. I'll be voting against this report today. I can't believe in this free land of Canada we are dictating to property owners, to homeowners, what to do with their properties. You know, this has been the vacant unit tax. I'll start by saying it was a noble initiative, but a misguided policy, and the implementation has been atrocious. It has disturbed and upset, in my humble opinion, 178,000 homeowners to get at this current time, 372 declared vacant properties only. Staff's original estimate, I have written down from a few years ago, was about 1,100 properties they were hoping would be declared vacant. 372 have been. And the nearly 4,000 deemed, that can go in so many different directions. Many of those, I'm sure, who are homeowners, property owners, who have said, I live in Canada, there's no way that I need to fill out this unnecessary form. We could have obtained this type of data, in my humble opinion, Mayor Horvath, through other means of the corporation, other departments, data from property standards bylaw that visit many sites that they would see on their records are vacant, through tall grass and unkept properties. Tax arrears could also possibly have been a tool if you really wanted to get at some vacant homes and those that might have been housed for the unhoused. But even with the 372 declared vacant, Mayor Horvath, is our hope, is our plea that those 372 will, by this time next year, suddenly have their bedroom, have their basement, have their house opened up to people who need housing. I mean, who is going to do the follow-up and, if you will, the policing of those, even the 372 that are currently declared vacant? I just find this a very unnecessary division of finance that wasn't necessary at this time, an unnecessary cost to my everyday taxpayers, Mayor Horvath. And again, unlike the rain tax, that is just bad public policy, this was a noble initiative, but just misguided policy and implementation from the get-go. Thanks, Mayor Horvath.
Thank you, Councillor Jackson. Next, we have Councillor Francis. Please go ahead.
Thanks, Mayor Horvath. This is just another gamble with taxpayers' money. We have a program that's cost millions more than it's brought in, and it's got a questionable path to even breaking even. We've built a deficit around the idea that something might hypothetically pay off years down the road. Taxpayers are currently over $2 million in the hole in this program at a time where people are struggling to make ends meet in a declared affordability crisis by this very council. This program is hitting the levy by adding millions in extra taxes to residents that can't afford it. This isn't sound fiscal management. This is wishful thinking. It's also causing undue hardship to our residents, and we are being told that somehow, some way, if we extend this deadline using this exact same methods that people didn't follow in the first place, that somehow this time this is going to work. It's important to remember that this was not a staff-initiated program in the first place. Yet the team now hired for its administration is recommending that it continues. That should prompt us to ask, are we assessing performance objectively, or are we just defending what already exists? And just like since day one, I'll continue to oppose this gamble with taxpayers' dollars. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Francis. Councillor Alex Wilson, please.
Thank you. Just comments from me. I want to echo others for their gratitude to staff. I think Ward 13 got to one of the highest compliance rates across the city, and that simply just would not have happened if folks were not picking up the calls at the contact center, answering emails, supporting folks through online declarations, coming to the Dundas Town Hall and other community centers to support people through it. I think that shows that, to me at least, that the strategies and tools in place largely were quite effective for 19 out of 20 Hamiltonians generally. Obviously room for improvement to get everyone across that line. My other comment I just want to be of thanks is to all the residents who participated in the process, the ones who came out and delegated today, the ones who wrote letters, and the ones who participated in the various public feedback opportunities throughout this process. Well, our community has never been unanimous on this issue. Every single time, public feedback has been majority positive of the program, including when counting the number of letters on today's agenda, which are overwhelmingly supportive of the program. One resident even going so far to write in that a vote against this program is a vote against taxpayers who, in the absence of this funding, will be paying for affordable housing through our property taxes. I think it is really, really worthwhile when folks take the time, whether they're supportive of a program or against a program, to come out and share how it's impacting them, how it could be better, or what they're concerned about. So I just want to thank everyone for that. I also just think it's worth recognizing that staff were able to implement this program at a little over a third of the estimate, and that's not something we hear often in the city. When we set a budget for a program, staff coming back and saying we were able to pull it off at around a third of the budget. And I think regardless of people's individual feelings about this program or this tax, I think that's just worth recognizing and noting that there's been an incredible diligence with this investment of taxpayers' money in producing efficient and effective results within this program and its budget. I support this program continuation today because of the overwhelming support that Ward 13 residents, those who have written in, those who've contacted our office have. The fact that when I was knocking on doors 3 years ago, this is a program that people asked for when they wanted to fix the revenue problem in our city and make sure that those who have a disproportionate impact on some of the crises we're having in our city and or a disproportionate ability to pay are chipping in a little bit more so that the everyday taxpayers, we've heard, can pay a little bit less as we have a property tax-based system for funding programs. I think this helps get us to a fair system within the limitations of how the province lets us provide taxation and allows us to raise revenue. Do I think this is the perfect program? If we were, the higher level of government and we could write our own rules? No, I think we'd probably write some things a little differently. But within the province's rule book that we have to follow, I do think staff have done a great job of working within the direction provided to bring back a program that, as has been shared by Councillor McMeekin, is taking 1% off the levy this year based on current projections, depending on what happens with the program. So just a lot of gratitude and thanks from me. Also a lot of appreciation for the folks who had a frustrating time in this process, for their patience, for sharing their frustration, for sharing their feedback, because I would hope that if this program does continue, it continues to improve as well, so that more folks can be supportive of the program we have in place. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Wilson. Councillor Clark.
Thank you, Mayor Horvath. As I indicated in my first round, I did have a couple more questions before I got to my comments. My questions are specific to the bylaw and the language in the bylaw, so if I'm permitted to ask that. So if I'm looking at page 5 of 14, it indicates the death of an owner of the residential unit was unoccupied for more than 183 days because of the death of the owner. The exemption only applies to the year of the death plus one subsequent year after the year of the death. Nowhere in our bylaw does it address the issue of estate settlement. And so I would suggest that language be attached to this section of the bylaw where after it says after the year of death, or until the estate of the deceased owner is settled with the courts. It's been my experience in my ward that I'm seeing residents who are going 3-4 years trying to settle an estate. I had one resident that had to go to court for 2 years before he was appointed the executor for the estate. He's already run out of time. And so we don't address how long it takes to settle an estate. Not all estates are as simple as a house and a car. Some estates take a great deal of time to settle with sometimes competing family members. So I'm looking to staff, can we add an additional clause that either deals with the estate or we add the language or until the estate of the deceased owner is settled with the courts?
I'm just looking at staff to determine who might want to respond to that suggestion. Jim Skerrick?
Yeah, through you, Madam Mayor, we're happy to take that away before council and look to provide clarity with respect to deceased estates. While there is language with respect to courts and court orders in terms of uninhabitable, I don't believe that covers what Councillor Clark is. So before council, we're happy to take that away and to share with committee and council before council a potential amendment to the bylaw.
Is that good with you, Councillor Clark, if they can do that?
Yes, as long as they've captured the language that I'm suggesting. So
we don't need a motion on that, Elsie McRae?
Through the mayor, we certainly can take a motion. I think I have captured that staff be directed to look into.
It's to add a clause at the end of item B, the death of an owner, or until the estate of the deceased owner is settled with the courts. So I'd be happy to move that now, and then staff can come back with it. And that way it's on the record, if I can get a seconder.
Is that seconded by Councillor
Cretch has seconded it. So
okay, that way it's clear and the direction's clear. So I appreciate that. So then we'll get that off the table by going to a vote. And that would take an electronic vote, correct?
Through the Deputy Mayor, correct. So I'm sorry, Councillor Clark, I'm going as fast as I can. So for subsection B of the recommendations.
Subsection B of it's Appendix
so
B.
You're wanting to amend Appendix B and add a clause at the end of item B respecting the date of the deceased owner's waiting until the date.
Or until the estate of the deceased owner is settled with the courts, or language to that effect.
And so, Jim Zagarek?
Through you, Madam Mayor, if it's the will of committee, we're happy to start with that language as an amendment to the bylaw, and if we have any concerns, we could share that with committee and council before council next week.
Is that okay, Councillor Clark?
Yes, it is.
Okay, thank you. And so we have it captured fairly well, Elsie McRae?
Through the mayor, yes, I'm good on that now. We are going to open a vote on the amendment to Appendix B, if everyone is ready to vote on it, if there's no further speakers on it.
Okay, we'll go for the vote then, please. Okay, that vote's up. Oh, do you know what? I have to abstain. Sorry.
Okay, so
I have to. I've got an interest.
Do you want us to retake the vote?
I guess we'll have to retake it. I'm sorry,
that's
folks.
okay.
I totally
so
forgot.
The previous vote is null and void, and I'm just about to bring up the vote again.
I apologize.
It's open now. So this is the same vote on Appendix B, the amendment to Appendix B. Nothing.
Thank you.
Thank you. The next item on the bylaw that I'd like to discuss is on the same page, 5 of 14, item C, which is major renovations. Once again, and I'm not faulting anything on this, it's just I'm trying to clarify language. So if there are major renovations, and the examples that I can bring to bear is that again, estate issues, couldn't clean out the house, couldn't do what they had to do because all of it was still in estate. They couldn't spend any of the estate's money, et cetera, et cetera. So in this case, if that happens and there are major renovations that need to occur, If the matter is being delayed because of the estate, then one would assume that the major renovations would not kick in until after the settlement of the estate. Is that a fair assumption in terms of language?
Director Pereira?
Through the chair, that is correct.
Okay, so that's good, so we don't need to address that issue. The other issue that I'm trying to get clarification is under unsold new inventory. So I realize that we have a whole bunch of condos that have been built, some have not been sold. I'm trying to understand the bylaw. It says the unit is effectively listed for sale for a minimum of a period of 90 days. Marketing efforts can be demonstrated. So the question is unsold new inventory captured after that period of 90 days? So it's exempt as it is read right now. They haven't sold the properties that are brand new, market collapse, whatever the case is. After the 90 days, are they being captured by this now?
Director Pereira?
Through the chair, so it reads exempt newly built units held by developers up to 6 months following the occupancy permit in a calendar year. So beyond the 90 days, they would be captured if they demonstrate that they are continuing to have efforts to try and sell the unsold inventory.
So they're getting 6 months plus 90 days?
That would be, no, so it would be 6 months in totality. And actually, it would be the 183 days that is part of the requirement in the bylaw. So actually, they would end up getting the 1 year.
Okay, so nowhere in the bylaw does it demonstrate that. It says up to 6 years following the occupancy permit, they're exempt. Then it says, item 2, the unit is actively listed for sale for a minimum period of 90 days. So is it 6 months plus 90 days, or is it only 6 months?
Through the chair, we could look at, again, cleaning up the language to try and make sure that it is abundantly clear. So that could be something that we could also look at to ensure that we have that before council.
James Garrick?
Through you, Madam Mayor, we're happy to clean up the language if that provides clarity with respect to intent. The intent is, I'll use the example of an occupancy permit issued January 1st. January 1st, they would have the 6 months entitled to them, and effectively then they qualify for an exemption because it has the 183 days doesn't kick in. The 6 months covers over the 183 days. Where a model home could be affected is, I'll use the November 1st occupancy. So the 6 months would be the last 2 months of the current year and the first 4 months of the subsequent year. So in that case, if that model home is not occupied in the subsequent year, they would pay the vacant unit tax. So again, the model homes that have occupancy, I'll say after June 1st, potentially, they could see a impact in the subsequent year in terms of the vacant unit tax. So we're happy to provide some examples in terms of mechanics on how this works, as well as clean up the language. But the intent was to work with the development community. This was one of our observations, and one of the changes that we made in year was to, in recognition of the current housing market, is to provide some relief with respect to model homes, and looking at other municipalities' best practice, we've mirrored what they've done, which is the 6 months. But happy to review that if directed, or clean up the language and provide examples if that's helpful.
Mayor, the language needs to be cleaned up. I'm not sure I have the wherewithal at the moment to do the cleaning.
Of course.
So can we leave it as direction to staff that they review that paragraph and just make sure that the intent is accurate to the words, because the words right now show 6 months and then another 90 days. And I don't believe that was the original intent. The last question I have, I thought I heard GM Zegeric indicate this morning that if council votes on item B in the recommendation, which is the 2025 vacant unit tax bylaw, and it is defeated, then the 4,500 people who may or may not know that their vacant unit taxes come due have no appeal right. And if that is the case, and it is defeated, could not the council then draft a resolution to enable an extension for the 2024 year?
James Garrick?
Through the mayor, short answer is yes. And just reminder, there are two. There's the motion as well to extend the notice of complaint period currently that expired October 7th to November 30th. That as well provides the opportunity that property owners can resolve this before next year's process. So again, just highlighting that's the sooner opportunity for property owners to resolve any outstanding declarations.
Thank you, Mayor. I believe I'm at 13 minutes and 40 seconds, so I have well exceeded my limit. I know there was a vote in there, or two votes in there, so I appreciate the latitude. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Clark. Councillor Chattison, please.
I just want to say thanks to Councillor Clark for, recognizing those changes that were needed to be made. And it's important that we continue to recognize, adjust, and adapt. The purpose for me originally was not so much the revenue generation, though that does make the VUT more amenable that the system can pay for itself as it executes its true purpose. For me, the purpose was to encourage owners of vacant housing to make it available to long-term renters. Because at the time we initiated this, there was a lack of rental housing online. Few homes were for sale. House prices were at and just coming off historic highs. Housing had been an excellent place for investment for a decade. Even if investors just sat on their empty home, the increase in the home market valuations would more than cover any lost revenue due to no rent. That's not really the case any longer. However, at the time, we also, I think, had concerns about Airbnbs taking away from the long-term rental market, and we did also address that somewhat. So I just want to say I respect that some around the horseshoe feel that the VUT is an overreach by the city, while others feel that we have to pull every lever we can to address the housing crisis. I sometimes do question if this is an overreach, and I readily admit that I'm not an owner of a vacant unit, so I don't fully appreciate the complexities of renting out to today's market, where we do have renters that sometimes act in dishonorable ways. I want to say that I understand those concerns, but I don't live them. So in saying all this, I want it noted that I can't determine yet whether this first year will be successful until we get the final data. And that data is not going to come until Q2 next year. So I can't see this first year. What I do is I see this first year as a baseline for data. And we won't really truly know if we reduce the number of vacant units until we compare it to what happens next year. Originally, I had said, wouldn't we all spend 5 minutes to fill out the forms if we could encourage 100 more homes to come online? I thought it was a good idea at the time. I do see difficulties in implementation now and challenges for vacant unit owners. And some early adapters, I admit, they spend hours literally trying on the phone to get a hold of staff. But I do want to commend staff for being so accommodating and considerate and coming out to locations and putting in more exemptions and more time extensions and other changes that made the program more and more fair to those who do eventually fill out the forms. As it has been said, the goal of vacant unit tax is to work itself out of existence to a point where it's not needed anymore. And vacant homes are no longer an issue contributing to the lack of rental space. I'm not certain where that is now, but for me, that time is coming. But for me, it's not today, and I'll wait for more data so I better understand before casting a vote in the future, either for or against the VUT. Thanks for your time. I will be supporting it today.
Thanks, Councillor Tattison. Councillor Cooper, please.
Thank you, Chair. I'll just move to my comments. You know, I wasn't here when this first got created, but I heard a lot about it when I was canvassing, and it was not positive. You know, the director said today the objective was to address homelessness. Homelessness has gone from 1,200 to 2,000 in Hamilton during this program's life cycle to this point. You know, I hear many people throw around some phraseology called evidence-based decision-making. And if you follow the numbers, this program has made homelessness worse in Hamilton. And yet we've exempted things like nonprofit housing because there's such a strong linkage between nonprofit housing and homelessness, and yet that wasn't part of this program. At the door, I heard many people say, you know, this council is one that looks at the solution to every problem is more taxation. And we could go down a long list. Councillor Jackson mentioned the rain tax earlier. So this is what I'm going to call an affordability vote. And there's going to be a number of these, and I encourage the people at home to note this. Note how people vote on these affordability votes. You can talk about affordability, but when it comes down to a real vote, that's what matters. We're up for election in 1 year. People are watching this. I heard it repeatedly at the door that this is one of the challenges ahead with council. I will be voting against this because I believe this doesn't achieve our objectives. It's just another opportunity to tax our residential homeowners.
Thanks, Councillor Cooper. Councillor Spadafora, please.
Thank you, Mayor. I have one or two maybe questions and a quick comment. Director Prairie, you mentioned in your presentation that the vacant unit tax works with several departments, or is going to look to work with several departments: fire, bylaw, I can't remember the other one, building. So are we capturing those costs? So I'm assuming when you're going to work with these other departments, there's staff that are going to work with the vacant unit tax. Is there a way to measure what that cost is as we pull them away from stuff they're currently doing to work with the vacant unit tax? Through you, Chair.
Through the Chair, the information that is provided, or rather already exists with the other departments, is essentially what we're looking at. It's not looking at asking those departments to provide further information to what. It's essentially the repository that they already have collected through their day-to-day sort of processes, and that is essentially available, that we have access to for the purposes of our needs.
So the VUT department can go in and pull those files from a computer somewhere. They don't need to work with staff. They can go in and pull those files from fire or bylaw or any of those files? Or is there actually going to be interaction between departments? Like, hey, sir, can you provide information on this unit, on this house? They go back, go through their files, get that information, come back to the VUT staff. Hey, I need more information on this. Hey, I go to fire. That's different than going to pulling up on a computer on your own as the VUT staff and pulling that. So I just want to be clear on that.
To the Chair, that is the intent. So that is what we're looking to try and set up through the process, as far as, you know, being able to access that through our own means as and when required. And again, I also want to emphasize this is a two-way street where we're looking to also have our information available to those departments for their needs.
Perfect, thank you. This one's for GM Zagaric. Last question for my comments. Earlier you mentioned that this will be treated the same as property taxes. So owner pays his property tax, or if he doesn't, there's a process it goes through. We try to collect, we lien, we put it on the title. So then when they go to sell the house, or we take it to tax sale. So basically what we're saying is someone pays their property taxes because they're willing to pay their property tax. They're not willing to pay their vacant unit tax. It goes through the motion, it goes to tax sale. We're going to force that individual into court to sell their home. So two things are going to happen. One, we're going to have legal involved in that to make these tax sales go. And then two, we're literally going to our residents and are going to kick them out of their house because they were unwilling to fill out a piece of paper, even though they live in their house, which, I mean, you can see how that would not be ideal for the residents. So.
Is that a question, Councillor Spadafora?
No, you know what? I turned it into a comment.
1 minute, I think GM Garrick's waiting to answer.
Garrick, you want to answer it? Sure.
That's all why I'm asking.
Yeah, no, that's fine. I can't see it, so.
Through you, Madam Mayor, my response would be I would encourage any property owners to take the opportunities to complete the declaration. So subject to committee and council's decision with respect to extending the notice of complaint, they can always write in, I am doing this in protest onto the top of the letter and express their desire to protest in some other way rather than being absent and declaring. Again, it's not our wish to have to proceed to putting a lien against the property or tax sale.
I understand, Jim. I ask my players to dump the puck in when they're supposed to. They don't always listen to me, so. A couple comments, Mayor, and then I'll be done. So I've been hearing this. I'm going to call it spin. I don't mean that in a derogatory way, but to me, it's considered spin. We're talking about how this is going to save taxpayers money on the levy, which I believe today at 2:35 p.m. on this day is an absolute lie. And I'll explain
Councillor,
why.
can you be careful about suggesting that folks with a different opinion are lying?
It's not a different opinion. I'm going to give you the facts. This isn't a lie. It's a lie. There's 372 declared vacant units that are going to get charged today at 2:36 p.m. The other ones that we're talking about that's going to generate the $10 million plus in revenue, we have nothing on that. That is wishful thinking today at this time. Maybe in 2 hours from now, you're going to come and say they've all declared vacant. We're making this money. But as of right now, we have 370 declared units vacant that are paying. So this program currently today at still 2:36 p.m. is over $1 million of a cost to our taxpayer, not a 1% reduction on the upcoming levy. Let's be clear as of today. So I just want to me, the facts, those are the facts as per your presentation. The wishful thinking, great. I know my residents don't want wishful thinking. So this data, it is what it is. You want to reduce the burden on taxpayers all of a sudden, which is interesting. We don't need a tax. We need to stop the irresponsible spending that has happened over the last 3 years. That's what we need all of a sudden, not a vacant unit tax that we're thinking is going to generate $15 million to reduce the levy. At the end of the day, I guarantee, do we know how many of those 372 that declared vacant and paid are letting people go in their house? Which was the reason for doing this. So 372 paid, we lost $1 million, and none of them gave their house up for someone. So we've lost on both ends, from housing standpoint and a financial standpoint. We've cost our residents $1 million. And until that changes, coming around this horseshoe and saying we're going to make $15 million, I'm sorry, based on the numbers, it's a lie. This is what it is.
I'm going to go
Point
to
of
the
order.
first-time speaker, Councillor Wang.
Point of order.
Point of order by Councillor Wilson. Please go ahead.
It's been clarified repeatedly that that 15 million number as of today, as of 2:38 p.m., is going to be collected as deemed properties are deemed that. And so I don't think it's fair to say that that's not coming. There's no amendments to say we won't be collecting it. The results today are clear. We have a responsibility to speak accuracy into the record. That point has been clarified. I'll leave it to you to consider the point of order, but that's what I'd like to raise. Thank you.
So I don't see that as a point of order necessarily, but it is a matter that's up for debate. Some people have some opinions, other people have other opinions, and that's what we're having right now, is the clash of opinions around this table. And so I appreciate you raising it, but it's the back and forth of debate that this table is charged to undertake. So thank you. Councillor Wang, I'm going to go to you because it's your first time. And everybody else on the list at this point is not the first time. So please go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. I wanted to echo many of my other councillor colleagues that have thanked staff for all of this hard work. I also want to echo some of my other colleagues that have also talked about thanking residents who have brought this to council and committee and brought their concerns, and their very real concerns, and also solutions on how they think we could have done this better. I want to let them know that this has been heard. We have almost 300 property owners that have yet to fill out the forms, or they might want to appeal. But I want to say that you have been heard, and not only has this committee and council heard those concerns, but staff have as well. And we are working on taking your feedback and iterating and changing the program as you have indicated. We have also heard loud and clear that residents across the cities want us to find ways to generate revenue and find efficiencies. They want us to reduce property taxes. They want us to keep services high. And when I think about what this is not only an opportunity to help with the housing affordability, getting people into houses, but it's also a revenue tool. It's a tool that generates the revenue to offset our cost to deliver services, and also does this by incentivizing multiple dwelling owners to put more units into the housing inventory. This is by no means a perfect program, but I think it is iterative and it's constantly improving. And the goal here is to see that we have less units, so habitable vacant units in the community. So as I have heard all of the big debate on both sides, but I've also been hearing many of my residents have also reached out through email to tell me that this is a vacant unit, that the vacant unit program should continue to be supported. And some of my residents have also talked about, I don't want to read several emails, but that was the emails have been coming in high support for this program. So I'm also listening to my residents that are also telling me that this is something for us to move forward on. So in that vein, I'd like to continue to commend staff, continue to commend our community, but I am in support of this. Thank you, Mayor.
Thanks, Councillor Wang. Just to keep people up to date, we have a couple of first-time speakers, and then we're on to second time continued. So, Councillor Maureen Wilson, please.
Thank you, Mayor. Appreciating the debate. My levels are going to be, my comments rather are going to be high level because I think I've heard a suggestion of something that is kind of concerning to me, and I don't want to diminish the individual who said it, but I think when it comes to housing, I think it needs to be said. So I'm going to step back for a minute and say the following. In about the mid-1960s, aspirin was introduced because it was found to prevent heart disease and stroke. It's 2025, and heart disease remains the #1 killer of individuals. Therefore, I must conclude that aspirin should be pulled from the market and it's not an effective determinant or preventative effort for heart disease. If you use that same argument for housing, and I think that's what I've heard, I would say the following. Aspirin still prevents heart disease, but the factors in life are still active and still prevalent in creating heart disease. So in the absence of aspirin, we would have many more people falling victim to heart disease. Housing exists in a system. The conditions and the determinants that are affecting the outcomes of housing are still active. So if you're going to suggest that VUT, there's been no decrease in the number of homeless, therefore VUT is not an effective measure in decreasing the number of homeless, that's not a causation. Because the factors that are going in to a housing system to rate homelessness are still very, very, very active and have been very active since the housing market started to contract in the 1970s. So I just want to put that on the table. Housing exists in a system. We talk about the healthcare system, it is the housing system. And to that end, and to the point being made, municipalities have very few levers in which to affect that outcome. Does that mean that we should stop using these levers? No, because I also have been at the door, and I also was at the door this summer, as I am every summer, And the residents in Ward 1 have told me, yes, we're exhausted of taxes. Yes, what are you doing about affordable housing? What are you doing to affect the housing system? I want you to do all that you can. And when you've done all that you can, if you, in so doing, determine that eventually it hasn't been effective, then don't do that anymore. So I really appreciate Councillor Tattison's remarks about needing that runway to determine whether, in fact, this is an effective tool. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Wilson. Councillor Cretch, please.
I'm also going to try and keep it a bit high level. People have made a lot of comments. I'll first speak to Ward 2. If you look at the data in this report from Ward 2, you see there's a fair chunk, in fact, the highest percentage of those properties deemed vacant are in multi-residential buildings. I think it's important because we're directly talking about the ability to bring housing online, to ensure that we're filling up those units, and that, to some extent, I think, discouraging just a speculation or investment class, which has absolutely had a detrimental impact on the downtown core. I really find it hard to listen to people pump up the downtown in minute number 1, and in minute number 2, say, well, we're not going to do something that's definitely going to help things downtown. What I can tell you also is an overwhelming number of responses and emails I've received have been extremely supportive of this. And if you look at the correspondence today, I think it's around 90% of the letters that were sent in are pleading for us to continue this program. No, the program didn't roll out without any bumps in it. Welcome to municipal government. We're trying something new. When we try something new, we're going to make mistakes. If you come into trying something new and don't attempt to make a mistake, amend things, and fail a little bit, I think you're going to find that this program is never going to be successful. We have to accept a little bit of tension inside of a system when we're trying to do something innovative that's going to help us. I think it's just as interesting as Councillor Spadafora says. We got to talk about reducing the irresponsible spending happening around here is a comment that was made. Every single one of us here has had an opportunity through the budget process to bring forward answers. Raising your hands up and saying, oh, the taxes are too high, this is terrible, residents can't take it anymore, is sentence number 1. And then sentence number 2 is, and this is how I am going to do something about it if I can't figure out what's going to happen from staff. So if staff come forward with something, they present an option, we don't like it, either say exactly how you're going to change that or stop complaining about it. We have to step up and lead if we're going to make comments like that. And maybe this year is going to be different, but up to now it hasn't been. So I think it's important that we support this program, continue to see what the data says. I again agree with Councillor Tattison, right? That we do want to see how this tracks and how it improves. When we looked at other municipalities, we've seen it's been successful. I have no reason to think it's not going to be here, but that data remains. I'm going to support this because I know it's going to help to encourage people year upon year to get better educated about this, to put more units online, and if not, and if they can afford to pay the tax to keep it vacant because they want to speculate, let them do it. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Cretch. Councillor Beattie, please, for a second time.
Thank you, Mayor, through you. And apologies if I keep going back to the uninhabitable homes. I did go through the bylaw. Unfortunately, I focused most of my attention on the reports and not the bylaw, but I did see where a 2-year exemption is offered for homes that are considered uninhabitable. I don't want to go recreating policy on the floor here today. I don't want to go rewriting bylaws, but I would suggest that given the current planning climate, the current economic climate in the industry, that a 2-year window is insufficient. I can name a multitude of houses in the Stony Creek, Fruitland, Winona area as part of Stony Creek urban boundary expansion that have been vacant for a decade, awaiting final approvals, awaiting economic conditions. They are uninhabitable. They'll still be uninhabitable in 2 years. They'll still be uninhabitable in 3 or 4 years at the pace we're going. But that's a different file. I don't want to necessarily broker into that too far, but perhaps you could take that feedback forward, and maybe we'll have a future conversation about an exemption period that's a little more in keeping with the current reality that we're in. I had some questions, Chair, and I think that perhaps I'll just try to wrap it up because I think that's where we're all trying to go. The original intent of the VUT was apparently to incentivize the return of housing units back to the market. but now it seems to have morphed into a revenue source that's been cited as either an ability to reduce the tax levy or an ability to invest into the affordable housing space. But it's predicated on numbers that have not been substantiated, and I would suggest are statistically unrealistic just based on the statistics that we have for the current groupings of people that have made their declarations. I find it very unrealistic to believe that 100% of those 3,897 units are going to come back as a revenue source. I just don't see it happening. Today, we've heard that the program is operating at a loss. So I think we have a long way to go before we even get to a break-even point, let alone an investment point. So I want to take that into consideration. I'll finish with a story. I think we all have had stories from residents. And the most poignant one was a phone call that I got from the son of a resident in my ward. This resident is an elderly lady. She is in her, we'll say, mid to late 80s, suffering from a little bit of cognitive decline, but she's supported in her house, which she owns, to the point where she is able to age in place gracefully, which I think is an important goal that is stated as a priority for all of us in the city. Her son assists to the best of his ability. One of the things that he tries to do is manage finances and manage payments and such. Unfortunately, he doesn't reside within the municipality. He was unaware of the program. His mother was penalized to the tune of, let's say, close to $4,000. And because her tax payments were set up on auto withdrawal, the penalty was automatically withdrawn as well. And that auto withdrawal put her finances into a state of arrears. She didn't have any money in the account after that. And then subsequently, the auto withdrawals for hydro, heat, payments for food, caregivers, all of those started to cascade into negative balances. When the resident's son reached out to the VUT office, they said, well, it's going to take 90 days to process that. There was some intervention from my office. I'm very thankful to GM Zagaric, to Director Pereira. I actually delivered a handwritten check to the son to make that correction, but it still took 30 days. This is a direct consequence. This is the reality of some of the downsides of this program, where they have a very, very real, visceral negative impact on residents who are just trying to go about doing their day-to-day. And if I look at where we are in terms of the outcome of this program, we may have some limited success when we're finished at this trial, but at what cost is my question. So I'm very supportive of an extension of the period of appeal. I think that's going to be helpful, but not supportive of the overall project.
Thanks, Councillor Beattie. We now have Councillor McMeekin for a second time, and then we'll go on to Councillor Now. And I just want to check in with Director Pereira. Okay, hold on a minute. Director, did you want to, are you okay there? You're okay, okay, all right. Sorry, I didn't see that. The edge of my table was cutting off the list. And so Councillor Francis for a second time, and then Councillor McMeekin for a second time. Sorry.
That's okay. Thanks, Chair. And taxes are too high, and I'm going to fix it by saving $2.2 million for residents next year by voting this down right now and not gamble with their money with expensive decisions like this. We'll start saving by voting no on this decision right now. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Francis. Councillor McMeekin, please.
Thanks, Your Worship. Like so many other issues, there's, I suspect there's no happily ever after with this one. But I want to point out that things are connected. I want to begin by thanking the staff again for the work that they've done, the support they've given to council offices around some often very complex issues and concerns. The work they've done and the effort has not gone unnoticed. I will support the recommendation to receive the report, and we'll have a motion, Your Worship, to fulfill the second recommendation, which is to direct staff to carry on the VUT program and approve 2025 VUT bylaw, which the clerk has, and I understand can be put on screen. Couple of just things observations that I want to make. Homelessness isn't on the increase because of the VUT. Let's be clear. I think Councillor Wilson spoke directly to that. In fact, the goal was to help make more people have access to housing, and there's some anecdotal evidence, by the way, that this program works. We heard from staff that Ottawa, in the second year of the VUT, had reduced the number of vacant homes by 50%. That's significant. It appears, in Ottawa at least, to be working well. I would note in passing a bit of an ironic policy comment. You know, municipalities individually and through AMO petition the province for powers to assist with the difficulty we have in raising revenues. We get granted those powers. It gets affirmed by the minister in place provincially. Good move. And we have some evidence that we have a future with this here. If we were to withdraw it, what kind of message does that send around the kinds of policy initiatives we take either individually or with AMO? Does it need improvement? Absolutely. Final comment, I'm a big fan of wishful thinking. I'm also a big fan of hopeful and practical thinking, and I think the VUT, notwithstanding some of the serious potential issues around it, does offer a promise. There is some good evidential support that it's a direction we need to go in. One of the councillors who referenced 90% of the people in their ward writing in favor. That's been the general response out my way. But I note in Flamborough the vacant units less than 1%. So maybe it's a little easier to take that position. So we need to be always respectful of the possibilities. You've heard me, Your Worship, say on several occasions that you know, we can all focus and point fingers around how expenses can be driven down, and we've made some mistakes on the expense side. We need to fix that too, just like anything that is harboring negatively with this can be addressed and fixed. So I support it, and I will put a motion at the moment to fulfill the second directive. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Councillor McMeekin. I believe Councillor Nan has two motions now. Do you have two motions or just one? Okay, so Councillor Nan has a motion. But now we've got third-time speakers on the list. Okay, well, the way that I have it recorded here is that we're on to our third-time speakers, being yourself and Councillor Clark. And I would just say that I would ask that we keep it a little bit tight, because then we have amendments possibly, and we need to move forward. So thank you, Councillor Pauls. Please go ahead.
Thank you, and thank you, Mayor, for giving me the time. I just want to say that this vacant tax implementation has been confusing and frustrating for a lot of people, not only to our residents who are so important, but to council as well, and to our staff. I could, you know, because I've called staff many times. But I hear this, I want to tell you a story. When I was little, I lived in Sicily. My mom used to tell me that Sicily was a socialist country. We didn't have much. We were very poor. We would have to all kind of, you know, help each other and all that. And I remember the day my mom and dad said, guess what? We're going to Canada. I remember thinking how privileged I was. And I remember going on a boat, waving at all my family. We were the only family from Palermo that came here. And I remember my dad and my mom saying, we're going to work hard. And guess what? We're going to buy a house. And after we buy a house, you know, we need to make some money so we could afford the 4 children, my brothers and sisters, the whole family unit. And I remember saying, we might get another job. But I remember saying, entrepreneurship is the best thing to do. Think of something that you can do well. Do it well and try to get ahead. And I remember how wonderful it was. And that's what we did. My brother had a great business. He passed away, but he had a great business in Windsor, Ontario, well known. My sister has a great business. She has great, all of us were successful because you know why? We worked hard. We bought a house. Then we bought another house. I, myself, my husband, we had other houses. Then we sold it. There is nothing wrong with working hard. What I see here is this. Sometimes we have to think of something new. Let's take it from the people that have things and let's give it to someone else. So let's do this, let's do that. It's our property. And if I would read all the emails that people called me and said, this is totalitarian, this is wrong. And I said, Principal, I heard even our delegate said, it's my castle. It's my castle. I work for it. I pay taxes as long as I follow the rule. I make sure it's clean. I make sure the outside, I go check it. Make sure if I don't want to rent it now because of the situation, what's going on, it's mine. And here we're saying, no, that's a good way to get money. We'll get it from someone else. I want everybody here. We all have a job here, right? Let's give up our job and give it to someone that doesn't have a job right now. Let's say I will step down and go out there. I'm sure there's people that would love to have this job. Let's do that now. Because you know why? Because they don't have a job. You do not improve housing by penalizing people that were entrepreneurs. That gentleman that spoke, I spoke to him after. You know what he told me? His father was a builder. They build homes. You know, he tried to get ahead, bought a couple of homes, and people destroyed them. So why aren't we helping our residents? Why are we penalizing 178,000 homes to fill out a declaration every year? Shouldn't the city know what's vacant or not by our taxes? Shouldn't the city know? And once we know they're vacant, what is the city going to do? Go and check up every year? Every year, we got to make sure. This tax, vacant tax, is wrong. That's why there's only 4 cities that has it. And the 4 cities that have it are not like our city. We're blue collar. We're working hard people. Let's not take away from someone that has something, that reasons why they can't rent it, or maybe they can't fix it or something. Let's do that and help those people. We are a free country, and I thank God every day I came to Canada, but I don't recognize it right now.
Thanks, Councillor Pauls. Appreciate that. I have, just so folks know where we are now, I have Councillor Clark for the 3rd time, and then I'm going to go to Councillor Nan for amendment, and then Councillor McMeekin for amendment, is my understanding. Okay, so let's have Councillor Clark. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. You know, I've listened to the debate. I appreciate your comments on the earlier point of order in terms of that's what debate is. It's hard to listen to condescending commentary on positions that you or your colleagues have taken. We should be able to debate and disagree. And if I don't agree with you, It doesn't mean that I am disparaging you. It's simply that I don't agree. And I find sometimes around this chamber that we fail in that regard. We let passions, emotions get the better of us, and we end up saying and hearing things that should not be said in a civil, democratic debate. Respect is really important. I didn't support the vacant unit tax on the first go-round. My primary concern, Mayor, was that we send flyers out to homes and people say they didn't see the flyer. We mail things to their homes and they say, didn't get it. I remember mailing out a survey to every home in the city to deal with the urban boundary expansion issue. And we only had 18,000 responses. Out of all the homes in the city, 18,000 people responded. And when I asked people, when I'm having conversations, they said, well, no, we didn't get it. I would have responded, but we didn't get it. And yet Canada Post states unequivocally, everybody got it. And so it's challenging when we bring about what is basically cable building strategy from the old days, where if you don't respond, well, then we're going to increase your cable rate. And that's what's happened here. And I argued at the time, Mayor, and you'll remember this, I fear that we will have several thousand people who don't know about it because they don't go to the mailbox. They do everything online now. And so they will argue they didn't see it. And we're seeing that now. And it remains to be seen how this will roll out in the remaining portion of this program if it continues to be approved for 2025. But I continue to have concerns about that. And we've all talked to people who are incredibly frustrated and express a lack of trust with City Hall, that we're not listening. And yet, it doesn't matter what the issue is that we debate, we hear from both sides on the issue. So I may get 1,000 people who oppose a proposal, and I get another 1,000 people that support the proposal. Well, now we're in the box where, well, how do I decide what my residents really want me to do? And it comes down to their trust in us that we're going to do the right thing. And so in this case, I'm going to continue to oppose it. I think we're going to have many more challenges, and I would predict that we will have a very small revenue coming out of this. So I'll simply vote against it and be respectful. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Councillor Clark. Okay, so now I'm going to go to Councillor Nan, who has an amendment, please. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. It's moved by myself and seconded by Councillor Taddison that we add a E at this point, Elsie McRae, that staff be directed to extend the vacant unit tax 2024 occupancy year notice of complaint appeals process to November 30th, 2025. And if I could, Mayor, to the almost 100 known to staff, and perhaps based on what colleagues around the table are saying, hundreds of more property owners who may have yet to fill out their forms or want to appeal. We want it to be known that you've been heard today and you've been heard throughout the program. We're attending to your bona fide feedback, and changes to the programs have been made not just graciously, but with professional assessment. And they will be also implemented in the 2025 occupancy year as a result. So that is it.
Okay, the motions in front of, are the amendments in front of us. Anybody on the amendment? Seeing none, we'll then vote on the amendment. So can we get that vote up, please? Sorry, I'm not rushing you. I'm just going through the motions here. Okay, the vote's up, folks. That carries 11 to 4 with one abstention. Thanks very much. I have, now do I have an amendment from Councillor McMeekin?
I have a motion that Councillor Nan is prepared to second to give the direction that is asked for in the report. And the clerk has it to go on screen, I believe. Yep.
So this is a separate motion and this is not an amendment.
I can read it if you'd like.
Through the mayor, I believe, Councillor McMeekin, if it's the motion I'm thinking, it would be to amend, further amend Appendix B, correct?
Okay, great. All right, whatever.
To further amend Appendix B?
So I'll leave out the whereases.
Okay, so then
let me read through it, and then you can decide what is. Well, there it's on the screen. It basically describes the tax. It talks a little bit about Ottawa en passant. It then actually picks up on the staff report to actually endorse. And there are A, B, C, and D. Councillor Nan amended, I guess, B in advance of you seeing this motion.
So this is a pretty substantive amendment, and I would respectfully ask that that we don't kind of undertake a substantive amendment like this without some kind of staff report and some kind of analysis with it. I think that's the only fair way to go, considering how this conversation has unrolled today, and not with any judgment whatsoever. This is a tough one. We're taking the time to review it. We're taking the time to discuss it and debate it. I should say you are. And I think my hope would be that we can set this aside and have some work done on that.
I can live with that, certainly, Your Worship. I just would point out that Councillor Nan and I worked with staff to actually bring this motion in. So because it affirms what the staff report
okay,
requested.
well, I'm in your hands. Is this motion seconded, Councillor Nan? Is it? I'll go to you.
Yeah, sure. As a seconder, so my initial counsel was that perhaps the motion directs staff to bring back a report on graduated increases of vacant unit tax. That's what I recall, and then there was further amended based on the data that's in the report. So at this time, if Councillor McMeekin agrees to perhaps hold this until council, bring it back as a request for staff report, it's up to you. But if you want to move forward with the graduated increase, then you should clarify.
I'm 100% in favor of collaboration, so we'll wait to council. No problem.
Okay.
This is important enough to do it right.
Thank you, Councillor McMeekin. So then, do we take this as a notice for council? No.
So,
Elsie McRae.
Through the mayor. So it sounds like the motion is being withdrawn, but is the expectation of committee that staff are going to have a report prepared for this coming council? Is that what we're thinking? Because I'm not certain that's
I don't believe so.
a possibility. Okay.
No.
So then this is going to come back on the floor as it is, or a new motion is going to come back to direct staff to report back at council?
Well, I'm assuming, if I could jump in, that your suggestion, Your Worship, was because we've spent so much time and it's so important, we'd have some time to think about it and bring it back to council. I would intend just simply to bring it back as it is.
Okay.
Now, if somebody wants to make another suggestion, I'm collaborative as the heck here.
Okay, so let's, you're withdrawing this right now, and we'll leave it in your hands to determine where and when it comes back, whether it comes back as a motion or a notice of motion, or whether it gets altered to be a direction, perhaps at the council meeting, a direction to staff to report back on the implications as outlined in that motion.
It was intended in its current form to actually give that direction.
Yeah, I don't think it achieved that actually. So maybe we can clean that up, and we'll have another look at it in terms of direction to staff at the council meeting. Okay, is that all right, folks? Okay, is there a challenge? Oh. Councillor Jackson, did you want to speak to this? There's nothing on the floor right now. We've just passed Councillor Nan's extension motion. And so then we're going to go to the main motion, which is in front of us, the staff report.
Thank you, Mayor. That's all I was trying to clarify. I agreed with your ruling with Councillor McMeekin and Nan. I didn't want the complication at the end, and I want to know ultimately what I'm voting on. Thank you.
Yeah, we're going back to the main piece. And before I ask for the vote to come up, I just want to extend my gratitude to all of you around the table for acknowledging how hard the staff have worked and for being very generous and responsible in terms of the way that you've noted how much effort and work and success has come in to the dealing, the work around this matter. So thank you to my colleagues in that regard. On that note, the main motion or the main report is in front of us. I'm seeing the clerks pointing now.
Sorry, Councillor Cooper would like to speak as well. Sorry.
Just want to go back to the last motion, Chair.
The motion's been dealt with. It's not on the floor anymore. So I'm sorry you can't speak to something that's already been dealt with on the floor because it's not before us anymore. So on that note, we're back to the motion, back to the staff report rather. And it was moved by Councillor Nan and seconded by Councillor McMeekin.
So through the mayor, I just want to confer with the city clerk respecting voting on it as a whole.
Mayor, I just might recommend, given the discussion and the amendment passed most recently from Councillor Nan, you might want to have a separate vote just on Clause B because there are other pieces in the recommendations.
So Clause B as amended and then the main motion?
Correct.
Okay, that's fine. If that's what the clerks recommend. So what we have then is the Clause B as amended. Councillor Nan?
Point of clarity, the amendment, my understanding, it was, it's a new point, sorry, point of procedure. Good gracious. E, the amended E is a standalone amendment to increase the deadline to November 30th. That is not part of B. It's standalone E amendment.
Through the mayor, it was to be, or my understanding was it was to be added as a subsection E, but if then the main motion as amended fails, so then too does E.
Okay, over to the clerk. Just to clarify, because I thought it was a standalone E, and perhaps this is where
Clerk Trenum?
All the confusion rests.
So what what committee did was you passed an amendment motion while that report was on the floor. So what you did was you added E to what you were already considering. Mm-hmm. So it's not standalone, it's now part of the main motion. So Correct. If you vote on the main motion, that includes E.
Yes.
So.
And then it's been subsequently described as being embedded in B versus standalone E. It's not an amendment to the bylaw. It is a standalone amendment, E, directing staff to extend. Thank you.
James Garrick.
Through you, Madam Mayor, E does impact the bylaw, but not the 2025 bylaw. It impacts the bylaw that gave staff the authority to implement the 2024 program. That bylaw had an earlier date for the period of notice of complaint to expire. That was extended to October 7th. That is now before committee for extension November 30th. So it impacts the 2024 bylaw.
Yes, correct. So it is standalone item E in the recommendations as amended. So what's before us, just for clarity, is the recommendations as amended.
So what's on the floor, Mayor, is the recommendations as amended, yes, so A through E.
Okay, I thought that's what we were doing. That's what I said that we're going to be voting on, is there yet another vote?
Through the mayor, that is what you said, but then you're voting on A through E, and should it fail, then so too will E.
Okay, so can you put the vote up, please? That carries 8-7 with one abstention. Councillor Nan, do you want to take the chair back? You're welcome to it. I'll just get this stuff out of the way.
And Elsie McCray, do we need to move receipt of the correspondences as well?
Please, yes. Thank you, Deputy Mayor.
Thank you. So 8.5A, the correspondences respecting item 8.5 report, as you know it. Mover and seconder for the receipt of the correspondences, Councillor Kretsch and Councillor Alex Wilson. Thank you both. And that is a show of hand vote because we're receiving. There's no direction. If I could get a show of hand vote to receive the correspondences. Thank you. Anybody opposed? Seeing none, that carries. On to item 8.6, which is amendments to the outstanding business list. There's a item there as it relates to two items. May I please have a mover and seconder to put the OBL on the floor? Councillor Alex Wilson, Councillor Kretsch, thank you both. Any discussion on the OBL items? Seeing none, that's an electronic vote. That carries, thank you. On to 8.7, which is PED Report 25253, Administrative Amendment to the Revitalization Hamilton Tax Increment Grant Program and the Barton Kenilworth Tax Increment Grant Program, terms respecting the disposition of condominium developers citywide. May I please have a mover and seconder to put the report on the floor? Councillor Huang, Councillor Kretsch, thank you both. Discussion. Speakers list is open. Nobody's indicating, so then it's before committee for vote. And again, it's an electronic vote. That carries, thank you. On to motions. So first one is 9.1, consideration of a rural residential property credit and stormwater management fee rebate structure. Councillor Tatterson, if you could please introduce your motion and your seconder.
My seconder is Jeff Beattie. It's moved by myself, Councillor Jeff Beattie. Consideration for a residential property credit and stormwater management fee rebate structure, whereas in June 2023, Council approved a dedicated stormwater fee structure where property will be charged based on the load it places on the stormwater system. Whereas approximately 9,500 residential homes in rural Hamilton are not connected to the built stormwater management system. Whereas most rainwater in these rural properties is absorbed on site and place little load on the built system or the natural stormwater system. Whereas Hamilton's stormwater fee is currently tiered with all residential households, whether urban or rural, paying a standard unit charge regardless of whether they are connected to the municipal water or sewer services. Whereas Hamilton urban residents will receive a reduction on their water and sewer bills of approximately $160 that offsets the new $201 stormwater fee amounts, which makes that amount come to approximately $40 in total. Whereas this fee structure does not recognize that rural households which are not connected to the built water and sewer system pay the full $201 stormwater charge as fully serviced urban households, despite having no reliance on city water, sewer, or stormwater infrastructure, and have no offset to their private water and sewer costs. Whereas rural residents not connected to the city's built stormwater system bear significant additional private expenses not faced by residents on full municipal service, including all initial construction costs of private water and wastewater systems, well and cistern maintenance, sump pump operations, septic maintenance, RO, and UV lights possibly for disinfectant, and the need for backup power during outages. Whereas these additional costs create an inequitable financial burden on residents who effectively subsidize the municipal water and sewer system and stormwater infrastructure they do not use. Whereas rural properties also provide natural stormwater management services to the city through infiltration, absorption, aquifer recharge, pollutant filtration, and erosion reduction, thereby reducing downstream infrastructure pressures and costs to the broader community. Whereas recognizing these unequal burdens and natural contributions aligns with Council's commitment to fairness and equity in municipal fees, therefore be it resolved that staff be directed to report back to the General Issues Committee within 100 days on the feasibility of creating a rural residential property credit, which would provide an automatic 50% discount for rural properties not connected to the city's built stormwater system within the stormwater management fee structure, and that the report include eligibility criteria, implementation mechanisms, administrative procedures for a rural residential property credit, and the financial costs that would be borne by all other users in the system as a result of the implementation of a rural residential property credit. I'll just speak for a couple minutes on this. First off, I just want to say that this motion only seeks information and is asking for a report that I believe helps with the stormwater management fee to become more equitable. I think we should all be open-minded to ideas that encourage continuous improvement in our bylaws. Second, fairness, transparency, and ease of administration were the council adapted guidelines for the stormwater management fee structure adapted by council in 2023. This motion on the stormwater management fee addresses fairness. I begrudgingly acknowledge that all the city, urban and rural, benefit from a built system. I get that. However, I can honestly state that most of us benefit more than some of us, and this motion has been put forward to ask committee members to consider the simple differences between someone who is fully dependent on the built system and receives a rebate on their water and sewer bills that offsets the stormwater management fee versus a rural resident who is not dependent on the built stormwater system, personally covers all their own costs for water and sewer, and generally has most of the rainwater that falls on their property absorbed in that green space that surrounds their home. Costs like electricity, a water pump, pressure tanks, maintenance, water softener, bags of salt, reverse osmosis, UV maintenance, trucked in water, and regular cleaning for your cistern, all costs that are foreign to city dwellers. These should be considered. Transparently, today's motion has been delayed for about a month or so because staff asked for time to consider. They sent me a memo about the extra costs for a consultant to re-engage to analyze the requests in the notice of motion that I put forward. Staff believed it was necessary to conduct impervious area sampling, runoff analysis, and prepare a technical memorandum and report written and presentation for council. Staff also felt that this work would take an extra 120 days to assess and possibly a reconsideration. In follow-up discussions, I listened to staff's concerns, and I strongly felt that they had the capacity to deliver this information without outside support as long as I extended the deadline, which I did, and I believe that it would not be a reconsideration if a grant system rebate or reduction was automatically given up front, similar to a reduction given to semi-detached homes. But that's up to we'll leave that up to the report. For me, it's not complicated. Nothing is simpler than a partial exemption or rebate, whichever is easiest for staff to call it, for those not on the built system to have recognized their own personal water sewer costs that are currently not reflected in billing for stormwater. It's easy to execute, as the math is simple to determine how it would affect the fees of those on the built system versus those that are not. It's transparent in that we can easily identify these homes without analysis, because it simply applies those homes that don't have a monthly water bill issued. It only applies to those who don't have a monthly water bill issued by the city. Again, in terms of the current approach, I'll say fairness is not sameness. This motion addresses this inequity for rural residents on rural roads and strives to get that information so that we can make an educated, take an educated position and make improvements to the stormwater management fee as we go onward. I'll leave it at that for now. Thanks for listening to me.
Thank you, Councillor Tedison. Speakers list is open. Next up, we have Councillor Maureen Wilson, followed by Councillor Clark, and then Councillor Alex Wilson.
Thank you. I think I've heard from the mover, thank you, about some back and forth conversations with staff on the methodology that's going to be used to inform this assessment. And I thought I heard from the mover that perhaps there was some daylight and maybe discomfort on whether we would need outside consultant who perhaps worked for us on the first one, on this one. And that's fair enough. But I guess I'm wanting to understand it better to ensure that which informed the first program is going to be at play in informing the answers to this motion. So if I could ask through the Deputy Mayor to the available staff person of their opinion on twofold, the 120-day timeline, and B, whether the criteria or the points that are set out in the motion are sufficient for us to make an informed, fair, and educated decision if the motion passes and the information ultimately comes back.
I just want to make sure I understand the question. It's Jackie Kennedy, General Manager of Public Works.
Yep, my apologies. So first of all, the questions that are being asked for staff to report back on, do you believe, in your opinion, that there's that which you're being asked to do is sufficient in its scope to in order this governing body to make a determination? Because I thought I heard that the mover didn't think an outside consultant that informed the first exercise was necessary. That might cause me to conclude that there's a pretty fair chunk of work that may need to be done here. That may or may not be the case. I guess I'm asking in the motion that which the mover is asking staff to do, is that sufficient in the professional expertise of staff as the asks?
I believe that Carrie Vanderberg and Clayton Pereira are both available to weigh in on how this has come to be the wording in the motion, as they've both been involved to consult with the councillor on this. There's been a lot of work done through both staff in partnership with the consultant to get us to where we are today on this file. I believe staff are able to take at least the first blush of this. We probably do want to reserve the potential that we may need to pull the consultant in for support, but I'm going to ask Carrie if she can comment on that as well. Director Vanderberg, thank you.
Director, please go ahead.
Thanks, through the chair. Carrie Vanderperk, Acting Director of Hamilton Water. Unfortunately, I was not involved in the conversations with Councillor Tadeson leading up to this motion, but certainly with my conversation since then with our colleagues in finance, I think we're certainly ready to take back this ask and take a look at our capacity and take a look at our where we're at with the consultant, and within 120 days come back with a report. I think I need to ask my colleagues in finance if they feel the same.
Through you, Madam Deputy Mayor, we'll work towards the 20 days if it requires bringing in a phased or staged report that requires some external support. We would report back through the interim initial report seeking that direction. But again, happy to take this away and set out to deliver on the motion. And again, if it requires any external support, we would come back to council.
Councillor?
Okay, so I think what I've heard is the 120 days is doable. I think what I've heard is the ask under the therefore be it resolved can be done in-house. I think I've heard that in the event that in executing the direction, if there's a need for other information or even outside staff will come back to this body with an interim report and said we've maybe hit a tripwire or we've hit something that in order for us to be fulsome in our report back, we're going to need X, or we're going to need to add these additional set of criteria in order for us to fully evaluate and also fully disclose what the impact will be. I'm looking for some assurance, I guess, on the methodology that we can compare before and this.
Through you, Madam Deputy Mayor, I think Councillor Wilson's described what staff are proposing, which is to take the original principles of the stormwater program, provide information as to the motion with respect to rural properties, but recognizing that we have properties that aren't connected to the water system who may have a ditch outside of the rural boundary. I think that's where staff might have referenced the need for external expertise. It depends on how extensive the potential for a additional grant program would be, because again, there are likely properties in the urban area that aren't connected to water, have stormwater ditching. So again, we would work to the spirit of the motion. If council wishes to implement such a program and it requires further support in terms of identifying all of the properties in the various parts of the city that would be potentially eligible, that may require some external support to assist us with.
So thank you. I don't know if I have any more time, but I would like to, just on that point, clarity in IV, so the fourth part of A, could you just provide a high-level overview of what staff would consider to be all other users? So for example, would all other users include places of worship in the urban area or educational facilities in the urban area and universities in the urban area? Just a high level of who this might be.
Through you, Madam Deputy Mayor, I'm interpreting that all property owners, all users who are subject to a stormwater rate.
Okay, thank you. I have one additional question on the relationship between this timing and our budget exercise and how one might inform the other in terms of whatever the outcome is. And if I could ask through the Deputy Mayor to GM Zegeric to comment on that.
And that will be the last question.
Yep, thank you.
Through you, Madam Deputy Mayor, if the question, the question as it relates to budget process, I think the time sensitivity is staff are working towards a implementation, I believe July of 2026. So 120 days would be necessary to give staff the runway if we were to need to amend the program and bylaw for the implementation of the stormwater rate in 2026.
Thank you. Okay, next up on the speakers list, we have Councillor Clark, followed by Councillor Alex Wilson, then Councillor Jackson.
Thank you. So can I ask the first question? It's referencing rural residential. So we have residential that are on agricultural farms. They're rural residential, but they're actually a farm. Would they be captured by this?
Through you, Madam Deputy Mayor, I'm interpreting rural to be rural residential properties. So the residential property, not the outhouses or farm structures.
Thank you. Are we referring to rural settlement areas?
Through you, Madam Deputy Mayor, I'm interpreting in terms of our rural zoning area, so rural versus urban.
So settlement areas that are outside of the urban boundary would be classified as a rural residential area. Is that correct?
Yes, through you, Deputy Mayor. I believe like the definition of rural residential typically is in a settlement area. It's a property that's zoned rural. It's outside the urban boundary, but it's a settlement area, usually a hamlet, village. You could have many different types of titles to these types of areas, but that's what they are. Usually outside of these settlement areas are agricultural lands. Agricultural lands have mostly, majority, agricultural uses, but there's usually a farmstead, farmhouse, barn, so forth, but they're agricultural, and the zoning is usually agricultural. So that's my background or primer on rural residential in terms of the specifics and the application of the program. That we'd have to get back to you on that piece.
No, I appreciate that. Can I get clarification on one of the whereases? It says Hamilton urban residents will receive a reduction on their water sewer bills of approximately $160 that offsets the new 201 stormwater fees to the amount of $40. So is that the 11% that the original program said would be knocked off of the water rate for the first year?
Through you, Madam Deputy Mayor, I believe those figures come from a report brought before Council this year with respect to the 2025 stormwater program fee and the change from the original $170 to $200.75. I believe that's the source of the information, that report.
Okay. And so the urban residents are still seeing their water rates increase 10% a year for 4 years, correct?
Through you, Madam Deputy Mayor, it would be subject to our 2026 water budget. In our 2026 water budget, we'll be reflecting the offset of the stormwater with respect to those future 10-year forecasts. So what committee can expect to see through the 2026 water budget is a reduction in that 10% in future years, reflecting the new stormwater rate.
And the reduction in that 10%, is that an ongoing reduction or is that a one-year reduction?
Through you, Madam Deputy Mayor, that would be an ongoing reduction.
Okay, I look forward to that report. Thank you. I'll support the motion.
Okay, next up we have Councillor Alex Wilson, then Councillor Jackson.
Thank you. Through you, Chair, just a series of clarifying questions. First off is, do I have the right number in my head that when we take the Conservation Authority amount and the Stormwater Program amount, we get to around $62 million as the total estimated program value for 2026? Through you, Chair. So just seeking confirmation it's a $63 million budget.
It's okay, I'm backing up.
Just hold 1 second, as there's a clearly an emergency alert on somebody's.
There's a rhythm there.
It is not Councillor Clark backing up in the chambers. Okay, so the question again, in 1 moment, Councillor Alex.
It could be a rave instead of a council meeting. I'm down.
I'm backed up as far as I can.
I'll start. Where's the MDMA? Quite upset. Really pissed the robots off this time.
Thank you. Okay. One last time, Councillor Alex Wilson.
It's just meant to be an easy starting point. I'm just seeking to confirm $63 million, that's the projected program budget 2026.
Gentleman, is Garrick, you're looking at Kerry?
Yeah, through you, Madam Deputy Mayor, I'm not sure if Kerry has that figure.
Thank you. Over to you, Director.
Through you, Madam Chair. No, I don't have that. It does sound familiar, that value, but I don't have it handy.
I'm reading it from the city's website, so I'm okay to maybe take that from there and just working from there. The city website says that outside of the Conservation Authority amount of $9 million, that 85% is currently funded from the water wastewater bill, and the remaining 15% coming from property taxes. When I add in the conservation 9 million, I get a 75-25, change those numbers. So currently 25% of that budget's coming from property taxpayers. The remaining 75% is coming from water and wastewater bills. Through you, Chair, to Director Vanderburg, I believe, is any of the budget for the stormwater program being allocated to water or wastewater programs? Or are these completely separate?
Through the chair, I believe that the programs are separate, so anything that would be funded through the stormwater rate would be going strictly to stormwater services.
Perfect. And I think it's been shared by many folks from different perspectives that not everyone receives the same stormwater services where they are in the city. Are there any stormwater services that are citywide? So for example, maybe natural water course management, conservation authorities, et cetera. Could you just maybe detail at a high level what programs within that $63 million bucket are citywide programs? Obviously, folks will have a differential benefit, but citywide programs?
Sure, through the chair. There is approximately 1,500 kilometers of ditches that the city maintains throughout the city. And in fact, that's about 300 kilometers more than we have of storm sewers. So built pipes in the ground throughout the city. We have approximately 150 kilometers of water courses that we maintain. There are about 50,000 catch basins throughout the city. 3,500 culverts that we maintain, and those are typically in the rural area. We also have around 130, I think just under 130 stormwater ponds and facilities that we maintain throughout the city as well. So I think the dollar value of our assets from a stormwater perspective across the city is about $3.6 billion, just under $4 billion.
Thank you so much for that. And then in a given year, obviously where maintenance is required is going to change with assets that large, not needing renewal every year. Is it fair to say that there's an expenditure in the rural area of Hamilton of several $1 million a year annually, of approximately $1 million? If you had to ballpark or estimate that, given that you don't have those exact numbers likely in front of you and it will change from year to year, is there some, I guess, guidance you could give as to what a fair estimate might be as to what percentage of the program is maybe being allocated in rural areas in a given year?
So through the chair, I don't have that dollar value handy. I'm wondering if my colleagues in finance might have that. I seem to recall something around $12 million, but I can't rely on that number. Unfortunately, I apologize.
I'm happy to maybe have that come offline if there is a number, unless someone's jumping. I don't need to pause for that. I think just last couple of questions from me. I'm just doing some quick math here. Councillor Tedeson's motion specifies under 10,000 folks would qualify for this. Potentially 10,000 times 200 is $2 million. So the current estimate is that these $200 times 10,000 properties gets to 2 million right now. The proposal is to change that number, but the current contribution at the 201 is around 2 million. Hearing that we are contributing more than 2 million, I think that's my concern with this direction moving forward is, as Councillor Clark brought up the rural settlement areas as well, as Greensville is differential than Freelton is differential than a property living on concession 4, for example. These are all going to have different impacts. And so one of the decisions we made early on in this program is to say every residential property, whether you live in the rural area, the urban area, whether you have a driveway that's twice as big as your neighbors, we're going to treat residential properties consistently. I hear that sameness is potentially not fairness, but I just also caution in that same way that those 9,500 properties are also not same to each other and within that class. And so when we look at Greensville and compare that to Westdale, we might see a lot more similarities in terms of the permeable area, the size of driveways, the size of homes, versus when we look at concession 4. It's going to be very different. But unfortunately, both of those buckets are going to be included in that 9,500 rural residential. So appreciating this is about more information, I'll just finish by saying I've had a habit of not asking for information reports when the answer is publicly available. I do think the answers are largely answered by the June communication release. So I'm going to maintain that line of not asking staff to kind of come back with homework that I think is available in the June communication release largely. But I can understand wanting to get more information, wanting to be able to explain to residents the questions that are being asked. So appreciate the councillor trying to get that information as he's trying. I don't think I'm supporting this motion today, though. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Wilson. Next up, we have Councillor Jackson.
Thanks, Deputy Mayor Nan. You know, I believe a couple of years ago in a June special council meeting, Councillor Tadison did his very best to refer the stormwater fee, dubbed the rain tax, to the Agri Affairs and Rural Subcommittee for some consultation. That unfortunately lost. The majority of council, if I recall, wanted to, as quick as possible, get the stormwater fee approved that June of 2 years ago. And so here we are today. Councillor Tadison, you gave a darn good speech today, sincerely. One of your best, in my humble opinion, that I've listened to and worked with you this term of council. Unfortunately, Deputy Mayor Nan, here we are now with another councillor who's doing his best fighting. And he has many, many rural farm family properties in his ward, and I commend him. But here we are with Councillor Tadison today. Councillor Beattie, about a month ago, both asking for exploration, feasibility of exemptions. Councillor Beattie, to his credit, being our liaison on the school boards, brought forward the school boards are extremely concerned of having to pay extra money that will take away from education in the classrooms. And I voted against that only on principle because I've been against this rain tax this term of council because of what it's morphed into. And now here we are today with another request for exploration of feasibility that will lead to an exemption for 9,500 properties potentially. Here's my problem, Deputy Mayor Nan. This bad public policy should be repealed and rescinded, period. How many more exemptions are going to be proposed in the ensuing months or during the last 12 months of this term of council? any reduction, any exemptions that hypothetically will be granted, mark my words, it's going to be impacting in a greater way on the remaining ratepayers of our community, which means my East Mountain community of 40,000 homeowners and businesses are all ratepayers, no rural properties. That $201 will increase. Yes, staff have said today the hope is that ongoing water and wastewater rates will see a reduction. If I said that at a town hall meeting, a couple of hundred of my East Mountain residents, look, just pay for this rain tax, $200 a year, Mr. and Mrs. Williams, but don't worry, we're hoping in the next ensuing years, you're going to see a reduction on your water wastewater rate. I know the jeers and the sneers and the stares that I would get at that meeting. So with all due respect, once you go down a path potentially of exemptions, somebody else is going to have to pick up the tab. That is, in my humble opinion, that will happen more oftentimes than not. The optics, lastly, Deputy Mayor Nan, of another tax. I know when I walk in my community and just spend time, even if it's just to talk to some neighbors about a future speed cushion, always stop there requesting. The rain tax now is coming up a little more often. They're saying, Tom, are you kidding? Are we getting? I said, yeah. You're going to get a rain tax if nothing changes. 201. Why, Tom? Well, you've got an impervious paved driveway there, regardless of the size, whether it's a single driveway or a triple driveway in a larger suburban home in a newer part of our city. You're going to pay the $201, and they're why? And I'm like, well, the majority of council feel this way. Deputy Mayor Nan, the optics of another tax for my community is a non-starter. With all due respect to Councillor Tattison, any exploration of both exemptions he and Councillor Beattie are looking for, all for justified reasons for what they're doing on behalf of the individuals and the groups and the agencies and the families they're representing, is a non-starter for me because I know exactly the negative impact it's going to have for my community. I'll have to be recorded as opposed to this motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Jackson. Second time speaker, Councillor Tattison.
Thanks, Councillor Jackson. Thanks to everyone who's asked questions and brought forward questions looking for clarity. I do remember when the stormwater management fee was brought forward, one of the councillors that was pushing for it said to me, "What are you complaining about, Councillor Tattison? It's a couple of coffees a month at Starbucks for your rural residents." Now, I'm asking that this inequity be corrected, eventually, so that all residents on the built system would give, and this is what I've figured it out to, the cost of 1 cup of coffee at Tim Hortons for a year to better reflect those that aren't connected. So it's a difference of $4.75 from my calculations based on what it would cost the other groups if it was. Another question that came up that Councillor Clark raised about the rural settlement areas. The rural settlement areas actually have water bills, so they will enjoy a rebate on those water bills. Because everyone who has a water bill gets a rebate because we're collecting more from the stormwater management system, they get a rebate of, again, $150, $160 that's going to reduce the overall stormwater management fee. Something else that somebody said and wasn't clear on, it's only for people that have a water bill that we're looking at. If you have a ditch in an urban area and you don't have stormwater, you're not connected, you still have a water bill and you still see the rebates because of the water bill that you have from the stormwater collection that we're doing, of the money collection. So those are all some issues that I'd like to highlight. I think again, it's important that we always have an open mind to tweaking and to looking at making our bylaws better and more reflective of what is out there in reality. You know, I went down to my to my root cellar, and I looked at, you know, basically I cut my bags of salt, I put them in the softener, and I throw the bag there. And I clean it out like once a year. And right now I'm probably looking at 20 bags down there for the year. And those 20 bags of salt are still, they're subject to the same inflationary factors that are causing the city to charge our water bills and increase in our water bills. So I just want to say that even though myself personally, and the rural residents on rural roads are not on the built system, our prices are going up as well. And we're not seeing any kickback because of the stormwater like the residents in the city are. And that's why I'm investigating this, to see what the true effects are. So hopefully I can get some support for this. It really is just seeking information. I'd hope everybody be open to that. Thank you.
Next up, we have Councillor Cooper.
Thank you, Chair. You know, it's just, I mentioned this earlier today, I found it quite remarkable that the answer to every problem is taxing residential homeowners, increasing taxes on residential homeowners. That seems to be the only way we go with these things. And so, you know, I agree with Councillor Jackson. This is bad policy, and what we need to do is put it on the floor and repeal it. And failure to repeal it, we're just around the edges here, making tweaks. This isn't a tweak thing. This should actually be back on the floor. We should do the heavy lifting on this and vote on it again. And so I can't support this either, because I just think the answer to this, once again, is that we're going to be hitting our residential homeowners again. And I heard it loud and clear at the door. Anyone who hasn't gone door knocking, please do. You're going to hear it loud and clear. Residential homeowners have had enough in Hamilton. And every one of these things that we talk about always comes back to residential homeowners, more taxes, increased taxes. Raising taxes is a lazy answer. We got to look at deployment of assets. We got to look at really our approach here. And so I'm sorry, I just can't support this.
Next up, we have Councillor Cassar, and then second time, Councillor Maureen Wilson.
Yeah, thanks, Deputy Mayor. I think just want to get on the public record here. There's a lot of, I think, misinformation, I think, is being shared. I just want to ask staff about the whole reason why stormwater funding was proposed and required, and confirm that there is no net revenue that the city is taking in because of the stormwater fee versus the current method. So just a really quick overview, how was stormwater funding happening before or currently, because we still haven't implemented it? How is it happening? And are we getting any additional information because of the change in funding source? I think that just needs to be made clear. Thank you.
Who's from the bench?
To the chair. Councillor Cassar, I'm back again. To answer your question, there is no impact by change of the stormwater fee. The messaging that we have put out there is very clear that we're essentially reducing our revenues from property taxes and water wastewater and increasing the fee on the stormwater. So the net change is in effect zero. However, at the end of the day, I will qualify this and say that it is based on consumption. So we have made the assumption that for X number of cubic meters per year, that this is how we would translate, and the net impact is about $35 for an average consumption for water, wastewater, and stormwater.
Right, thank you, Deputy Mayor. So no net revenue, no net new revenue for the city. It's a change in funding source, and just my editorial is because of provincial regulations, we have to have a reliable funding source. Water consumption, as the director just indicated, is not reliable. Therefore, this is a reliable funding source to fund stormwater, which we have to do one way or another. So to say repeal, rescind this, it's bad policy, well then what funding source are you going to suggest?
Thank you. Councillor Crutch, first time, and then Councillor Wilson, second time.
I have a comment, but a question first. So I didn't really fully understand the line of questioning Councillor Alex Wilson was going down with respect to the question asked about how much money we're getting into the rural area. I think the number by Director Vanderperk was something around, maybe around $12 million. I didn't fully understand that. I'm just wanting to know if someone can explain that to me in a different way. because it seemed like a good point was being made, but it went right over my head. And so I want to understand that a little bit better. Is there somebody who could unpack that a little bit? Because I think what I heard, I'll tell you what I thought I heard, maybe just correct me if I'm wrong to make it easier for everyone.
There you
People are thinking, what the heck is this guy asking? Fair enough. It's a bit of a wild question. So what I'm understanding is, hey, maybe rural residents are paying less than they're actually getting from the stormwater system in terms of what's being delivered. That's the point I understood to be the case, or the point that was being made, and the point seemed to be confirmed by staff, is that as part of this program, there's going to be a lot of money coming back out into the rural system, despite the fact that we're saying it's not. So I'd like to hear staff's comment on that.
Director Vanderberg.
Through the chair, thanks for the question. I think I can can answer it. In the $12 million that I referenced earlier was just a number that I had at the top of my head, and I can't confirm if that's accurate, but I know that there is a dollar value that we do spend to operate and maintain the system out in the rural areas. And at this point in time, the funding that source for that comes from drinking water rates. So it's based on consumption, essentially, which really at this point in time doesn't make a lot of sense. So trying to shift that so that it's based on impervious area and usage is really the goal here. Does that help answer your question?
It does. And I think that's been the sort of formula that's been underlying this conversation all along. And so I really want to just highlight that because it seemed to me that was what was being said. We're trying to do this in a different way. And I get that people want to call it a rain tax. We want to talk about taxation. Look, I bring up a Venn diagram at almost all my town halls in the budget or other kinds of financial town halls. And it says, if you want to have stable services, which I think all residents want, you want to have low or reasonably low taxes, which we keep hearing people want, and you want to have low density, that's not possible. You can have stable services and low density, and you can have high taxes. You can have stable services and low taxes and have more density. Or you can have low density and low taxes and cut services. But you can't have it all. And so on principle, I mean, I'm not sure whether it matters to me primarily if staff come back and give a report back on this information to find out more, but I think we're just trying to infinitely slice and slice and slice at a question that I think has been asked and answered many times already. I think we know what way we have to move forward here to do what many other cities are doing, right? One of the things we got into this conversation about was, look what Hamilton's doing, look at some of the problems we're having with our water systems, look at how we're funding all the systems. We need to move to a system that's going to more adequately deal with this issue because we have a lot of problems in our city. This will get us there. No, people don't want to hear I'm having another tax, but that's the way it's been put forward, and that's where we are. But the solution makes sense because it's going to help us to address the major infrastructure gap deficits we have in the city, which most of us around here didn't cause. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up, we have Councillor McMeekin.
Thanks, Deputy Mayor. I'll support the motion because Councillor Tadison's trying to move us ever so slightly towards a fairer system. The guiding principles of this fee from the get-go was that it was to be simple, fair, and equitable. Well, certainly simple. Everybody pays the same whether they have access to water or not, whether they have access to stormwater services or not. It sure as heck isn't fair or equitable. This, by the way, the Mayor and I had a little bit of a chat about this the other night, is probably the single most offensive thing that the people living out in the rural communities resent may be too strong a word, but are really disappointed that a letter from the Minister of Agriculture saying she thought working farms should be, even Environment Hamilton said they thought working farms should be exempt, and certainly those on concession roads who are on a well and a septic system. Nobody from the city's coming out to help fix the well when it gets contaminated or whatever. Just hard luck, tough go. Anyhow, it is palpable, and it's difficult to explain. And when I'm asked in rural areas, what the hell's going on, I just say, well, the Minister of Agriculture wanted exemption. Other municipalities exempted working farms. Those who are not on water, hey, they don't get the $40 break. They get the $200.10 increase. And they're not even on Hamilton Water, for goodness sakes. Anyhow, enough said. Mark's trying to do something to move us inches a little closer to being able to explain to our rural folk that we actually care about them and that we're understand the issues. And I tell you, it's a tough one out there. But you know that. I've said that before. And Mark has said that before. And Jeff has said that before. And Brad has said that before. And it's an issue that ain't going away, I'll tell you.
Thank you. Next up, we have second-time speaker, Councillor Maureen Wilson, then Councillor Tattison.
Thank you. Through the Deputy Mayor to GM Zagaric or GM Kennedy, could you just confirm the infrastructure deficit for Storm at present? My understanding, we were at 31 million. I think we're up to 52 million. I'm just looking for some ballpark figure if you have it available.
I appreciate the question through the Deputy Mayor. I don't have that information in front of me at the moment.
Okay. So I think suffice to say, it's not small, and it's growing every year. And my understanding of, just to try and restate the problem, is in the last term of council, we were apprised with some gold stars that our stormwater system, as part of our water system, was inadequately being funded. We have an asset management regulation that has been put out to all municipalities in which we have to assess the condition of that asset and we have to come up with a financial plan on how we're going to address it. We're not seeking to make money off of this. We're seeking to come up with a schedule of how we're possibly going to fund this. We established some principles to guide our decisions on this, and we passed a policy to do just that. We have to come up with a scheme which will address the deficit. So it's not as if we scrap this altogether, that we stop paying. We are being forced by regulation to catch up. And I think it's in our collective interest to do so because our infrastructure is crumbling. So then we ask ourselves, okay, how are we going to do it in such a way that we can actually also catch up and limit the damage that's being done to our natural assets in the form of overflow? Oh, here's a way which we can provide incentives along with the payment schedule to try and get people to maybe not put as much water down the drain. I just want to restate the fact, if not this, folks, what? Because we're going to have to pay. And then the issue becomes, well, the rural folks are being penalized. But we have also been apprised in a memo or a communication from June that, in fact, the rural folks are enjoying $6 to $8 million in services to rural properties as part of that stormwater work. It's not as if nothing is being received. And if I'm incorrect on that, I'll look to my rural folks colleagues to correct me. But you're just going to, it's a ledger exercise. You're going to shift the cost burden somewhere. And it's not as if the rural residents are not receiving an investment from the city as part of this overall investment. So I'm not sure how many more answers can be provided that will satisfy your absolute right not to favor this stormwater funding scheme. That's your absolute right to do so. But to Councillor Kazar's point, if not this, then what? Because it has to be paid. So how can we do this in such a way we can also check off a number of other benefits that will try and to do it? So that's just what I'm asking. Thank you.
Thank you. And the speakers list remains open if people want to make further points, but we have for the third time, Councillor Tattison.
I'll just share the rural perspective. Okay, so ditches are part of the road system in rural Hamilton. Now, when we dig up a road anywhere, say Westdale, urban Hamilton people that live there and rural people all have access to that road. But when we all pay for that road improvement in Westdale. We don't ask the residents on that road to pay more to fix it up because it's their road. But that's what you're asking here for the rural residents that live on rural roads. I just think, I just don't agree that the rural road residents should be attributed with needing to pay more for rural road ditching that happens occasionally along their roads, as was argued by the city consultant. And like the urban street, we all have access to rural roads. In fact, in my area, more urban dwellers use the rural roads in Ward 11 than the people that live on the rural road, because I've got an island of urban people that take every day up and down the rural roads. So those people are enjoying the benefits of having a reduction in their water and sewer bills that the rural residents aren't. Councillor Kazar made a great point. He asked, I'll say Director Pereira, he asked him, what's the net impact? It was $35, but that's $35 for a rural, not for a rural resident, that's for an urban resident. A rural resident is being asked, that's not on the water system, to pay $201. I think that's unfair. I'm trying to ask to bring it down to $100, which is still $65 more net increase than the people in the urban area. So I'm willing to pay, I'm willing to represent the rural areas and say, okay, we all benefit from the system. We'll pay more to support more, but the difference from what I'm seeing right now to what they're getting, it's not reflected in this, and that's all I'm bringing this forward for. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Tattison. Next up, we have Councillor Clark.
Thank you. I'm listening to the debate, and some things are being forgotten in the debate. The asset management plan, I read that document inside, outside, backwards, forwards, left, right. You can't get around it any other way. Staff said their confidence level on the actual infrastructure deficit is low to medium confidence. That's what staff said. So don't tell me now that that asset management plan is 100% bona fide and everything that's in there in terms of the infrastructure deficit is something that we need to fix in 2 years, 3 years, 4 years. All most people are suggesting is that if there is an infrastructure deficit, that you do it within a reasonable time frame. It doesn't mean you got to get it done in 10 years. Could be 15 years. Could be financed over 20 years. Mortgages are 30 years. But we arbitrarily set a timeline to get that infrastructure deficit under control. The residents in the rural areas are feeling disdain. They are feeling forgotten. They are feeling ignored. They are feeling dismissed. Because the farms in my community, I can only speak to my community and perhaps some of my good friend, Councillor Ted McMeekin's area. The farm water goes into certain watersheds. That's where it goes. Generally doesn't go to the road. I heard an awful lot from the consultant that all that water goes to the roads. So therefore, we have to pay for this extra fee in the rural area to cover the cost and the damage to the overflow to the roads. She admitted she never came out here to visit with those farms to see exactly where the water was going. Majority of the water in my area goes to Welland River in Upper Stony Creek. Believe it or not, it doesn't go down to the harbor. Oh, but the rest of it goes to the harbor. Doesn't go into the storm system to get collected. It goes into creeks, several creeks that drain directly into the harbor. That's where the water goes from the rural community. So yes, they're angry that they're having to pay a new rain tax for water that comes from their farms and goes directly out. And yes, Councillor Cassar most certainly led the drive to come up with an exemption program for the farms, and that has been implemented. And by all means, they are very grateful for that exemption, but they still balk at the overall program. So I understand the desire to go after the deficit, but how you do it, how fast you do it, in the manner you do it is all a collective decision of this council.
That exhausts our speakers list. So it's been duly moved and seconded, well debated, and before committee for electronic vote. That's defeated. On to 9.2, request for a staff report on outsourcing of information technology services, revised. Councillor Spadafora, if you could please introduce your motion and your seconder.
Thank you, Chair. Moved by myself, and it's seconded by Councillor Cooper. Apologies, the initial document that was sent to clerks early on was my fault. I sent to my staff to send it was the wrong motion. This one is the revised motion. It should be on the agenda as the revised motion, so I'm going to read it out. It's a request for an internal consultant report on outsourcing of information technology services, whereas the City of Hamilton has experienced a significant cyber incident that has resulted in substantial cost to rebuild information, technology infrastructure, and services. Whereas despite considerable investments made to date, additional effort and resource still required to restore and modernize the city's information technology environment to meet operational and security needs. Where Council has the responsibility through the annual budget process to ensure that taxpayers' dollars are being used in the most efficient and effective manner to deliver critical service, including IT services that support the entire organization. Therefore, be it resolved that staff be directed to engage an external consultant with an upset limit that should read $100,000, not $100, I think is what it reads, to be funded by the IT reserve to bring forward a report as part of the 2026 budget process, providing a full analysis of advantages and disadvantages of outsourcing the city's IT services either in whole or in part. That the external consultant report include but not be limited to financial analysis comparing in-house delivery versus outsourcing models, including potential cost savings, asset technology, ownership, transition, cost, and long-term sustainability. An assessment of service quality, flexibility, and capacity to meet the city's evolving needs, an analysis of software replacement that could facilitate right-sizing through self-service application and harmonized processes, consideration of cybersecurity expertise, risk mitigation, and resilience, impacts on unionized and non-unionized staff, best practices and lessons learned from other municipalities that have outsourced IT services, identification of compliance, mandates, risks, legal implications, and contractual considerations. Before I get a couple things, Chair, I'm gonna start by telling everybody that similar to around objectivity. So if you want to know, and I know some councillors asked me the question, so I'll answer all your questions. I didn't go to staff, and I'll explain why. The only thing in this motion that staff's going to tell you is not doable is the IT budget reserve, because I believe we've drained it, which keep that in mind for when we have our discussions about investments, because that reserve should have been at zero if we didn't fund it, as we've talked about. So I'll need to ask GM Zagaric to find another funding source, maybe the stabilization reserve. But this should have been done, in my humble opinion. After the emergency operations of the attack happened and we're starting in the rebuild, I think we should have had information that would have showed us what the differences would have been if we would have done everything entirely in-house, what the annual cost will continue to be and the increase every year, as opposed to some of it going external, the reasons why we would go external, maybe their professional expertise in regards to what we currently have in-house. Maybe there's areas where we would have benefited from outsourcing. Keep in mind, this isn't something new. Royal Bank outsources some of their IT. Scotiabank outsources some of their IT. Like, major companies outsource pieces of their IT or large amounts of their IT. I don't recall ever it being looked at as an option. We have a consultant that's helping us. We've spent close to $20 million. We don't have an interim financial system in 20 months. Don't have a permitting system. So how can we sit here and be okay and say our tax dollars are being well spent, we think we're on the right path, it's been 20 months, and we don't have a financial system, an interim financial system? To me, this is good information to have. I think it helps us make better decisions, because the IT decisions are not going away. The IT decisions are coming, and they're going to keep coming, and they're going to come next year and the year after that. And I don't believe that we should do it solely by whatever we think we should do in-house. I think we need to know the risks, the benefits, the expenses with taking some of our IT, all of it, and outsourcing it. Maybe there's better ways of doing some of it, but we don't know that. We have no idea. All we know is we're rebuilding back better, which is great. We've spent X amount of dollars, and unfortunately, with the person helping us, 20 months later, we don't have an interim financial solution. And I don't know why it's taking this long. Maybe it was only supposed to take 4 years. Maybe it was supposed to take 6 months. But 20 months on a permitting system, 20 months, and the permitting system not ready till next year. It's, to me, I think it's good information to have at a very small price. That's it for me, Chair.
Thank you. Next up, we have Councillor Cassar, followed by Councillor Cooper.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. I have some questions for Chief Digital Officer Tarani. Can you tell us what, if any, components of our IT department or services are already done by outside of the city and not by city employees?
Thank you, Councillor. Through you, Deputy Mayor, we do have a portion of our services that are outsourced. Those include our wide area network, our managed site backup connectivity for various sites, managed Wi-Fi, or outsourced managed Wi-Fi services for certain locations, our outsourced services for our NG 911 solution and technology support, outsourced managed security services provisions, outsourced device imaging and setup, outsourced application management for some of our application services, outsourced printer support services, and outsourced trunked radio monitoring and support are some of the areas that we already have outsourced as part of our IT program already.
Okay, that was a pretty substantial list, so it sounds like a lot of work's already been done. If this direction were to be given to staff, can you just give an overview of the policies and processes, procurement, et cetera, that we'd have to follow, and just a sense of the amount of work that would be required, please?
Thank you for the question. Through you, Deputy Mayor. Definitely we would have to abide by our procurement policies as it relates to going out to market to bring on a consultant, which could impact our ability to bring back the report as requested in time for the deadline that's been requested in the motion. There are also HR policies that I'd be happy to pass over to my colleague here to speak about as it relates to outsourcing of unionized staff positions as well, and noting when you do bring on a consultant, they ultimately end up leveraging some of their resourcing, but do have to engage with staff at a significant level to inform the information collection process. I will also note that of the IT budget, only 54.7% is staffing related costs. And we do a lot of things to try to ensure we are delivering our services at the lowest cost opportunity. Our average cost for IT services is about $3,900 Canadian per user. And that, the best information I could find in the US is that it's on average about $7,000 US per user. So I do feel we are bringing value from the services that we provide. And maybe I'll pass it on to our my colleague here, Laura Fontana, to speak to some of our obligations under our staffing union regulations.
Thank you. Through the chair, Laura Fontana, Executive Director of Human Resources. One of the considerations as part of this review would be our language in the collective agreement. So QP 5167 is the union that represents the unionized employees in the IT department. And that language says that no employee will be terminated or laid off as a result of contracting out. So I understand there's approximately 54 unionized employees in the IT department. I think there's approximately 80, 85, I'm not entirely sure, but a significant amount are unionized. If we are contracting out and it means departing with some of our unionized employees, we're going to have litigation with CUPE because that language is pretty significant in terms of our inability to terminate or lay off as a result of contracting out.
Thank you. If I may just add too, I don't know if I'm stepping outside the boundaries here, so I apologize, but it would be also very beneficial to get clarity if offshoring is to be considered in this motion. My understanding, again, a lot of agencies that have moved to find resourcing costs at a more effective prospect have offshored work to Philippines or Mexico or other offshore locations. So it would be good to have that clarity if that is also direction of Council's motion for us to have the consultant explore moving those jobs offshore.
Okay, thank you. I'll leave that to the mover to speak to when time's appropriate. What work's already been done or is underway to achieve efficiencies? Because I know the mayor's director for the budget has directed that. Could you speak to the work because of that and anything that's maybe already underway?
Thank you again, Councillor. Through the Deputy Mayor, we do undergo reviews to identify opportunities both through the budgeting process and as regular course of business to ensure efficiency of operations. For example, we initiated a review of some of our cell phone plans. We've identified dormant accounts and are in the process of recovering, canceling those accounts to recover about $147,000. Those costs are, of course, distributed across the organization, but that work was initiated as part of audit work that the IT department led. We're also working with our facilities department on doing an audit of all our phone lines, in addition to find cost savings opportunities by deprecating little or obsolete phone lines that may still be activated and are captured through costs throughout the rest of the department. And we've also done some upgrades where we're seeing net new solutions that have been implemented at the same level of cost. For example, our recent telephony system upgrade brings us a modern cloud-based telephony system to support city services at the same cost level that we were paying for the legacy infrastructure that was over 8 years old, that was refreshed, without any cost increases to delivery of those services with advanced functionality.
Thank you for that. Can I ask one final question? The City of Hamilton as a municipality is a large organization, and I believe my understanding from kind of being adjacent to IT through my whole career that it's quite complex. And I also listened to the AFNA meeting. I'm not part of the committee, but listened to the tape afterwards. And a question was asked of the consultant we're working with on just the complexity and the appropriateness for municipalities of our size to outsource key components and, the ability to outsource risk and accountability. So to the CDO, could you please just speak on that topic? Thank you.
Thank you. I'm just going off my memory because I didn't review it, but was present at the meeting. And I think the gist of the commentary from our cybersecurity audit firm that's been engaged through the Office of the Auditor General was that through outsourcing, you cannot offload certain responsibilities as it relates to cybersecurity and or privacy or similar type accountability that resides with the city. And I believe his commentary was that their experience was that trying to outsource things like that had presented challenges and would not be something as an auditor that they would recommend. But I'm paraphrasing my recollection of that AFNA meeting.
Thank you, Councillor Cassar. Next up, we have Councillor Cooper, followed by Councillor Maureen Wilson, and then I'm adding myself to the speakers list. Thanks.
Through you, Chair. How long have we been working on our work order system to put in a new system?
Sorry, could I get some clarity with regards to which work order system you're referring to so I can give you the most accurate answer?
So, is there more than one work order system we're implementing right now?
So we have implemented, from a work order perspective, I'll assume that we're talking about the PW Enterprise Asset Management solution. That project has been ongoing, I believe, for about 4 years currently, but was impacted heavily by cyber and the loss of all the project attributes for that program. I'd also just like to clarify that our interim finance system is operational and live, with the exception of some reporting capability.
So what we're talking about here is asset deployment. We started off the day with a great presentation about TD Coliseum, and now we had this asset that needed a big investment. We had some people in our community who just had an exceptional vision, and they took this asset and also turned it into a crown jewel. IT is also an asset. I mean, we're used to conversations about, hey, we need more taxes. We got to throw money at this problem. And, you know, as I said before, residential taxpayers are tired of this conversation. This is an opportunity to do things differently. I have done this before, okay, in a unionized setting. And nobody's talking about firing anybody. What we're talking about is, first of all, security. We have no enterprise resource management in this organization. We don't know what our risk appetite is. We don't know where our security risks lie. And anyone who says they do, they're just fooling themselves. Secondly, this is about software. We're just not looking to outsource for service. We're looking at software as part of this as well. That software involves the implementation across the organization, harmonizing processes, looking at self-service. We are looking at service, but we're also looking at savings. If this deal is done the way the deal can be done, there is real savings to be had. And so I think this is worth exploring, because what we've talked about earlier is we've been doing a service model, but we haven't been doing the software. Software is a real challenge now. Because of the cyber attack, we're going to have to go out and we're going to have to procure software. We're going to have to put it in. This is all part of the package that we're looking at. So this is a real opportunity to look at doing things differently. This is an opportunity to look at our assets in a very different way and say, how can we deploy them differently than what we have, so that the answer at the end of the day isn't more tax increases. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Cooper. If I could, just as your chair, clarify that your comment about people being full of themselves if they think differently was ascribed to staff?
Thank you. No, it wasn't ascribed to staff.
You had a chance to clarify, because the statement was not clear.
Yeah. Well, at that moment, I wasn't talking directly to staff. And so just clarifying for you, Chair, that was a general comment about our enterprise risk management framework and the fact that we do not have a risk appetite, which I've mentioned a number of times.
Okay, just a reminder for everybody around our code of conduct. Next on the speakers list is Councillor Maureen Wilson, followed by Councillor Clark, and then myself.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. I think to Chief Digital Officer Sereni, could you tell me who Valencia is and what service they're providing to the municipality? I think I have the name right, but...
Thank you. Yes, you do. Through you, Deputy Mayor, Valencia is the third-party cyber audit firm that has been engaged through our Office of Auditor General to conduct the follow-up audit for cybersecurity on behalf of the Office of the Auditor General.
Thank you for clarifying that. They're secured by the auditor. Thank you. My second question is, if I could ask through the Deputy Mayor to the City Manager, could you just provide a quick summary of where we are on that audit of our IT, please, and thank you.
Through you, Madam Chair, and thank you for the question. It's a 4-part series to review the cyber incident. The first part has concluded and has been presented at the last AFNA meeting. There are 3 additional parts to follow, and that will be proceeding as quickly as they can complete them.
Thank you. On that last part, is there a ballpark timeline on when the conclusion of their work might be?
Through you, Madam Chair, I don't have that, but I will reach out to them to see if they can give us some idea, just general timelines.
Fair to say, through the Deputy Mayor, it will be before the end of this term of council.
Through you, Madam Chair, I fully anticipate that, yes.
That's fair, thank you. If I could ask either to the City Manager or to GM Zagaric, the Build Back Better, as my recollection is, we have agreed and set aside, is it $30 million in order to identify those deficiencies, which became very apparent in our IT operations and what we have, and to get us to a level of better in how we connect with our residents and the security within which we work, through the chair. Ballpark on that number.
Through you, Madam Chair, and sorry, I'll have to pull the numbers precisely, but to my recollection, it was about $34 million for this year for that. I can get more detailed ones. I just wasn't anticipating that particular question.
Yep, no, that's fair. I think in my recollection, it's between 30 to 34, and that's a public investment. To Chief Digital Officer Tarani, I think when we began this journey with notice of the cybersecurity event, we were apprised by the experts in public session that there are 2 sectors that are really vulnerable to cyber today. Those are the health sector and municipalities. And the reason that they're vulnerable, this was the reason put forward, is that we hold public data. Could you confirm that, please?
Thank you for the question. Through you, Deputy Mayor, to Councillor Wilson. Yes, that is also my recollection as it relates to vulnerable sectors, both because of the value of the data that they, or the wealth of information that they contain. I think also there was additional commentary made on the investment level versus maybe private sector in the public sector. And that's why, as a proportion, we see a much broader range of incidents across sort of the public sector than maybe some of the other sectors that, like if you think about banking or finance, that have a much higher level of investment in their cybersecurity programs than we might see in the public sector. And again, I would say from a public sector that would apply federally, provincially, and at a municipal level.
Yep, thank you. My final question, and then I'd like to go back on for comments, because I do want to share with my colleagues who were not on AFNA an exact transcript of that conversation about risk with IT and outsourcing, and the whole notion that we're actually able to get value for dollar in my comment section. I have it transcribed. I'd like to go back to make sure I understand the comment from Chief Digital Officer Serrani. I have directed and also participated in reorganizational stuff in corporations in which the consultant comes in, gets paid, yet the workers do all the work. So to your comment of the $100,000 price tag, your statement is professionally, the scope of this work cannot be done in the absence of existing city employees actually doing a lot of work to deliver the achievable, to deliver the thing.
Through you, Deputy Mayor, to Councillor Wilson. Just for clarity, I think staff would need to be heavily involved to provide the information that would have formed the assessment that the consultants would do. I don't want to imply that the consultants wouldn't be able to go out and reference publicly available material or their own contacts for some of their information gathering going out. I will add that I did reach out. I'm a member of the large cities CIO group, and I did reach out to my colleagues, roughly 31 of them. I didn't get, I only got about 5 responses because I just sent it yesterday, but most of them had, I'd asked them questions about their outsourcing, where they had done that, and a lot of the responses aligned to the areas where we had also already conducted outsourcing. So, sorry, back to your question though, I think there would be commitment required from staff, and I think the procurement may actually even be a larger impediment to a timely execution if we go out to, from a transparency perspective, unless we were maybe given additional direction relating to single sourcing this work and circumventing our procurement in terms of what would be needed to engage with a consultant in a timely fashion.
Thank you. I do have an additional question. I'll go back on, and it's in terms of consultant access to maybe private cybersecurity issues in-house. So we have to limit that in their scope. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up, we have Councillor Clark.
Thank you. Just a number of questions so that I can truly understand where we are and what the good councillor is suggesting. So when the cybersecurity event occurred, the city procured outside consultants to assist us with what transpired, to investigate, to make recommendations in terms of how we fix it, and in some cases, helping us to actually fix it. Is that a fair statement?
100% correct, Councillor.
Thank you. And a part of that process, if I recall, and someone stop me if I'm crossing lines on what is in camera and what can be publicly stated, but if I recall correctly, a part of that discussion was the need of software for the municipality to continue to ensure that our databases are secure. And we secured some software to do that. Is that correct?
Through you, Deputy Mayor, yes, there was recommendations that were put forward around gaps in controls that would require software solutions to further bolster our resiliency. Some of those, and that is part of the cyber resilience program, the 3-year program that has been so far approved by council, some of which those solutions have been procured and others are going through procurement processes and or require a longer term implementation. So hopefully I didn't go too far, but yes, your commentary is correct. I just wanted to note that it's a journey as it relates to all the solutions, because there were significant gaps in our maturity as it related to some of those solutions that help protect our infrastructure.
So the approximate 20 million, I heard the city manager say 30 million that we have spent, how many of those projects did we RFP? We spent $30 million. How much of that was RFP'd?
Through you, Mayor, I don't have that information available at this point in time. I do know our permitting and planning solution was RFP'd. Some of the projects are related to additional existing capital projects where additional funding was brought forward for those. I do not have the exact number of which of those have been RFP'd or will be using shared procurement processes that allow us to leverage solutions through shared agreements or shared contracts. I'm sorry, I don't have that information.
Thank you. So we did an RFP. The companies that came in and there were companies, third-party companies that came in to assist us in finding out what happened, and then here's how we're going to fix it. We did an RFP for the software that was a part of that. We are now looking at RFPs for additional software that we require. Are we looking at RFPing the software that's required to do the financial work that is being recommended? Because as I understand it right now, they're doing manual entries on the general ledger. So are we RFPing for software to replace that work?
So through you, Deputy Mayor, just a point of clarification for some of one of the vendors, particularly that was brought on to assist us with recovery. We were assigned that vendor through our insurer, as they advised us that would be the company that they would recommend that we work with to assist us with the forensics and recovery processes.
This is the insurance company that didn't give us any money, but they're telling us who we should hire?
They had on retainer, they're not on retainer, but they have, in order for us to, I'll just say that following the incident, there was no options to RFP. Because by the time we went through a 9-month RFP process, we would be in a further difficult position than we were, and most companies that are hit with a cyber incident would rely on recommendations from their insurer as to who is their preferred recovery forensic analysis solution provider, and as well as our engagement with third-party consultants, that we did review multiple offerings before we made a decision. As it relates to RFPing our financial solution, I believe some information has been shared with council prior to that, and our preference would always be to use Ministry, Government of Ontario vendor of record agreements or shared procurement vehicles that have already gone through the public procurement process, because there is an overhead cost associated as well with RFP processes. So where we can abide by our procurement regulations and shared procurement or vendor of record agreements made available through the province or other entities that we abide by, that would be our preference. And if we cannot, then it would be through RFP process.
So the reason I ask those questions is because if I recall what has transpired, we had the cyber incident occur. We didn't pay the dude that was threatening us. We had to bring in outside third-party consultants with IT knowledge and technology to assist us in the audit and working of our system to find out what data has been compromised, what data had not been compromised, which softwares were down. How are we going to build back by looking for the backups and implementing all those backups to bring those systems back up? We hired people to do that. Our staff worked with those people. And then we also purchased software to assist with how we run our municipality from the same people that we hired without an RFP. And we did that without an RFP also. And now I'm hearing such reticence, such fear and trepidation about bringing in outside IT contractors to help with our IT problems. We've been doing that for 2.5 years. Where was the anguish then? I don't understand the logic of what I'm hearing from staff today. For 2.5 years, you've been hiring outside third parties to do this. Council has been supporting you in doing this. Now we have a councillor suggesting that you do a report to see whether or not we can have outside private third-party companies help us with our IT issues, and I'm getting pushback. Help me understand that.
Could you clarify your question, Councillor?
For 2.5 years, we have hired and spent over $20 to $30 million with private third-party companies to assist us in repairing the damage from a cyber attack. Now a councillor suggests that we look at that IT sector from the private aspect in terms of what they can do to help us with IT. And all of a sudden, I'm hearing all of these concerns about privacy. I'm hearing concerns about union issues, on and on. Yet for 2.5 years, we've hired independent third-party IT experts to help us fix this problem. But now the councillor's suggesting it, and you're saying we shouldn't do that.
Thank you. Through you, Deputy Mayor, I apologize. I don't know if I ever stated that we shouldn't do this. I answered the questions that were asked of me by other members of council. The areas I was asked for regarding that I had flagged were the ability to deliver on time, and I'd asked for clarification if we have opportunities to potentially consider single sourcing. So if I did imply in any way that this shouldn't proceed, I was just answering the questions that were coming to me to the best of my ability. So that would be my commentary on the timelines, I believe was what I had stated as it relates to the December 16th requirement to bring this information back to council and the process that we would normally have followed for this. And I will also note we were operating under EOC operating conditions at the time as well. So there's multiple complexities, I would suggest, to what we did in the past. But again, happy to take council's direction on this, and in no way, shape, or form meant to come across as implying that this isn't work that we will take direction from council from accordingly.
Thank you. My point, Deputy Mayor, and I'll wrap it up right now, is all I've heard so far from staff today is trepidation. And yet we've been doing private IT contracts for the last 2.5 years.
Okay, I'm trying to be very fair and lenient as a chair, in so much that I want to give grace to my council colleagues to be able to express their frustration appropriately. I'm also hearing from staff very clearly that they're responding to the questions being asked by council members today in this committee in respect to this motion. I am just going to caution the table. I've heard language saying that staff are pushing back. I've heard language that might imply otherwise. If that is not your intention, I really need you to be crystal clear about that. Otherwise, it's being read as potentially questioning staff's motives in response to the questions that are being asked of them, and then they're responding to, I think, quite fairly. So, Councillor Clark, if I'm misreading you, that's one thing that I'm open to hearing back from you, but I also really need you to clarify your intention there, because there is a fine line.
Deputy Mayor, I have heard questions asked by all of my colleagues around this table to our staff. The responses to those questions, my understanding, listening very carefully to the context, was generating trepidations to Councillor Spatafora's motion. I'm simply pointing out that we've already done the hiring of IT private consultants to help us through this mess. And if there's anything else that you're implying that I said untoward, by all means, do a code of conduct. Let's have that discussion. But I know the the Integrity Commissioner has made it very clear that councillors are supposed to have the ability for freedom of expression. I have only done that. I have not disparaged anyone on the bench. I responded to exactly what I heard, and I countered that to, wait a minute, we've been hiring private third-party IT experts for 2.5 years. And now I'm hearing lots of answers that, oh, we can't do this.
Okay, next up we have Mayor, and then while the Mayor is speaking, after you're done, if you could hold the chair, as I'll be next in speakers.
Thanks very much, Deputy Mayor Nan. I just want to kind of get a little bit of perspective here on the timelines. When did the cybersecurity attack happen? What was the date?
Through you, Madam Chair, February 24th, 2024. So it's been a year and 8 months.
Okay, so just to be clear, it's not been 2.5 years of anything. It's been less than 2 years. And that I want to ask staff to remind us within the parameters of your of our requirements as a corporation in terms of in-camera discussions about how we were how we moved forward when it came to the advice that we received through this process thus far. And I don't know, maybe the city solicitor can help me with this, whether that requires us to go in camera or not. However, I fear that there's some misremembering about how we went through this process thus far. And so if I can get some clarification that in terms of how we got to where we are now and why, without needing to go into camera, I would appreciate that, because I recall conversations that were very clear as to why we were dealing with who we were dealing with, and I felt that we were making responsible decisions that would protect this corporation, which is what the staff's job is in terms of advice to us, and what our job is as the council here in Hamilton. And so can I just, if that's clear, can I get a little bit of a recap?
Through you, Madam Chair, and I'll start, and it will be in layperson's terms, so you can certainly jump in if needed. So when the incident first occurred, first there was an assessment period to determine what precisely had occurred, because we didn't know if it was a run-of-the-mill sort of incident or if it was more extensive. Very quickly, the IT department assessed and determined that it was in fact a cyber incident. I think that took the course of a day. Went into emergency mode and called the EOC together, initially in part, so that we could respond. The most important thing at that point was to contain and to make sure it was safe and make sure that there was no further potential damage to be caused. Then there was an assessment. I'm sorry, my pause is around what pieces were in camera and making sure that I don't delve into that area. So then it was, so recognizing that piece, there were some in-camera discussions about how we would assess or how we would respond to the situation. It was at some point determined that it was ransomware and that we needed to determine whether or not a ransom would be paid. All the while trying to maintain services and contain the incident as well. So in the early few months, it was really about containment, resilience, and making sure that we could keep operations running so that there was minimal impact to the residents, and prioritizing what services to bring online, making sure, for example, that people on staff got paid, that vendors got paid, and things of that nature. When things were up and running, and I'm thinking that was around March that we could say that confidently that most things were operating. Then there was a piece about how we would rebuild and whether we could come back from backups. And during that time frame, the insurance company identified who we needed to use as a breach coach. Of course, we didn't know at that time whether or not they would pay insurance, so we needed to follow that, because if we didn't follow their direction, there was a good chance that we would not be able to get insurance. Unfortunately, we did not receive insurance, but we wouldn't know that at the time. We met with the breach coach throughout, as we were directed to do, and they suggested that we bring a third party in, partly because we didn't have the resources available to do all of that work, and partly because we needed a special expertise. So there was expertise provided from the folks that manage these incidents from a ransomware perspective. There was also in terms of making sure that you fortify your systems so that they can't go deeper. And certainly top of mind for us was making sure that there was no public breach of information. We wanted to protect our residents in that regard and all of their information. Unfortunately, we did not have any of that information go out. Once things were, I'll say, more solid ground. And there was, we knew there were some resiliency pieces in place. We knew that we had the appropriate external and internal resources working on it. We set about the path forward being to build back better and stronger, both from a resiliency perspective, from cyber security, as well as rebuilding systems. There were 21 core systems that had been impacted, and we wanted to make sure that we delivered those as effectively and efficiently as possible, in a cost-effective way, but also in a way that delivered service to our customers, our residents and businesses in a way that they rightfully deserve. So that has been our course from this point forward, and I may be recalling dates incorrectly, but I believe it was July that we came forward with 4 reports to council, some about some about resiliency from a cyber perspective, some about the 21 core projects that need to be built back and what the costs would look like, the timeline, recognizing that each one of those systems, if built under normal conditions in a municipality, would take about 3 years. We're expediting all 21 plus some others and cyber resiliency in a shorter time frame than that. So I'm hoping that that gives you an overview of how we evolved in this way. I don't know if my colleagues want.
Thank you. If I may, the only thing I would add is that I think there was a conscious decision to bring the enhancements program through Build Better to council as part of the 2025 budget process and not bring it outside of the budget process. So that went through the budget process for approval, which then once the budget was approved, I think in late February of 2025, that allowed us to actually commence starting on those enhancement efforts once we had the approval of council.
Thanks very much. I'm just going to make one comment, and then I'll give up the microphone, and that is this. We're not here by accident. We're here because investments weren't made when they needed to be made. And that's the reality. Whether we admit it or we don't, that's the reality. And I can remember our former colleague from Ward 8 said the only reason we're doing this work now is because we got caught with our pants down, and it forced us to make real striving changes to our systems that made us vulnerable in the first place because those investments weren't made. And I, for one, I'm going to clearly say we need to make those investments, and we don't need to stretch them over a 10-year time frame because we're going to end up exactly where we've just come from, and that would be a tragedy. I think that what we need to do is stay on a course that's thoughtful, that's informed by the people who have been doing this work to rebuild our systems in a better way, and we need to make the investments. I, for one, I'm not going to support the motion. I don't think tinkering around with what we need to do in terms of staying on an appropriate course for the response and the rebuilding better and faster and protecting this municipality is appropriate. I think we need to continue on the path that we're on and not start flying all over the place and having all kinds of loose ends that are not part of a complete path forward for this municipality. I think it creates a whole bunch of risk, and I was able to listen to a little bit of what was happening in the AFNA meeting, unfortunately not all of it, but we can't start bringing in all kinds of other players and then when something goes wrong, blame them because it wasn't our fault. That's pretty much what was said, is the risk cannot be transferred. I, for one, think that the way to go forward is the way that we are going forward, what we've approved so far, and I won't support us kind of going off into other tangents because I think it puts our municipality at risk. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. If you could hold the chair, please. Thank you. Through you, just wanted to ask a few more clarifying questions. Councillor Cassar already helped bring some of the information to light. If I could, through you, in item BII or B2 of the therefore be it resolved, it calls for an assessment of service quality, flexibility, and capacity to meet the city's evolving, I will say, IT needs, although that's implied because of the direction of the motion. Could staff clarify, hasn't this been provided in previous staff reports in an assessment post-cyber in terms of our Build Back Better plan?
Through you, Mayor, to Councillor Nan, I think in terms of what we received back was related to our maturity levels for specifically around cyber that was presented to council in camera as it relates to where the third party had assessed our maturity and the roadmap that was suggested and the end state that we would try to achieve over the cyber resilience roadmap. I hope I'm answering your question. If I'm not, I apologize and happy to clarify further.
I think you know it does. And then generally speaking, I heard some of your responses to the potential risk of outsourcing IT services in municipal government. Had a chance to talk to some of my FCM colleagues, listing things like the concern about loss of control, municipalities losing control over their IT assets and management capabilities, potentially leading to a decline in service levels. I heard from my FCM colleagues the risk of hidden costs in their assessment and analysis. While initial savings are the goal, hidden costs often arise as the outsourced programming tends to increase in scope. There's like often scope creep as needs arise, and then they get folded into outsourced contracts. There was concerns raised about quality and accountability, risk of decreased quality or declined levels of service, as well as social costs. And then a final point that my FCM colleagues mentioned was the loss of knowledge and innovation, specifically within the municipal government. If I could just get response back from staff. And again, these were not coming from FCM staff. These were comments coming from council members from municipalities across the country who've been exploring this issue as well.
Through you, Mayor, to Councillor Nan, at the risk of not trying to sound biased, I would say that mimics some of the comments I received via email from my other colleagues as to some of their experiences. I will also note, and again, this is going to come across, so I will put that. I was trying to do research to understand this to be able to speak to what has been seen. I know the Parliamentary Budget Office in January this year completed an assessment for the feds of 4 different departments, and they came to the conclusion through their audit that IT outsource costs at the federal level were leading to 20 to 25.7% higher costs. So I think if I just use, again, that one point in time document to give you some feedback to the best of my ability, to the feedback you received from your SCM colleagues, that would seem to align with the comments that you made. But again, there's also always different views and approaches to be taken.
I appreciate the clarity there and the response to the question through you. Mayor, I think the last question I have is around, I think it's more generally around in-house services versus outsourced services. And the general statement coming from public service associations is that when invested in in-house services within municipal governments or any level of government, that those services eventually become not eventually, they are proven to be less costly, that they, in fact, encourage and allow for better quality control. They allow for flexibility, efficiency in operations, and as well as increased staff capacity as better information is held internally and capacity is built within the municipality or the level of government to prepare themselves for future iterations of IT needs. Mayor, through you, appreciate that Councillor Spadafora is looking for, I think, efficiencies. I think Councillor Spadafora is making it really clear that he believes that there are some efficiencies that could be found and wants to use $100,000 in external consultants to try and find them. Appreciate the motivation and the intention of the motion, but I won't be able to support it. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Nan. You can take the chair back.
Take back the chair. Second town, Councillor Spadafora, and then Councillor Maureen Wilson.
Thanks, Chair. I'll keep this brief. And I didn't, my intention was not to dig up a pathway from the day the cyber incident occurred. I thought my motion was clear. It's just looking for an external consultant outside of the people we have currently, and I understand all the EOC things. I understand why we did what we did. The mayor's right. Yeah, yes. But now we're 18 months, close to 19 months in. I don't know if there are ways to do this better, if outsourcing a piece or another piece would be better. Right now, we have someone we're listening to, that same person. Maybe someone would tell us something different. Maybe they would be wrong. Maybe we wouldn't find any efficiencies. Maybe what we're doing is perfect. There's nothing wrong. We are on the perfect path to the perfect road ahead on the IT. Me personally, for $100,000, I think that's something I'd like to hear. In reference to the consultant Valencia at the AFNA meeting, please make sure when we're transcribing, we transcribe both consultants from Valencia. The first one did talk negatively about outsourcing. The second one's comments were different. He didn't say that it's the wrong thing to do, and I'm paraphrasing because I didn't transcribe it. They both had differences of opinions in their comments. I'm not saying one's right and one's wrong. I'm just saying they both said two different things. So let's just remember that from the AFA meeting. I was there. At the end of the day, all I'm looking for is to ensure what we're doing is good. If there's opportunities to save money, great. We invested in IT before I got here, 2021, 2022. We had a balance in our reserve for IT of close to $12 million when the incident happened. Could have invested before I got here. I'm not saying it would have saved us. We can invest, I think Chief Didgerow, we can invest $1 billion and we're not going to be guaranteed to be safe from a cyber security attack. That's been said. So all I'm saying is we're on a path. Great. Are we on the right path? I'm asking a consultant to look if there's places we can go that might help us. Maybe people don't agree with it. Maybe they think outsourcing is a bad idea. None of our cyber experts on staff are unionized employees. No one's talking about firing anybody, but I'm sure our IT experts are not unionized. And our planning and engineering department continually go out and source consultants when they want expertise. So this is nothing new. I didn't mean to hash up when we actually had the cyber attack. This is about moving forward. If we're going to continue to spend millions and millions and millions of dollars year after year, I think we want to know we're doing a good job. Track record, not great. I get that a couple people have been maybe let go along the line, but our track record's not great. And just because we're going to throw money at it doesn't mean that what we're doing is 100% the right thing. That's all this is asking. If we don't want to do it, let's not do it.
Thank you. We're on to second-time speakers, Councillor Maureen Wilson, followed by Councillor Clark, and then Mayor Horwath. Just doing a time check. It's 5:15. Nope, 5:16 now. We have a couple more motions left, and then in-camera items to deal with as well. And at 5:30, I will need a motion to extend the duration of this meeting. Okay, Councillor Maureen Wilson.
Yeah, thank you. I said I was going to do this, so I'd like to fulfill that. Valencia said, there are dragons with how one outsources to a third party. It's very challenging to affect value for money. The challenge and the dragons lay when one ties the outsourcing of cybersecurity to the outsourcing of accountability. You can't outsource that. Cities are complex, multi-departmental entities where what's good for the goose may not always be good for the gander. One department, for example, that prioritizes safety and operations as its top mandate may not have the same outsourcing appetite as a corporate operations for email services. Smaller municipalities have had some success when they have outsourced in large measure because they are so constrained and small. And what we've seen as a trend in medium and large municipalities is that there's a continued investment in key functions for security. And I believe the best continuity for cybersecurity and risk management is when cities do as much as possible in-house. Outsourcing can be a very expensive undertaking that does not result in desired and positive outcomes. We have done audits in other municipalities where they have outsourced, for example, incident monitoring and response, and found that because of the complexity of managing the contractual relationship, some of these large outsourced vendors have such an overhead that they've not been able to get, the municipality has not been able to get the value out of outsourcing as expected, and they still have cybersecurity breaches. It's a tricky area. And then the other chap, whose name is Darren, I guess I had a different recollection than Councillor who was chairing. He said I agree with everything that has been said. So there wasn't a disagreement. Valencia's own experience with Canadian, US, and European cities has identified some excellent examples and practices that other jurisdictions have achieved in outsourcing. But one of the key challenges is that there needs to be a recognition in terms of risk management, accountability, and overall governance. We've noted that some municipalities can fall prey to perspectives that by outsourcing or co-sourcing, there's a risk transfer, and there is no risk transfer. So I just wanted to read that into the record because I'd mentioned it. My perspective is I'm not ideologically adverse to partnerships, never have been. And the record will show that. My conversations with residents have been cybersecurity incident bad, lots of deficiencies noted. Okay, you're putting $30-ish million aside to build back better, get on with it. Put everything you have and the attention of staff on that. And then get a model which is as secure as possible and is as resident friendly as possible. What I don't want to do is, I don't want to get off track in delivering that. And then once we have that model, if there has to be an assessment of, once we can service residents of outsourcing one thing or another, in my opinion, bring that motion back. But I also don't want to do a 407 in that we build the best thing only to therefore outsource it and someone else enjoys the investment. So thank you.
Second time, Councillor Clark.
Thank you, Councillor Crouch. I'll do my best. To the mayor, thank you for correcting my incorrect statement on the dates. 2.5 years, it's 1.5 roughly. To the staff, if I disparaged anyone in my comments, that was not my intention. You know me well enough that I don't do that. And I apologize if you were offended by any of my questions. I struggle, though, with a municipality that regularly hires outside third parties for numerous things, and now we don't want to do that. The final report that we received from the Auditor General on this debacle, which is, I think, a fair way of describing what transpired, will tell us exactly what we should be doing, where we did do things right, where we didn't do things right, and we will have that information. But I, in my clumsy way, was drawing the comparison between saying, yeah, no, we shouldn't consider outsourcing on IT, yet we have outsourced on IT. And that's something that I still, in my mind, I struggle with. Where's the logic? How can we, on one hand, bring in third-party private companies to save the day? And they most certainly did help us save the day. But now we don't want to consider outside third parties to look at IT as to whether or not we would look at any opportunities for outsourcing, either wholly or in part, which is what the motion was. So that's what I struggled with. And I'll leave it there. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Clark. Mayor?
Thanks very much. Just very briefly, the other kind of thing that I forgot to ask about and just want to get a sense of is the reality of our in-house weakness when it came to the IT staff that we had, or I guess I shouldn't say staff, but that's what it was. I think all of us will know that there was an issue in terms of our capacity when it comes to our internal team, and that the part of the kind of work that's being done now is to identify not only what needed to change in that regard, but what needs to be built up in that regard. And so I guess I would ask that question, which is the necessity to continue to build strength in our own capacity when it comes to IT is that still part of the Building Back Better effort that we're trying to make? Because you can outsource all you want, but if you don't have a strong internal team that's able to ensure that what we are doing is what's being done rather is adequate and up to speed and appropriate, then we'll end up back where we were before. So can I just get a sense of whether or not that building back of our own IT capacity is underway? Thank you.
Through you, Madam Chair, and I'll start and then turn it over to CIO Turani. So it's absolutely part of the Build Back Better and Stronger plan. So we had some strengths in IT, of course. We've got some talented folks on our team, but we also recognize that there was a stronger governance that was needed, there was stronger policy that was needed, there was more training that was required, and so all of those things are underway, and it is important that you build that capacity within your team in any area, but certainly after coming out of a cyber incident with the folks in IT. The other thing I think it's important to note is that the vulnerability, I would say the core vulnerability for cyber attackers is people and their behaviors. And so it's not just a matter of IT, but building that competency throughout the organization and making sure that there's the appropriate training, there's the appropriate tests in place so that you don't get sucked into phishing or those other cyber attackers, the mechanisms that they use. So it is a critical component that we have been working to build both in IT and throughout the organization to help minimize risk. I don't know if you want to add to it, CIO Turani.
Thank you. I think you covered it quite well. And noting as well that we do continue to work with partners when we are part of our resiliency roadmap and to ensure we're building both that skill set and advancing the roadmap per the direction of Council.
Thank you. That's all I had.
Thank you. I thought we were done the speakers list. Yeah, we're at 5:26. I will take that motion now, just to be on the safe side, because if Councillor Crutch is going, he has up to 5 minutes. So if I could get a motion to extend the agenda, do we need a posted time of ending? Should I overshoot it at 7 p.m., folks? I'm overshooting. That doesn't mean that we have to end at that we have to stay here until 7. I'm just overshooting so we don't have to do this motion again. Can I get a motion? Mover and seconder. Thank you, Councillor Tattison. Seconded by. I promise you I'm trying to get out of here as quickly as you are, but I just want to give us the leeway if we need it. Thank you, Councillor Jackson. Big thumb for second right there. The vote is before you. Extension. No, I know it will. The titles don't always line up with our votes, but yeah. We are voting on extending. I got this. We are voting on extending the meeting. We're at 5:30, folks. Okay. That awesome. Now to resume our regularly scheduled programming, Councillor Crutch.
I was willing to leave it anyways. Very briefly, I just want to say that I think the only reason I'm voting no against this is because we have at least 2 or 3 more reports coming back from the Auditor General on this subject. And so the Auditor General is going to continue to look at this issue, continue to analyze this issue. I think a lot of the comments that have been made on this about that, generally speaking, will be handled by the Auditor General's reports. I presume part of that will be how we handled it, whether we should have outsourced and so on. So maybe that won't be the case, but I want to hear what he has to say first. And that's important to me. So for that reason, I'm going to vote no. Thank you. Told you it would be short.
Thank you. And no more speakers on the speakers list, but I do want to recognize the city manager who's indicated.
Through you, Madam Chair, and thank you for indulging me to just say a few things because I've been able to digest a bit. And so first, I want to thank Councillor Clark and acknowledge him for apologizing to staff, because I think this is a very heated topic and it's easy to say things in passion, but I think we all recognize that all of us are working for the best objectives that help Hamiltonians. I do want to add a little bit of clarity, though, because in terms of whether or not staff are resistant or pushing back to outsourcing, and I just have a different perspective in terms of I think staff's goal has been to provide council with the necessary information so that that you folks can make an informed and balanced decision that considers the operational impacts, the security, and all of those other things. But staff have advised at various points that outsourcing can be appropriate. And so there has been, again, just for clarity, some outsourcing in this moment. Initially during the emergency, the outsourcing was just a practical and necessary response in an emergency because there wasn't the staffing capacity and there wasn't the ability to meet the demands in that particular moment. And so we needed to stabilize systems quickly, figure out what was going on, get services back online. But now that there's been the opportunity to assess, staff have outsourced some things based on the recommendations that have been made by our experts that we heard reaffirmed by Valencia through the first stage of the audit. And so again, in my layperson's terms, in terms of what that looks like, you know, it's wise to outsource specialized resource-intensive tasks like security monitoring, for example, penetration testing or hosting, things of that nature. And staff have done that based on that. So there is outsourcing of the security service, which has actually been quite effective in terms of, you'll be happy to know that they quite quickly alert us when there are people trying to penetrate the system. So that has been quite effective already. There's things with the wide area network, site backups, some Wi-Fi services, there's NG911. So I just don't want to leave the impression that there isn't a desire to outsource. I think what staff are attempting to do is provide all of the information so that people can make informed decisions around the table about what is appropriate or not. So I just wanted to add that clarity and also thank Councillor Clark for that acknowledgement.
Thank you. So it's been moved and seconded. No further speakers on the speakers list before committee for electronic vote. You haven't been on the list, on the speakers list. My apologies, Councillor. Your name never made it on the... My apologies, Councillor Pauls. Your name never showed up on the list.
I had it on for a vote. So I can certainly easily cancel the vote. I don't want to speak.
Okay. So the vote remains available. Okay, so Councillor Pauls, you're raising a concern. It was raised without your microphone on. You are indicating that you asked to be recognized as a speaker legitimately using the eScribe system, so you're following the procedure as you need to. I'm recognizing that your name never made it onto the speakers list as the chair is following. You've been in the chair before, you know that that can happen sometimes. So I'm going to pause the vote and give you a chance to speak, get your questions answered so that you can vote as fairly as everybody else around this committee. The vote's been pulled down.
I've already voted, so that's it's okay.
Okay. Okay, that's defeated. On, sorry, 9.3, amendment to the downtown subcommittee terms of reference to include Hess Village Business Improvement Area. Councillor Crutch, please introduce your motion and your seconder.
Moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Maureen Wilson. As I try to be brief in these descriptions, I'll be brief here. The goal of this is to allow the Hess Village BIA, which was just created, just ratified by council, and has just been set up with the board of directors, to participate in the downtown subcommittee meeting in November. And that's why it's here today, because otherwise, if we did it later, they wouldn't be able to participate until the new year. We want to make sure that some representative from that organization can be the downtown subcommittee. That's the gist.
Any questions? Seeing none, it's before committee for vote. Electronic, please. Councillor Francis is indicating in favor of the motion. He voted in favor. Yeah, he indicated. And that carries. Next is notices of motion. 10.1, request for the closure of the GFL Stony Creek Regional Facility, 65 Green Mountain Road West, Stony Creek. Councillor Clark, would you like to introduce your notice?
Yes, I will be reading the notice out for the interest of the public and the residents in the ward who wish to participate by providing their insight. But I believe I had an arrangement with the clerk that it would not happen until November the 12th. That's when the actual motion will be debated. That gives all the residents an opportunity to write in or even appear if they so desire. I'll read this relatively quickly. Whereas the Minister of Education has recently notified the Hamilton Wentworth District School Board that the previously approved site for the Nash Neighborhood School is unsuitable for school children, whereas several hundred children live with their families within 3 kilometers of GFL landfill and are experiencing these offensive odors daily. Whereas given that the provincial government has deemed the Nash Neighborhood Future School site to be unsuitable for students due to the persistent odor nuisance for almost 3 years, whereas residents are now questioning the suitability of living in their homes, several hundreds of which are older than the landfill itself, whereas the Ministry of Environment Conservation Parks charged GFL for only 3 odor complaints in 2023 out of several thousand over 3 years, and whereas the wards 9, 5, and 10 councils can attest that these hydrogen sulfide odors have continued and were excessively strong in the past week, which was dated October 22nd. Therefore, that the Mayor and City Council respectfully request that the Premier and his Cabinet direct the Ministry of Environment, Conservation and Parks to begin the process to expedite the closure of the GFL Stony Creek Regional Facility, 65 Green Mountain Road West, Stony Creek. And to the residents, if they write their emails and address them to clerk@hamilton.ca, then those emails will become a part of the public record and we can forward them on to the appropriate decision makers at Queen's Park. Please write to us. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Clark, and appreciating the notice and the proposed date that'll make it back to GIC. Remains a notice of motion. We'll move on. Is there any other notice of motion that council members or GIC members would like to table? Seeing none, moving on to private and confidential. 11.1 we can handle in public, which is our closed session minutes from October 1st. May I please get a mover and seconder to adopt those minutes? Councillor Spadafora, thank you very much, and Councillor Alex Wilson. Any discussion? Seeing none, we'll adopt the confidential minutes and that they will remain confidential. All in favor, it's a show of hand vote. Any opposed? Seeing none, that carries. Now I'll need a motion to go into closed. May I please have a mover and seconder for the following, pursuant to section 9.3 subsection C of the city's procedural bylaw 21021 as amended in section 2392 subsection C of the Ontario Municipal Act 2001 as amended as the subject matter pertains to a proposed or pending acquisition or disposition of land for city or local board purposes. And this will require an electronic vote, and this is for item 11.2. Before you vote, I need a mover and seconder. Moved by Councillor Spatafora, seconded by Councillor Beattie. Thank you both.
Thank you, Councillor Jackson.
Thank you, that carries. Members of the public are advised that during closed session portions of the meeting, the live stream will broadcast a closed session in progress screen. The broadcast will resume when the closed session portion of the meeting is complete. As we're now moving into closed session, I'll ask all members of the public, delegates, and external participants to please now exit the WebEx meeting as well as council chambers. And any staff that are not directly related to the in-camera item also asked to please exit as well. Also remind members of council that as per section 8.7 of the procedural bylaw, the use of personal electronic devices during closed meetings is strictly prohibited. However, the use of city electronic devices during closed meetings are limited to text communications only, with the city's electronic devices not being used as a telephone, recording device, or camera. Staff of the Office of the City Clerk are exempted from section 8.7C when using electronic devices for record-keeping purposes.
I'll give it to you. You need it back.
Open session motion clearly indicates, it says remain confidential, right? The redevelopment of property in Ward 3. Remain confidential, and then over here, we list the properties.
Oh, so, thanks very much. We're back in open. Although there's perhaps a bit of a typo or problem with the actual open motion that is before us, because it's not quite what it needs to. Sorry, everyone, we just have to get clarified here what is able to be actually voted on in open, considering that this is a real estate matter. Again, apologies, we're just trying to make sure that we are all on the same page in terms of the... It's just A? Yeah. Okay. All right, Councillor Nan, did you want to then go ahead with your motion?
Certainly, it's moved by myself and seconded by you, Mayor, that the directions provided to staff in closed session respecting redevelopment of properties in the City of Hamilton Ward 3 be approved and remain confidential.
Thanks very much. We'll go to an electronic vote. And that carries 12 to 0. So that's it for today, folks. There being no further business, the meeting is now adjourned at 6:00 p.m., an hour early. Oh.